ancient thing. The ice age is coming, the sun's zooming in. Meltdown expected, the wheat is going thin. Engines stop running, but I have no fear, 'cause London is drowning. I live by the river, to the imitation zone. Forget it, brother, you can go it alone. London calling to the zombies of death. Quit holding out and draw another breath. London calling, and I don't wanna shout, but while we were talking, I saw you nodding out. London calling, see we ain't got no hide, except for that one with the yellowy eyes. The ice age is coming, the sun's zooming in. Engines stop running, the wheat is going thin. A nuclear error, but I have no fear, 'cause London is drowning. I live by the river. ancient thing. The ice age is coming, the sun's zooming in. Meltdown expected, the wheat is going thin. Engines stop running, but I have no fear, 'cause London is drowning. I live by the river, to the imitation zone. Forget it, brother, you can go it alone. London calling to the zombies of death. Quit holding out and draw another breath. London calling, and I don't want to shout, but while we were talking, I saw you nodding out. London calling, see we ain't got no hide, except for that one with the yellowy eyes. The ice age is coming, the sun's zooming in. Engines stop running, the wheat is going thin. A nuclear error, but I have no fear, 'cause London is drowning. I live by the river. The ice age is coming, the sun's zooming in. Engines stop running, the wheat is going thin. A nuclear error, but I have no fear, 'cause London is drowning. I live by the river. Now get this! London calling, yes, I was there too. And you know what they said? Well, some of it was true. London calling at the top of the dial. And after all this, won't you give me a smile? I never felt so much alike. Hey man, where'd you get that lotion? Society. God save strawberry jam and all the different varieties. Preserving the old ways from being abused. Protecting the new ways for me and for you. What more can we do? We are the Draft Beer Preservation Society. God save Mrs. Moss and good old Mother Riley. We are the Custard Pie Appreciation Consortium. God save the George Cross and all those who are loving them. We are the Sherlock Holmes English-speaking vernacular. God save Fu Manchu, Moriarty and Dracula. We are the office block, persecution affinity. God save little shots, China cups and virginity. We are the skyscraper, condemnation affiliates. God save Tudor houses, antique tables and billions. Preserving the old ways from being abused. Protecting the new ways for me and for you. What more can we do? We are the Village Green Preservation Society. God save Donald Duck, Vaudeville and Variety. We are the Desperate Dan Appreciation Society. God save strawberry jam and all the different varieties.
as we enter this fourth industrial revolution, we have to make a commitment. We have to make a commitment to ourselves. Because if we can't be the examples, if we can't create that nirvana, then what have we done besides just sell more software and hardware and iPhones and all this other stuff?
We have an obligation, and I think we have an opportunity to do something very, very special that has never been done before.
The company has a soul, and it really is the drumbeat. It propels us forward.
You know, when we started Salesforce.com in 1999, it was a boom time.
Salesforce has transformed the way businesses do business.
It was a new technology model, it was a new business model, it was a new philanthropic model.
I'm running a company based on stakeholders, not shareholders.
Connecting people together to make the world better. It's pretty cool.
Because of our culture, customer success is really important.
What is extraordinary is how you become the company that defines modern future enterprise computing, because you got it right.
It's not CRM, but it is CRM. It's many things, but it's one thing.
We're talking about Salesforce.
Killing it all across the board.
We're talking about a company that's got one of the greatest corporate souls.
Salesforce just made what we do better.
They're good people, and they're easy to work with.
It's all about Ohana. Ohana means family.
It's a culture of transparency.
It's our well-being,
Innovative.
Equality.
trust.
We want to make the world a better place.
That's what we all feel in our Ohana.
Salesforce is passion. It's the future. It's the present. It's an opportunity for you to really harness all of your resources to maximize what you're here for.
No matter what country you come from, you can change the world.
Salesforce is making major changes to close the gender pay gap.
We stand for equal opportunity, equal pay, and equal rights.
Everyone feels like they have a voice, like they're part of something, and that they understand where we're going.
When we started the company, we said we want to be a new kind of business. We're going to make giving back a core part of our DNA from the very beginning.
Customers are stakeholders. Our community, our homeless, the environment is a stakeholder. This is the right thing to do.
Using business for social good is unlike any company I've ever seen. You can make this part of your culture now.
I wake up every day and say, it's great to be part of Salesforce.
I can't think of anywhere else I'd want to be.
People love the idea that a company is going to bat for them.
Speak up. They want to hear what you have to say.
This has been our Ohana culture for the last 18 years.
It's what sets us apart.
Together, we can do something pretty special.
It's just the beginning.
London calling, yes, I was there too. And you know what they said? Well, some of it was true. London calling at the top.
Good morning and welcome to Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. We're thrilled to welcome you to day one of innovation, inspiration, fun, learning, and growth. We have a great program for you online this year at Dreamforce. We have over 10 million people watching online, and that doesn't include the 170,000 people that have registered to attend from 91 different countries. Don't forget to engage with everyone online using hashtag DF17 and hashtag Salesforce Live if you're watching online. I'm joined by Julie Legal, SVP of Salesforce Strategic Events, to welcome you to this incredible day one of Dreamforce. Thank you so much for being with me.
Oh, thank you for hosting, and thank you everyone for joining us. Very exciting.
It is very exciting. We are starting off a new year, the 15th year of Dreamforce. It is insane. But tell me, what are the key elements that have really stayed the same? The central elements of Dreamforce that are key to
Well, I mean, I think the first thing that's always been the same is this is all about our community, our Ohana. This is our big family reunion. This is the one time a year that we all travel and we're all together here or watching online, engaging, talking about the same things, getting on the same page, learning together. All of that's been true from the very beginning with 1,200 people to the 170,000 plus registrants that we have this year. Customer success has always been at the core. We're here to make our customers more successful, help them engage with their customers, but also a key part of Dreamforce has always been customers getting up and telling their stories. Obviously, tons of Salesforce people showcasing technology, talking about success, but it's really about the customer speakers, talking about what they're doing at their real companies to transform their businesses and their industries. And finally, I would say it's about the giving back equality piece. You know, the very first Dreamforce we had, I can't remember how many people do like a beach cleanup before. Really? And now, of course, we are the largest nonprofit technology conference in the world. We have 4 days of volunteering out on our beautiful Dream Valley on Howard Street, giant.org experience up at one of the hotels, and some great showcases of nonprofit customers. We've got a big Girl Scouts activation right in the middle of our campground. So all that's been there since the beginning, and of course, the fun. The fun has been there since the beginning, and I think it's still here.
It still is here, but there are some great new elements and really great showcases of what we're doing with our technology and what our trailblazers are doing with our technology this year at Dreamforce. What are you looking forward to specifically this year?
Yeah, well, I mean, we obviously did a whole bunch of huge product announcements this morning. Last year, Dreamforce was Einstein's sort of big debut, and this year it's My Einstein and sort of what people are actually doing a year into Einstein. So I think that's going to be really exciting to see. We've got, you know, people are able to now build these Einstein bots and, you know, take this huge next step in customer service with new intelligence. We have My Lightning, we have My Salesforce. There's a lot of My this year, a lot of easy customization, personalization, and you're going to be able to see that obviously hands-on here in the campground in the various zones. And of course, if you're not here, we're going to have trails and all sorts of ways to experience it online. So that's sort of some of the great new stuff we have this year. And of course, the big headline this year, and one of the reasons that we've brought in the World Economic Forum today to run a whole bunch of sessions, which I know a lot of them will be broadcasting live on this very station, is this year it's all about the fourth industrial revolution. You know, the world is changing, you know, industries are being transformed, companies are trying to figure out how to keep up, and even amongst people there's sort of anxiety. There's these new skills that the new workforce needs. Old jobs are disappearing, new jobs are getting created. AI, what does that mean? And we're going to be talking a lot about that. Mark is going to be talking a lot about it in his big keynote today, and it's really appropriate that we're talking about it, or I'm talking about it, right in the middle of our Trailhead Zone, because of course for us, when it comes to the skills gap and a lot of the things that people are looking to do to mobilize this new workforce, we think Trailhead is of course a great tool for people to launch new careers, build the skills they need for this fourth industrial revolution.
It's really incredible. Trailhead is a huge free element that people can really up their skill set. And it goes across business, and it goes into values as well. So it's really special. So, you know, we are right in the middle of the Trailhead area of Dreamforce. It is exciting everywhere around us. You'll see learning, you'll see interaction. And I think that's something really special about Dreamforce this year, is that we are not just going to be showcasing the top sessions and keynotes. We will be showcasing them, but we're going to be showcasing so much more. Tell me about what we're going to be seeing on Salesforce Live this year.
Well, I know you guys have an action-packed schedule. We're streaming a whole bunch of the special, like I mentioned, WEF sessions, the equality sessions. I know that we're doing a bunch more deep dive shows, but you're a host. What else can we expect on live today?
Well, I know that, first of all, we're going to be broadcasting from 8 different locations.
See, I didn't even know that.
I'm here to help. Exciting. I am your own personal Trailhead guide. But we're 8 different locations, 8 different keynote rooms. But not only that, we are going to be showing you the inside out of Dreamforce. Not exactly the behind the scenes, but the in the midst. So we are going to be going around, even within this Trailhead Zone, talking to customers, talking to people that are showcasing their products, their different things, different keynoters, to really give people online a very immersive experience. So let's say you just had a baby and you can't come to Dreamforce. You know, we still want to make sure that you're having a very exciting experience online, no matter where you are watching.
Yeah, that's great, because, you know, again, like almost all the sessions are either broadcast live or put online afterwards. With Trailhead, there's so much you can learn, and so much of the value here is the personal connection, getting the stories. You know, we have this incredible community of trailblazers, and, you know, anyone can be a trailblazer.
Right.
But people that come here that are passionate about sharing their stories, and, you know, they're inspiring. They're changing industries, they're changing companies, they're changing their lives, they're empowering themselves. So I think think that's amazing that we're going to get more of those stories. I know we've seen a lot of it even leading up to the show on Twitter about how Salesforce has changed people's lives and what people are excited about learning at Dreamforce this year.
And we're really excited to see more of those sessions, more of those stories about how Salesforce and Dreamforce have affected people's lives. And I'm so excited that we have sessions all through today with the World Economic Forum, with Ashton Kutcher, and then of course our big keynote with Mark Benioff, who's really going to be talking about the great technology, the future of our business, as well as showcasing some of these amazing trailblazer stories. Well, thank you so much, Julie. We have an action-packed schedule ahead of us, and we look forward to you staying with us. Tell us what you think. Use hashtag DF17 and Salesforce Live on social, and we'll get back to you and answer all of those questions. And we look forward to having you right here at Dreamforce for 4 days of greatness.
Acumen Solutions, the global consultancy that Fortune 500 companies and government agencies turn to for exceptional results. We drive excellence with our employees, in our local communities, and for our customers across 8 key industries. Our solutions streamline operations, improve productivity, amplify competitive advantages, and a whole lot more through our diverse solution offerings. Visit us at booth 801 in the Customer Success Expo to learn more.
GTO, wear a uniform, a line of government loan. I'm worth $1 million in prizes. Yeah, I'm through with sleeping on the sidewalk. No more beating my brains. No more beating my brains. With liquor and drugs. With liquor and drugs. Well,
good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dreamforce. My name is Hannah Mandapat, and I'm thrilled to be here today to bring you back an oldie but a goodie to the Dreamforce stage. We're here for the AppExchange ISV Partner Keynote. Now, today you're going to hear all about how our amazing AppExchange partner trailblazers are doing inspiring and innovative things to help our customers drive their businesses forward. And it's because of all of you today in this room and all the amazing apps that you're delivering on the AppExchange that our customers in turn are able to become trailblazers as well. So I can go on and on about this, but why don't we hear directly from our partners themselves? So let me welcome my first guest, Roxanne Ullman, who's the Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer for Callidus Cloud. Now, Callidus Cloud is a longtime partner. They've been here since the beginning, and it's nice to see you here at Dreamforce today, Roxanne. So tell us about your journey as a partner, from the very beginning, and were there any aha moments along your path that really solidified that this was the right partnership path for you?
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Hannah. Yes, we've been a partner since the very beginning, as you've shared, and we have over 9 products on the AppExchange. But one of the biggest aha moments for us actually resulted in an acquisition of a company. So Callidus Cloud is focused on helping companies sell more faster, However, my organization, specifically with Callidus Cloud, as I run the finance and accounting group, is focused with the challenges of adopting the new ASC 606 regulation, which includes both revenue and commissions. So we ultimately bought a company called RevSim after evaluating nearly 10 solutions, and this is the only product that is fully SaaS based that will allow you to comply with both ASC 605 and 606 for both revenue and commissions.
That's great. So if anyone here needs to get in compliance, check out the Commissions app. Now, Roxanne, it's inspiring to see a woman in leadership like yourself. And I know you feel very passionate about equality, and that's one of the core values that we share here at Salesforce. So talk about how you've integrated inclusion and diversity into your career and how folks here today can do the same.
So I've been focused on becoming CFO of a publicly traded company since I began my career. And believe it or not, Hannah, that wasn't just yesterday. And it's been a very difficult road. However, there's a few things I've learned. Number one, you'll be remembered more for how you handle adversity than how you handle the easy things. And two, leadership is about inspiring others. Ultimately, the team wins. And specifically for the women in the room today, I think it's important. Please believe in yourself because you are as capable as the person sitting next to you, and don't sweat and worry about the little things.
All right, well, that's great advice. Thank you, Roxanne, for being here, and thank you for joining us at Dreamforce.
Thank you.
All right, so for my next guest, I'd like to welcome Mark Mader, who's the CEO of Smartsheet. Now, Smartsheet's a work management platform that helps teams collaborate, and today it's being used by over 70,000 customers, including over 60% of the Fortune 500. Congratulations on that, Mark, and welcome to Dreamforce.
Thank you, Hannah. Well, it's been quite a journey for us. We first came into the App Exchange more than 5 years ago. And the learnings we're taking from that is really shaping what we do next in terms of our investments, but more importantly, how we go to market with Salesforce. So just to put it in context, we do serve many thousands of companies globally, and they track and manage work. So for instance, the Super Bowl runs on Smartsheet, the logistics behind it. Salesforce itself uses Smartsheet internally to manage operations. So a few of the learnings that I wanted to share with the group, the one was really solving for depth, not just convenience. So our first product was about linking to Smartsheet, but customers demanded that two-way sync, not just having that portal to our product. The second one was, instead of making the app available in App Exchange, launch with Salesforce. Like really get the Salesforce team engaged. And then the third one is really staying current. So as Salesforce is expanding its app ecosystem, customer demands and expectations are growing. And today we're announcing the Smartsheet integration with Quip, which we're very excited about.
Well, that's great news, and congrats on your new integration with Quip. So, Mark, it's obviously great to have you here, and it's great to see a ton of the Smartsheet team here as well. So talk about how you've really invested in marketing at these type of events, and any advice for those who are looking to invest in co-marketing opportunities as well.
Yeah, I think part of it, there is so much focus on these events, but it's also teaming with the Salesforce team itself. So when we think about developing our messaging, there's no better source than Salesforce to figure out how their account teams are wanting to buy. And I think when I think about going and taking those learnings and applying those to our campaigns, it's also working on things like developing videos for the internal Salesforce team so that when a customer inquiry comes in, the Salesforce team understands how to thoughtfully respond. And I think one of the highlights was sponsoring some of the World Tour events. So if you're looking for brand impressions, there's no better vehicle for that. And what we've really seen is when you lean into Salesforce, they do lean back. They were a top sponsor of our recent Smartsheet Global Customer Engage Conference. So I strongly encourage you to pursue those avenues.
Yeah, and I know that we had a great time at your event as well. And again, welcome to the Smartsheet team. We're glad to have you here. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Honor.
All right, so last but not least, I'd like to welcome my last guest, Julie Lyle, who is the Chief Revenue Officer and Chief Marketing Officer for Demand Jump. Now, Demand Jump is a cloud platform that uses AI and data science to analyze your competitive digital ecosystem. So, Julie, welcome to Dreamforce. And as I remember, it's your first Dreamforce, correct?
It's not my first Dreamforce, but it's my first speaking time.
First speaking at Dreamforce. Well, welcome nonetheless. So, Julie, Demand Jump is one of our newest partners on the App Exchange. You just came on board this year, and you're actually one of our Marketing Cloud partners, which a lot of folks in the room may not know. That's another way ISVs can partner with us. So tell us about why you chose Salesforce and specifically the Marketing Cloud side of things to partner with us.
Well, there's really two reasons that we chose to partner with Salesforce. First of all, of course, we wanted to partner with a market leader in delivering SaaS solutions for across industries, especially as it relates to the Marketing Cloud. Secondly, the breadth of catalog that Salesforce has in their solutions are largely targeted at acquisition or conversion, upsell, cross-sell, et cetera, whereas DemandJump is wholly focused on identifying new-to-file, highly converting qualified customers. So we're able to fuel all of the solutions that Salesforce delivers for your customers.
That's great. Now, you have an impressive track record yourself. So you used to be the previous chief marketing officer at Walmart, at Prudential. So as a tech leader in these large companies, talk about how the role of a channel strategy and partnership actually helps you with growth, not just at these large companies, but also for small businesses.
Well, thank you, Hannah. What I have learned, whether you're an executive at Fortune 1 or whether you're in a startup business, partnerships today are essential to success and to accelerating your growth in the marketplace. I'll give you an example. With Salesforce, and just the retail vertical alone, DemandJump partners both with Salesforce and with Accenture, sort of like three legs on a stool. And what Accenture brings to the table is immediate, credible access to some of the leaders in C-suite in Fortune 100 businesses. What DemandJump brings to the table is deep marketing expertise as well as insights that start to deliver traffic and revenue increases day 2 of the engagement. And then, of course, Salesforce brings their broad catalog of solutions for more complex challenges that the retailers or other verticals are facing. So together, we're a trifecta that delivers value not only for the companies themselves, but for their customers.
Well, thanks, Julie. And it's always great to see our partners partnering with other partners in the ecosystem. So thank you for being here. And let's have another big round of applause for all of our guest speakers today. Now, what I loved most about hearing from these partner trailblazers today is that it really shows us how far we've come with the AppExchange and the depth and the breadth of all the solutions that you in this room are delivering for our customers. Now, before we get started, I want everyone to pull out their phones, and if you are excited to meet Appy, so most of you may have heard about Appy. She is our lovely arranger actually for the AppExchange. So tweet and vote #MeetAppy if you want to see her at Dreamforce next year. Now, I'm really excited today because I get to be the very first person at Dreamforce to tell you about our beloved forward-looking statement slide. So as most of you know, Salesforce is a publicly traded company. Please make any investing and purchasing decisions based on currently available product. And you can see this in its lovely detail all on our website at salesforce.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start the show. So sit back and relax and welcome to the AppExchange ISV keynote, Winning Together in the Salesforce Ecosystem.
You know, I remember the early days of AppExchange. You know, frankly, everyone was wondering, is this a test? Are we really going to do this? Is Salesforce going to stick with this? And of course, the answer is yes, yes, and yes.
Working with a partner like Salesforce and knowing that, you know, it's the #1 CRM out there really makes a difference for us.
We have a saying internally here, we live on planet Salesforce because it is the world's largest software ecosystem.
While Salesforce has CRM footprints with tens of thousands of users at accounts, they also really value the small business segment of the market.
I definitely feel a lot more powerful using Salesforce, even though I'm just a one-person work-from-home organization. Created an app so that service dog organizations could be more efficient with their data management, and Salesforce really wanted me to succeed with this app.
What might take us months to build ourselves, we can literally go into the AppExchange and download it in seconds and customize it, and you're up and running.
When Encina was founded, it was founded on the principles that the banking industry was wrought with paper-based processing, manual-intensive labor, and we decided from day one that we wanted to be a technology-enabled bank. But we need that backed up with the trust and transparency that bankers need, and that's what the Salesforce platform gives us.
Our flagship product, Composer, is built for Salesforce on Salesforce.
It was awesome then to receive the email saying your app has been approved. I think I read it like 3 times, making sure that, okay, it's good, it's on the AppExchange now.
We look today at Lightning and Einstein and where the roadmap is going, and they're all integral components of our roadmap.
And having AppExchange apps that upgrade constantly, just like our Salesforce platform upgrades, that's very important to us.
I'm constantly impressed by Trailhead as a platform.
They're actually teaching you how to write the code and give you examples of coding.
I mean, we're software nerds, right? So we love this stuff.
Having that big partner in Salesforce along for the ride with us, I think gives us swagger every time we walk into a customer.
I really like that I can have more time to spend with my kids because of AppExchange. The rest of the work is being done for me.
When I hear about Salesforce and Ohana and the environment they're creating in the ecosystem, it feels very natural because those are the values we share.
You know, it's funny, I don't think I've ever thought of myself as an entrepreneur before. I feel good being an entrepreneur.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Executive Vice President AppExchange, Layla Secca.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Dreamforce. We're so excited to have you here. I've been at Salesforce for 10 years. I've been on the AppExchange for most of those years. And I have to say that kicking off Dreamforce in this keynote is one of the best things that we do at this company, and it makes me very excited to have you all here. So, let's start talking. I think some of you have probably heard our CEO, Mark Benioff, talk about the fact that we are entering into the fourth industrial revolution. If we look back through time, innovation has changed our society and business time and time again. And we find ourselves right now at the cusp of a big change around technology and specifically around intelligence, which is exemplified through Einstein in our world. But we really are at this moment where we're shifting the way we're developing applications and solutions to our customers. And our partners, you, are the people that are really helping us innovate this and take it to the next level. So I wanted to just take a minute and say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. The best part of Salesforce is the AppExchange ecosystem, this community of people that grew up around us and far extended what we thought we could do with our platform, with our technology, to help our customers meet their needs. So when you think about the last 11 years of the AppExchange and all that we've done together, it's pretty amazing. And look at these logos, and most impressively would be the customer information. 87% of Salesforce customers use an AppExchange app. That's a lot of customers. That's a lot of people looking to the AppExchange for your solutions to help them change their business. And 89% of the Fortune 100 use an AppExchange app. Again, these numbers speak for themselves. They've created a huge business and a huge economy that all of Salesforce is incredibly proud of. So I just wanted to take a minute. It's the beginning of Dreamforce. It's going to be a crazy week. I just wanted you all to stand up for a minute. Let's stand up, take a really deep breath, and look under your seat, because 5 of you just won $500. Woo! The $500 is just a little something to say thank you to all of you and to let you know that Salesforce is incredibly, incredibly grateful for all that you do to build this ecosystem. Yeah, see, I got y'all moving. Got everyone moving around a little bit on an early morning keynote. All right, so now let's get down to it. We have a lot to cover with you guys this morning, and I wanted to start off with someone who's going to talk to you guys a little bit about the huge opportunity we have at Salesforce and for you as partners. So ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce my partner in crime, the SVP of ISV Sales, Miss Corey O'Brien. I got him.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm so excited to be here. This is my 5th Dreamforce, but my first Dreamforce helping to host the AppExchange keynote. And I am so excited and impressed with the innovation that's in this room. What we deliver to our customers, the value that we bring across this partner community and our success community is really unparalleled out in the market. You know, if I take a step back and I think about Salesforce and what that means to you guys, there's a lot of great stuff happening here. I'm really excited that Salesforce is the fastest growing enterprise software company in the world. Who'd have thought? That's pretty impressive, right? Second, I'm super humbled that recently Forbes announced us as the most innovative company in the world. Super cool, really great. But what I'm most impressed by, what I'm most awe-inspired by is the amazing innovation from this team. What you guys bring to the table, you're disrupting industries and creating new business models and transforming markets like never before. And so when you stop and you take a step back and you look at it from the macro level, we've really developed our own economy. And when you think about what that economy looks like, we have this wonderful report from IDC that was recently released that tried to measure that impact. The amazing work that we are so grateful that you guys have helped bring to the table. And what that said was that we, by 2022, will impact $859 billion of GDP. That is with a B, as in boy, people, not an M, a B. On top of that, we will have created 3.3 million jobs. And we all know in today's climate, that is huge. There's so many places that that's needed, and I am so excited that all of us are a part of it. So when I take a step back again and look at this, I am grateful and thankful to everyone in this room for being part of our Ohana and the innovation that you all bring. And what I wanted to do is bring up someone who's been on that journey with us, someone who's a great member of our Ohana, a man who really needs no introduction, a Silicon Valley innovator, someone who really has been around the block with Salesforce now for some time, CEO and founder of one of our critical industry ISVs, Velocity, Mr. David Schmaier. David, thank you for coming. It's good to see you. So, this is kind of a birthday for you guys. I want to ask you a question a little bit about Velocity's inception, because I think it's tied to Dreamforce, and I think you might have a wonderful story to tell us about how you've created this amazing company.
Thank you, Corey. It's a pleasure to be here. On behalf of all of us at Velocity, we're thrilled to be part of the Salesforce Ohana, so thank you.
Always.
We came up with this idea 5 years ago. It was my very first Dreamforce that I attended, and I came here and I was simply blown away at a couple of things. First of all, the scale of Dreamforce. But second of all, I walked around the Cloud Expo, and what I found was every single kind of app you would want in CRM, CTI middleware, proposal generators, sales methodology software, and yet there were no industry verticals. And so what we decided to do is create a company kind of like some old friends of ours who created a company called Viva Systems. And so some of you may or may not know Viva, but they're the largest ISV ever built on the platform, and so far the only one to go public. Yep. And so I walked out of the Moscone Center after an hour and called up my old friends from Viva and said, hey, this is David, let's create another Viva. And so what we decided to do is to build an industry-specific company, what we call the Industry Cloud, industry-specific in the cloud with Salesforce for several verticals: communications, energy, insurance, healthcare, and government. And those are the 5 industries that we all know from personal experience that have the worst customer service. So they really need our help.
So your growth has been really impressive, and this has turned out to be a fantastic investment for you guys. You guys were recently in the Cloud 100. Talk to me a little bit about how being part of the AppExchange Ohana and Salesforce has really fueled that growth for you.
We simply put couldn't have done this without Salesforce. And so the Salesforce Ohana is really everything. And let me talk a little bit about it. First of all, this is our 4th year of operations, and we'll do $50 million in revenue. So we've tripled the last 2 years. Next year, we'll do $100 million, which we think will be 1 year faster than our sister company, Viva. So we're really exploding. The customers love our software. A number of our customers are presenting here in insurance, New York Life, MetLife, Farmers, in the telco industry, T-Mobile, Telia, Cellcom, in healthcare, Anthem and Delta Dental. So we're really thrilled by that. But the way we got here was we get to use the world's #1 cloud platform, and Salesforce.
That's right.
And the world's #1 CRM apps. And I've been doing this for a long time. I've been in this industry for, I think it's my 29th year. And if there is another alternative to Salesforce for the platform or CRM, I'm unaware of it. I really don't think there is a #2 choice. And so you get all of that for free. It works, it's scales, it's trusted. There's so many amazing benefits. It would take you $50 to $100 million in years to build something like that.
So, agree, you have made amazing investments on our platform, and seeing you grow with us has really been a fun journey for me to be a part of with you guys. If I step back and look at your investments with us, what's next for the future? What are we going to do in this partnership together? Because as much as you and I talk about the future, I'd love to hear you share kind of how you plan on continuing to grow with this audience.
But what we do is we look at everything that Salesforce is coming out with every year. And so 2 years ago, we made a huge investment in Salesforce Analytics. I don't know if you ever remember Alex Dionne's famous demo with the boat and introducing Salesforce Wave. And so we went long on that, and we now have a really cool app on the App Exchange for analytics. And then in the last year, we've invested heavily in Lightning. We think Lightning is, no question, the future. And so we're all over every component of our software moving to Lightning. And we think Lightning is amazing. That's what we've been working with Mike Rosenbaum and the Lightning team. And the new thing we're super excited about is Einstein. So we believe that the future is definitely greater intelligence. We think that AI is the future. And it couldn't be more important than in these verticals. So if we think about the verticals, for a telco, you know the billing and usage data about the customer, or for an insurance company, you know about policies and claims and the household information. So we think that there's a whole next generation of really smart AI apps by industry. And so we're working very close. We're part of the Einstein incubator, and we think that Einstein's the future. So we're super pumped about it. It's a great part of the Salesforce Ohana. And we just love it. So that's the next big thing we're working on. And then from a business point of view, I think the other message I'd say to the other partners is to get well aligned with Salesforce, which is when you align with Salesforce's product teams and their sales teams, and Corey with your ISV team, magic happens. That's being part of the Salesforce Ohana. So the way you grow and the way you thrive is you make it a truly win-win relationship. That's what we've strived to do. So we just really thank so much what you've done for us, Corey, and thank you, Corey, and thank you, Salesforce.
We're grateful for you and the magic that you have created with Velocity, so thank you so much. A round of applause for David. Thank you. All right, you guys, you know, this journey is not exclusive to Velocity. This is available to everyone in this room in terms of going arm in arm with us, becoming a part of this family, and moving forward. No matter what size, shape, color, anything you are as a company, we are here to work with you. And there's no one better than bringing back up Layla Seika to talk a little bit about that program and how you guys can engage. Thanks for your time.
All right, I think David inspired all of us. There's lots of great stuff for all of us to think about in the ecosystem, and we're gonna drill into that. I thought I'd frame up how we're gonna spend the next 45 minutes or so, just to give you guys a bit of context. Earlier this year, we launched a new ISV program. I'm gonna spend a little time touching on this just after these slides to give you guys a sense of some of the changes we made. We also are gonna talk to you about the new technology we're launching for ISVs. This is a big year on the platform for ISVs, and we have some great product leaders to come join us and talk to you about how to take advantage of those innovations. And then last but not least, 2 weeks ago, we launched a new App Exchange. Hopefully you all saw it and love it. Yes, woo, I love it. I think it's awesome. Clearly, I'm slightly biased, but we did launch a new App Exchange. It's really interesting and really awesome. And we're gonna walk you through a bit of those changes as well. So let's jump into it, and I'm gonna walk you guys a bit through what we've done on the new program. I think the main thing I wanted to start with on this was, you know, we've been doing this for about 11 years, and when we started, we were the only cloud computing company in town, and we built it and built the program around that notion. As time has gone on, we've seen lots of changes in the industry, and I think the message I really wanted to get across in this slide was, whether you're small or big or mid-sized or industry-focused or functionally focused, it really doesn't matter. If you're building enterprise SaaS applications, we should partner together. Our job is to create as many choices as possible for our customers so that when they're looking to solve a business problem, they have many options. You are the people that provide those options. So together, no matter what you're doing, no matter where you're built, no matter what your plans are, we want to work with you, and we want you to partner with Salesforce. We have models for everyone. So that's the main message of this slide. I just wanted everyone to really hear that one loud and clear. Next up, I wanted to talk about some of the things we launched and will be launching. In January, we'll be launching the Trailblazer Scorecard. This is a way for us to run our business together. You and us. It's a unified place for us to see what's going on with your business, how we're valuing it, and for us to communicate about how to increase your partnership. David said it really beautifully. When you're aligned with Salesforce, magic happens. So this scorecard is specifically invented to help us align and run our partnerships more effectively. Of course, revenue is critical and very important to the partnership, but there is more than revenue to partnership. I want my customers to be happy. What's their customer sat with your application? What are your reviews on the App Exchange? There are a lot of other things that go into partnership besides revenue, and this scorecard's gonna let us all work together to discuss those and figure out what works for your business and us in partnership. We also lowered the price. I listen. See, we lowered the price. So 15% P&R. You all talked to me about this. We heard you. Again, to the notion of looking to make models for any business to partner with us. That is what we're here to do, and that's what we're doing. Next up is accelerating time to market with program tools. My motto on this is better, better, never done. We will always keep working to make it easier for you to do business with us. It will never stop. I will never stop working on this. And we've done some things this year to work on that. For sure, we've launched the App Exchange Trailblazer checklist. This is a 10-step list with Trailblazer modules behind it to help you self-service onto the App Exchange all on your own. And we've increased payment options. Again, back to the notion of we will keep working hard to make it easier for you to do business with us. That's my job. I will keep doing it. And you give me feedback because you are the people that let me know how to do that well. So with that, I think it's important that we move now into talking about the new technology that the R&D team's been working on and how you can take advantage of it. So for that, there is no one better to do this than the person I give all the work I don't want to do to. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Albert, VP of the App Exchange.
All right. It's a pretty fair job description. So I'm the VP of the App Exchange, and I lead our ISV technical enablement team. And I've been with the company 13 years, and I've been part of the App Exchange for the last 9, working with so many of you and our App Exchange partners build and launch their applications on the platform. Now, my team's charter is to make sure all of you are successful with the Salesforce platform and all of our technologies. And one of the key initiatives we've taken on this year is to work with our product organization closer than ever before to make sure our products, everything we release, is ISV ready. It's a term we use internally to measure and ensure when we release a product, it's not only ready for our customers to adopt and implement, but it's ready for our ISVs to embed right into your application. Things like, is it packageable? Is it licensable? Is it upgradable? These are things you need to be successful with a product, and my team's working closer than ever with the platform team. So let's talk about the platform. The platform is incredibly expansive. It's the foundation and the fuel that drives our ecosystem. This is what makes all of the applications incredibly innovative and our customers love. Now, it's not one size fits all. It has identity services, integration services, mobile, Heroku, analytics, Lightning, and it's incredibly expansive. The point here is, as ISVs, you have a ton of choice in what you leverage and how you leverage the platform. And similar to how we go to market, you can connect your application to the platform, you can build your application on the platform, and you absolutely can innovate and extend your application. And as partners, you know we do 3 releases a year. And 2017 was an incredible year of innovation where over 700 features were released right into the platform for you to take advantage of, including several of the most ISV requested features. My team hears feedback from you all the time out in the field, and we constantly are feeding that back to the product organization to deliver constant innovation into the platform. But today, there are 3 key areas I want to focus on that I really believe is the future of the Salesforce platform for ISVs. That's Lightning, that's Einstein, and that is a suite of new technologies for our ISV developers. So let's talk about Lightning. Yes, Lightning again. I know we've talked about Lightning the past 2 Dreamforces in the partner keynote, but this conversation is different. This year, we've seen incredible partner adoption with over 1,200 Lightning-ready apps today, including 90 of our top 100 most popular App Exchange apps are Lightning-ready. That's incredible, incredible adoption. And what's driving that adoption is the maturity of Lightning as a platform. This year, we've released over 50 base components, so it's now easier than ever for you to build custom components into your application. All of your existing Visualforce pages that you've been developing for years, they now auto-style to the Lightning experience. We've come out with the utility bar, the Lightning console, Lightning data service, and the list goes on. The point is this: if your application is not Lightning ready and you have not started adopting Lightning, the time is now. Let's talk about Einstein. So you heard Layla mention that we are on the forefront of the 4th industrial revolution, and all that is centered and powered through intelligence. And here at Salesforce, we are embedding intelligence right into our core applications and our platform with Salesforce Einstein. And throughout the year, we've rolled out Einstein into our core apps like Sales Cloud Einstein, Service Cloud Einstein, Marketing Cloud, Commerce Cloud, across our whole product suite. But as promised last year when we launched Einstein, is that it is being built right into the platform so all of you in our entire App Exchange ecosystem can take advantage of Einstein. And there are going to be two key technologies that we're going to roll out over the next few releases that you can take advantage of. Starting with the Prediction Builder, which you'll hear more about this week at Dreamforce, which I like to think about it real simply as it's Einstein for custom objects. You can declaratively, with clicks and not code, easily configure Einstein to make predictions based off all of the data stored in your custom objects. And secondly, Einstein.ai, which is a suite of APIs you can embed into your application to do things like vision and natural language processing. And over the next several releases, these will be GA technologies that you can take advantage of to make your application smarter and more intelligent than ever before. And next, I want to highlight a trio of technologies that are all GA here at Dreamforce with the Winter 18 release that fundamentally change how you develop and architect applications on the platform. Starting with platform events, which is a new modern way for you to integrate to Salesforce. Second is big objects. It is what it sounds like. You can now store billions of rows of data natively on the Salesforce platform at 1/10 the cost. And last, and certainly not least, is Salesforce DX, which I do hope it's not the first time you've heard about DX. As we've been rolling out several pilots and betas throughout the year, happy to announce it is GA here at Dreamforce with the Winter 18 release. And DX is a whole new developer experience powered by a rich command line interface to drive your developers in a much more flexible way. They can use the tools they want, and they can ultimately build their applications faster than ever before. But there is no better way to learn a new technology than to see it firsthand. And I couldn't be happier to introduce you to the next speaker and presenter who's going to show you DX live on the stage. He's the product owner of DX, but he's also one of the most ISV-minded product managers I've ever worked with in all my time here at Salesforce. Wade, huge congratulations to your team. Everybody, please welcome Wade Wegner to the stage.
Thanks. Thank you, Andrew. It is awesome to be here. Thank you for inviting me back. Last year, it was a thrill to introduce to all of you for the first time Salesforce DX. As Andrew mentioned, it's GA, and this last year has been a huge year for the platform. And I know many of you are aware of this. I know you're using Salesforce DX. We've been watching the adoption metrics. I've been communicating, spending time with a lot of you. And so it's a thrill to see how much this is making a change and a difference for all of you and your development teams. And so what we're going to do is we're going to highlight how Salesforce DX can really change the game for you and your teams. And I can't think of a better way to do that than to invite a great partner of ours onto the stage. So I'd like you all to join me in welcoming Bob Marsh, CEO of Level 11. Welcome, Bob.
Great. Thanks, Wade.
So you are a long partner of the App Exchange. Tell us a little bit about what it is you're doing and what you're up to.
Yes, we are a longtime and proud partner of Salesforce. We've got a full sales management system that's on the App Exchange. And so because we're built on Salesforce, we've been able to win and support great companies like Hewlett-Packard, Comcast, and Paycor. And what we're really obsessed about is how do we help these companies get their salespeople focused on the behaviors and actions that lead to closing more business. Yep. So there's three main parts to our product, as you know. So first is leaderboards and gamification, which is what a lot of people know us for. The second part is sales KPI and goal management. And third is a sales coaching module to help really drive structure and consistency around how sales managers manage their salespeople. Mm-hmm. So the big problem we're solving, again, is how to help salespeople stay focused on what matters. We really can drive this to help support the manager through our scorecard product, which I know we're going to take a look at here.
Yeah, in fact, you'll see it up here. And so, Bob, why don't you walk us through a little bit about how this application works, and then tell us the use case and how you thought Salesforce DX would help you bring a new product to market.
Sure. So yeah, we're taking a look at Scorecard here from the perspective of Peter Martin, who's a sales manager. And what Peter's doing is taking a look at these critical metrics that we've defined. And so if I click to the team members tab here, this is a single pane view that Peter can look at his entire organization, entire sales team and the key metrics across the top. Now, the color coding you see is driven by our pacing algorithm. And so that tells me is who's behind, who's ahead, or who's on track. And so one of the things that really stands out here is we see Martino, okay? Martino looks like he's doing horribly. But I happen to know that Martino just started a week ago. So it's really not relevant to compare him to the same goals as everybody else. Mm-hmm. And so what we saw is, this would be a great way to use DX to build a capability to enable us to adjust the goals in a ramped time, building what we're calling a goal scheduler feature.
Awesome. And so I think what we're going to do now is take a few minutes and see how we can take advantage of Salesforce DX to build out this new feature. And so I'm thrilled to be joined by Vivek and Warren over here driving the demo. And I really want to call out Brandon sitting right over here as well, one of the lead developers at Level 11 who's helped build this capability. So what we're going to do is flip over here to GitHub. And because Level 11 is taking advantage of Salesforce DX, they're driving everything through source-driven development model. And what that means is there's a lot of advantages to how they can function as a team. One of those advantages is some pretty sophisticated branch management strategies. And here you can see Vivek has already gone ahead and started to build out this new goal scheduler feature. And so what Warren's going to do is we're going to flip over here to the command line interface, and we're going to do a checkout from GitHub of the branch that Vivek has been working on. We're going to pull that source. And so you can see now Warren is grabbing the updates to this application. He's next pushing all of this source into his Scratch org. And the Scratch org is an ephemeral environment that developers can use to build applications faster and connect to things like continuous integration to make sure that we don't regress or we don't have any issues with our apps. Now that we've pushed it into that Scratch org, we're going to open it up. And here you'll see the exact same application that Bob showed us a moment ago, except now it's in our Scratch org. It's an environment that we as developers can use. And so we're going to use this to make a configuration change. We're going to take the updated information that we got from Vivek, and we're going to add it into the utility bar. And this is going to give sales managers a great and easy way to now help people like Martino so that they can end up changing some of the dynamics of what's expected. So just a simple little configuration change in that Scratch org, and when we refresh the app, what you're going to see now is that Goal Scheduler has been embedded into the application, and it's ready to go. So now that we've made that configuration change, let's come back here to the command line interface. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull that change out of the Scratch org. And the reason we're doing this is the change is in the environment that we were developing in. Now we want to pull it back out so that it's represented as source. And that source can then be checked back into our repository so that all the other developers, including Vivek, can end up using it. So one of the awesome things that Level 11 is also doing is they're using continuous integration. Let's go ahead and switch over now to Circle CI, which is a continuous integration service. Now in a moment here, and there you go, you'll see that 3 builds kicked off once we committed that source and pushed it back into the repository. And so what this is doing is it's creating a bunch of environments, running tests and validating everything that we ended up doing. And Bob, I know this is something that you, Brandon, and the rest of your team were really excited about. Tell us why you were so excited.
Yeah, big time saver here. So before this, if we want to run 1,000 tests over the course of a week within Scorecard, which is pretty common, that would take like a week. Mm-hmm. So now, I mean, you see 3 of them running here. So the idea is if multiple running at one time, huge time savers so that we can spend our time building, not testing.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Well, one of the things I want to highlight is for all of you in the room, I suspect you're already doing things like this, but if not, using Salesforce DX and the source-driven development model makes it really easy for you to set up these type of automations yourself. Now, I think we've made all the changes, so why don't we flip back to the actual production app, and Bob, tell us now how we can use this new feature to help Martino.
Sure, so again, I should have mentioned before, this would be like radically manual. I'd have to remember every week to go back and do this. So I picked out, for example, our pipeline metric, and so you see the different dates where I can ramp Martino's goals over the course of time. So pop in today's date, say, okay, this week, he has a goal of $5,000 in pipeline, much more realistic for a newly ramped rep. And if you go back to the team members tab, here we go. We can see he's now on track on what would be appropriate for a new rep here who's just ramping. And so now the key is Martino realizes he's winning. Yep. He realizes that he's on track to be another one of our very successful reps, and he's going to see that every step of the way.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure Martino appreciates it, and we appreciate you joining us today. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Wade.
So as Andrew mentioned before, there's a lot of fantastic innovation this year in the platform. And so please join us at the developer keynote tomorrow if you're interested in learning more about the technology. And of course, there's a whole bunch of other opportunities here at Dreamforce to learn more. And so now I'm thrilled to introduce my friend and colleague, Heather Conklin, to the stage to talk to you all about the new App Exchange.
Thank you so much, Wade. Salesforce DX is just incredible. If you were watching that demo and maybe not 100% sure about exactly what it was that you were seeing, take this video after Dreamforce and show it to your developers, and I promise you, they're going to go crazy for that. It's very powerful stuff. So thanks again, Wade. All right, so I have been on the AppExchange team for about 5 years now. And to give you a little bit of context about what was happening 5 years ago, we were actually in the process of moving the security review from paper and faxes, I kid you not, to the online security review wizard. And so obviously a ton of things have changed in the last 5 years. We've done a lot to the partner experience, and we've done a lot to the AppExchange. But I can honestly say that right now, this is the biggest thing that we have ever done to the AppExchange. And so I'm so excited to be up here today to show all of you the new AppExchange. So the new AppExchange is the Salesforce store. It's about so much more than apps now. This is now the store for everything a customer needs in order to work with Salesforce. And that is powerful stuff for all of you. We are making the AppExchange a destination to go day in and day out, and that means more eyes on all of your amazing solutions. Here's how we're doing it. First, we are making it faster and easier than ever before for customers to find what they're looking for on the AppExchange. And not just find what they're looking for, we're making it easier to discover new things every single day. We're doing that with new intelligent search, personalized recommendations, and an entirely new navigation. Next, there are new business opportunities for you on the AppExchange as well. We just introduced 2 new types of inventory. First is Lightning Data. Lightning Data is the ability to bring data sets into your org to get even more intelligent about your customers. The second one is Bolt Solutions, and these are templates to create Lightning communities without having to start from scratch every single time. And finally, Trailhead Learning. Trailhead is just everywhere here at Dreamforce. I mean, look at this room, right? It's hard to miss. And we are really excited to be bringing Trailhead now to the AppExchange as well. So with Trailhead Learning, we're going to be putting all kinds of rich content on the AppExchange to educate our customers about best practices right in line with all of your amazing solutions. And this is how we're going to make the AppExchange a destination to come day in and day out. But there's no better way to tell you about the new AppExchange than to show it to you. So with that, I am really excited to introduce 2 of my teammates and good friends in the back here, Josie Childs and Ben James, who are going to help us walk through a demo right now. All right, so here we are. We are on the new AppExchange. Doesn't it look amazing? If you scroll down on the new AppExchange, you're gonna see all of the different types of inventory that we have now here on a single page. So I've got my apps, components, consulting partners, and the new Lightning Data and Bolt Solutions. And then here on the bottom right, you're getting some of that Trailhead content that we were just talking about. So this is going to be sprinkled throughout the AppExchange, but here I've got a guide to the AppExchange, a video, and of course Trailhead trails. They're going to help me to learn how to make the most of all of the amazing things that I find on the AppExchange. And as a customer browsing the new AppExchange, I can always hover over any of these tiles in order to get a little more information about what I'm seeing. So here, I've got the price. The price is now required. It was the #1 ask of our customers, and so we're really happy to be giving that to them with this new release. You can also see what features are supported, what edition of Salesforce you need, and of course, you have access to all of the great customer reviews as well. But the power of the new AppExchange really comes in once we know who you are. So here, because I'm logged in, at the top, I'm seeing a set of personalized recommendations. And these are based on a number of different factors. Things like my location, what edition of Salesforce I use, my profile data, like my role in my industry, as well as all of the activity that I'm taking on the AppExchange on a daily basis. And we combine my data with the data of people like me to get even smarter about what we show. This is going to be huge for our customers. They are always coming to us and asking, what's next for me on the AppExchange? And now they need to look no further than the homepage to find that. And this level of intelligence continues on into the search experience as well. So you can see here when I search, I'm getting my recent items, I'm getting some type ahead suggestions, and when I actually go and I do this search, we're searching with a new learning algorithm. And this algorithm is learning based on not just what are we all searching for, but also what are we doing after we search. And that lets us continually refine what we show. Now let's jump into a listing. So here when we go into the listing, you're gonna see a completely different look and feel. We did a lot of research to create this new AppExchange, and we asked customers, what kind of things do you need in order to make good decisions about the things that you're seeing on the AppExchange? And this is really a reflection of all of that. So obviously, screenshots and videos are very prominently displayed, and as I scroll down, I get all of the details about this application here on a single page. I also have access to the customer reviews and this new sticky bar at the bottom. This is letting me see what's the price. I can save the listing, watch the demo video, and of course, get it now. But finally, we wanted to make sure that the new App Exchange was really easy for just anyone to come and find what they're looking for. You don't have to know what it is. And we've done that in a number of ways. First is this new navigation. You can see as I look at the new navigation, I'm seeing the inventory on the App Exchange broken down in a number of different ways. This helps with discoverability, as well as just to educate customers about what's available. Now let's jump into the App Store, and I'll show you a few things that you can do within a store as well. So in the stores, I now have access to a new category menu that allows me to see the different things that I have in the store. What's new, free, popular, and I can also, again, browse by category or collection. So we're gonna jump into all sales apps. And now, within any of the categories or just any page in the stores, you have access to these new really rich filters down the left side. And this allows me to continually refine what I'm seeing on the right based on whatever characteristics are most important to me. So now you've seen how we're making it faster and easier than ever before for customers to find what they're looking for on the App Exchange and discover new things every single day. And again, that means more eyes on all of your amazing solutions. So we're really excited to see how you all take the new App Exchange forward. And now I want to look at a customer story because our customers are doing really amazing things with the App Exchange as well. So Honeywell, it's a household name, and Honeywell is using over 200 App Exchange apps. They're doing that with their sales team, and with those apps, they're seeing an amazing lift in their productivity and their time savings. And at Honeywell's size and scale, that translates into millions of dollars for them. And while that is really incredible, it's really not just about those large customers. We have really small customers who are doing amazing things with the App Exchange as well. And so for that, I want to bring back Layla, who's going to interview one of our really small customers who actually has more App Exchange apps than they have employees. So Layla.
Thank you, Heather. I hope everyone's as excited about the new App Exchange as we are. It affords all of us a lot of opportunity, and it's going to help our customers really find a lot of new solutions. So what Heather mentioned at Honeywell is absolutely amazing, and we couldn't be more impressed. But I want to bring up someone on stage who's a slightly smaller customer of ours. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Chris Elam, CEO of Misnomer Dance Theater. Come on up here, Chris. Give me a hug. How you doing, kiddo? Good to see you. Thank you for coming. So, Chris, tell all these wonderful people about Misnomer and what you guys do.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. At Misnomer, we are a nonprofit dance and entertainment company, and we create experiences for individuals, companies, governments across the world. We've employed over 20,000 dance artists through our experiences, and we make flash mobs through our service book at flashmob.com. For team building activities, marketing campaigns, and corporate events.
That's awesome. Yeah. So how many people are at your company?
So at our core team, 9 employees.
9 employees. And how do you use Salesforce in the App Exchange? Tell us a little bit about how you came to using us and what you've done with all of the great solutions you're leveraging.
Yeah, well, we use Salesforce for pretty much everything across the board except for our dancing. So if you could
maybe we'll build a dance app next.
Choreography, please. No, really, for our marketing, our donations, the management of all of our events, our flash mob directors, being able to have all this information and data not just siloed in our different softwares that we use, but to have it all have a free flow through Salesforce has been critically valuable to us.
That's awesome. How many App Exchange apps do you use?
We have 65 in our...
Woo! 65. I like that. That's good. Okay, so now tell us, what does the future look like for Misnomer, Chris? What are you guys going to do next?
Well, you know, as we continue to scale globally and doing more events, and we've been offering new types of experiences through our brand ambassador programs, we're using Salesforce in so many different ways, especially with Lightning now mobilely for all of our flash mob directors across all 50 states and 11 countries. So that's all key and critical. And, you know, I've just got to give a a special shout out that Mark Benioff first saw me give a talk and a dance back in 2008 and invited us to perform at the Salesforce internal meeting. And we started using the Salesforce at that time, and it's been so critical to our scaling. What you guys do is just really...
Yeah, he's not too bad. He's pretty cool. We like him. All right. Thank you, Chris. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Chris Elam, CEO of Misnomer. So, you know, I can't tell you enough how honored we are to be the ones that kick off this show. And we walked through 3 big chapters of what's going on for ISVs and partners in the App Exchange at Salesforce. So now I want to welcome up on stage my good friend, Ross Eberhart. Come here, Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ross Eberhart. He is one of our senior sales leaders on the ISV team, and he's been here forever. How long have you been here, Ross?
7 years. This
7 years.
6th Dreamforce.
6th Dreamforce. I like that. So, Ross, you and I have a great honor right now. We get to announce something. Why don't you tell everyone what we're about to do?
We're announcing the 2017 Appy Award winner. The Appy Award recognizes one App Exchange partner annually for their commitment to customer success, innovation, and living Ohana. This year's award was selected by the App Exchange leadership team based on nominations made by Salesforce employees. 5 years ago, this partner came into our ecosystem with an amazing vision to reimagine and reinvent banking in the cloud. I'm proud to announce nCino as the 2017 Appy Award winner. Please welcome Pierre Nadet, CEO of nCino, on stage to receive this amazing award.
We're so proud of you.
Thank you very much. This is pretty awesome. The first one ever, huh?
Woo!
Yes, Pierre. So tell us how you leveraged your banking expertise, innovation, and living Ohana to reinvent banking.
You know, to us, it's about 2 things. Innovation and culture of the company, okay? Half of our people are actually ex-bankers recovering from the industry and actually try to innovate and reinvent banking as we see the future. And so culture is all about empowering of people, really doing what's right for the customer, right there on the spot, make a decision, etc. Innovation is this platform. It allows us to write code at about 5x the speed I could do in my previous life. So we innovate at a pace that not a single competitor can keep up with us.
That's great. So tell us what's next for Salesforce and the nCino partnership.
You know, the first thing is we are 100% aligned with FAC. You know, we've built that relationship over the past 5 years. We aligned technically, etc. And now it's on, we've embraced Lightning, and it's all about data. So it's going to be all about AI, data, dissemination of data. And I hope that a few years from now, you will look at CNBC or Bloomberg, and you will see the nCino index for banking on there, okay? That's
great.
And that's how dominant we're going to become together.
We hope so, too. Pierre, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, nCino. You can find out more about nCino and the Financial Services Cloud partnership at the Financial Services Cloud keynote on Wednesday, I believe. Thank you.
So there is no better way to see our ecosystem in action than what's about to happen when you walk out those doors. So we have the Expo, which I'm sure all of you have spent more time in than you would care to admit at this point, getting your booths ready, but that's about to get ready and get going. Tomorrow afternoon, we have the Dream Pitch in here. I'll be hosting that. It's a really fun contest showcasing some of the innovation and great technologies. We have some fun celebrity judges. And then, of course, Dreamforce is all about our partners. So we have Startup Valley, we have the App Exchange Den, we have the Partner Lodge. We're here to talk to you, to meet with you, meet customers, meet each other, spend time getting to know each other, and have a great Dreamforce. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the consulting keynote will be in this exact same room in an hour and will be equally packed with awesomeness that you want to be a part of. So with that, thank you. Have an awesome Dreamforce, and we are so humbled by all you do for us. Thank you.
I wrote a blog post about this a few years ago that I was never expecting to go, I guess, viral, but it did. And the blog post is titled, "The Best Thing I Built on Salesforce, My Career." And it's true.
I was an at-home mom. I thought I I was going to be the world's best pediatric surgeon.
I went to school for business. I was not in this industry a couple of years ago.
I went to school to be a lawyer. I was a cosmetologist and a hairdresser. If you would have asked me 15 years ago if I would have a career in technology, I would have told you were crazy.
You know, and it's not easy to put yourself out there. I think about what is it that makes you excited and happy and passionate.
What is it that I really love? Why do I like doing this stuff?
Maybe your passion is veterans, if your passion might be retail, or if you're in banking, you can really take what you learn in Salesforce and you can apply it to any industry.
That was an eye-opener for me. This is a huge universe. I can actually start to dream about what I want to do.
The power of the Salesforce platform allows you to do so many things. You can do so much with it.
I'm flying with Einstein! Woohoo! The sky is the limit. The limit is your imagination.
We're going to bring our customer a level of service that is extraordinary.
That's what it's all about. It's all about the customer.
I can now talk to case study example after case study example of where, with Salesforce, we've been able to pull this off. That's exciting.
That's where it's been life-changing. I never thought I had the ability to do that, and I think Salesforce is not only giving me technical skills, it's giving me confidence in myself to know that I can achieve these things.
Being a trailblazer is coming out first and clearing the path for others.
It's being the voice of the customer.
You're giving them something that they're looking for.
You're always making sure that the best technology is at their fingertips.
These tools actually push me to figure out what the best is every day.
All of that is not possible without an incredible tool like Trailhead.
The best thing about Salesforce and the smartest thing they've ever done is the community.
It is phenomenal.
The Trailhead community, it just takes you wherever you need to go.
I somehow found the user group and I went in there and I was actually hoping to pay somebody to help me, and all these people helped me for free. I will never ever forget that feeling, and I remember that experience and I try to recreate that for other people.
It's an amazing example of what an ecosystem can really do when it bands together and focuses on how we can all make each other better.
Where you can not only be proud of the work that you're doing, but the people you're doing it with.
That's the magic of Salesforce.
It's changed my life. It really has, and it's changed my company and the customers that I work with.
When your customers are happy, your company's thriving. And when your company's thriving, you're truly at your best. You're at the top of your game.
This is what I was meant to do my whole life.
Being your best is not only having a great career, but it's enabling others to have a great career. And I think that makes me my best.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dreamforce 2017. I'm Christy Polis. I'm the Director of Social and Content for Salesforce, and I'm here with my good friend and colleague, John Suarez Davis, the Chief Strategy Officer for the Marketing Cloud. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Now, the atmosphere in here is absolutely incredible as we look at this amazing trailhead zone around us, and there's so many customer trailblazers. What are you really looking forward to at Dreamforce this year?
Well, first of all, I mean, this is absolutely amazing. And this is only my second Dreamforce. So I'm still a neophyte, but, you know, I've been in marketing for 20 plus years. And what I'm really looking for is how all of the solutions are brought right here in San Francisco at Dreamforce, and how these solutions are helping, in my case, marketers. I'm most concerned with marketers as Chief Strategy Officer of the Marketing Club, how they're enabling marketers to get closer to the consumer and deliver these exceptional brand experiences that are going to drive their business.
That's so exciting. Now, we're here today to talk about the 4th annual State of Marketing report. And while some people may have actually seen reports about it in Forbes, on Business Wire, and VentureBeat, or something else, many people may not actually know what that is. Can you tell us a little bit about it, John?
Yeah, the 4th annual State of Marketing report is a fantastic report. We surveyed over 3,500 marketers globally, both B2C and B2B. And what it's really looking for is to enable a marketer with key trends that are happening in the marketplace that can help guide their strategies and tactics, again, to get closer to the consumer on the B2C side or the customer on the B2B side and really drive business results.
That's fantastic. So what were some of the tactics that you saw with the top performers?
Yeah, well, you know, it's interesting, Christy, I thought about having, reviewed the report now for a couple of years. We are seeing a level of consistency around all marketers really deeply understand that they need to get closer to the consumer and deliver these exceptional personalized experience. So personalization, it can be found throughout the report. And I think one thing that's really interesting to note is that, personalization can mean many things to different marketers. And so another interesting piece of research findings came out of the research was this idea of relevancy. And so that marketers really need to deliver relevant experiences, and not only in marketing channels, but across the entire consumer journey.
That's amazing. So it really seems like customers are competing today based on that customer experience, right? And marketers are really leading the charge behind that. So can you talk a little bit about what we found out about those top performers and how they're leading that charge?
Yeah, absolutely. And you're correct. I mean, the marketing function, this is an incredibly dynamic time for marketing. Yes, marketing is being reinvented yet again. And what we're seeing is that they know that they need to deliver these personalized experiences, as we said. But in order to do that, they're having to do a couple things. One, they're having to change their organizational structure. They're fundamentally thinking about if they need to get closer to the consumer, there are new roles and responsibilities and fundamental designs of the marketing department that have to change. So that's number one. Number two, they are absolutely doubling down on marketing technology solutions. And one interesting thing in the report, and it was very near and dear to my heart, I talked about how the data management platform is the #1 marketing technology that marketers are going to be investing in the next couple of years. And it makes sense because the data management platform is right. It's capturing in all the data and making sense of it to allow marketers to unlock rich insights. And the third thing that they are doing is they are really leaning into transformational technologies such as artificial intelligence. Marketers absolutely understand that in order to deliver these connected, personalized experiences across the entire journey, and as you said, compete on the basis of customer experience, they need to leverage artificial intelligence to do that.
Really interesting. So they're using that to help connect the customer experience. What other ways are companies using AI in marketing?
Well, there's a couple of really interesting ways. And first, it's important to note, and you'll see this in the research, the way that the research is broken out is broken into one category is high performers. And let's be honest, we all want to be high performers. And so what we saw is that high performers right now today, 2/3 of them are using artificial intelligence. And the way they're using it is in areas such as what would think? Personalized content, being able to use artificial intelligence to get smarter about their audience targeting. And then also one that's really interesting, I believe, is that you take something like email. We would say a tried and true, one of the highest ROI tactics a marketer has, and they're using artificial intelligence to identify audiences who are highly likely to engage with an email, and moving that investment over into those cohorts, or, as important, using artificial intelligence to identify segments who are not responding to email. So what does that enable them to do? Well, that enables them to use other channels, like mobile or maybe social channels.
That's fantastic. Now, you talked about something that's near and dear to my heart there, that was email. But what were some surprises that came out of this? Anything new? Any new information?
Well, I think that one part that's new is, again, this organizational change as far as the report that came out new. I think that marketers now and companies in general really understand that technology is an imperative. They must invest in marketing technology. But you know what? This is a bigger story than just about technology. This is about the capabilities, and this is, again, something that we believe in at Salesforce, about trailblazers, right? And so I think in general, companies really understand that it's going to take marketing trailblazers to move them forward into the future of intelligent marketing, and that started to surface in the report.
Oh, that's fantastic. Now, the other area that I care about, since I do run Salesforce's social team, is what's happening in social. What's new there?
Yeah, it's social. Talk about one of the most dynamic parts of the marketplace, right? Social. And there is this one specific that I just have to bring up because we saw it come out in the report, and now at Salesforce, we have something called the Salesforce, the Einstein Vision for social, right? And again, this is the marriage of social and artificial intelligence coming together, kind of what we've all been waiting for. And what it's doing is it's enabling companies who normally take, quite frankly, numerous manual tasks to go through, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of images, right, to look for influencers or to look for their products. And now Einstein Vision is taking artificial intelligence and it's going through tens of thousands of images, pulling up, hey, that's our product, or hey, that's an influencer, or hey, there's a problem with our product, and we need to now route this through customer service. And customers are able to connect the dots and move the data through across the complete journey. As you can see, I'm pretty excited about it. I know it's your domain, but I'm excited about it.
No, absolutely. It's amazing to see this integration between marketers and the overall customer experience. And that marketing is no longer just about what you think of as marketing anymore, right? It's got sales, it's service.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, and one data point that is an industry data point, but there's even the chief marketing officer title has evolved. Many companies now have chief growth officers and chief digital officers and other chief customer officers. And what's that's signaling to the marketplace is that marketing is transforming. It's actually becoming, I believe, much more critical to the success of every company. And the marketer has to envision not only their typical marketing channels, the way they've engaged with their consumer or their customer, but they need to think about it across commerce channels and service channels and community channels. And that's a dawn of kind of a new age.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. So if people want to learn more about this state of marketing, where can they go?
Well, they can absolutely go right to salesforce.com and download it there. And they can also, get it at, we're here at Dreamforce, and we're going to be talking about it throughout the next couple of days, but it'll also be on, you can also watch it on YouTube as well.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, John. I'm Christy Polis, here from Salesforce. Have a great Dreamforce.
Hold your hats and don't let your wigs fly back. You are about to be blown away.
For the past 18 years, Salesforce has been transforming the way businesses around the world connect with their customers.
And today, we are the fastest growing top 5 enterprise software company in the world.
We want to help you deliver a seamless, amazing customer experience.
Salesforce is our eyes and ears.
It's the most important thing that any business can have right now.
We can give a great experience to the customer.
It's empowered our team to really make better, faster decisions and send ideas to the surface.
Now everything is in the palm of their hand.
What do we make of Salesforce.com, the king of cloud computing?
We are the leader. We are the #1 sales platform in the world. We are the #1 marketing solution in the world. And #1 in service.
The world has turned to CRM, and the world has turned to Salesforce.
Salesforce encompasses every single important tech trend.
This is working. We are definitely doing the right thing, and we can see the growth.
Salesforce is the source of truth.
We are incredibly excited to join the family.
We have an amazing amount of innovation. And our job is to bring that innovation to you.
Einstein puts AI in your sales, your service, your commerce, and your marketing.
All to help you connect with your customers in a smarter and whole new way.
And this has built something amazing, the Salesforce economy.
Trailhead is your path into the Salesforce ecosystem. This is your way forward.
And what really defines Salesforce is this.
Trust,
growth,
innovation,
equality. These values define who we are as a company.
It's a company that deeply, deeply cares.
And at Salesforce, we're guided by this model of giving.
1% of our time.
1% of our equity.
And 1% of our products. You love to see that in 5 years, 5 million apprentice jobs in America.
It's something actionable that we can do.
Education is that one thing that levels that playing field. It opens the doors of opportunities.
Companies have stepped up.
We recognize that education is a quality.
A trailblazer is a pioneer. It is a forward thinker. It is somebody who inspires, who thinks differently.
Trailhead is unlike any other learning experience I've ever had.
It's personalized learning that's fun.
You can be anything that you want to be. There's so much love within the community for each other and for helping each other.
The company has a soul, and that soul is our Ohana.
That adventure has catapulted us to a place I don't think anyone would have imagined 18 years ago.
We are Ohana. It is the Hawaiian word for family. Our customers, our partners, our employees, all of our stakeholders.
You guys are key to our success.
Because together, we are Salesforce.
I lost my mother in 95 and I lost my father in 99, not knowing that they were HIV positive. No one knew what was wrong with me until I was 10. That's when the doctors diagnosed me with HIV. How can I put it? It was just, for me, I felt like this is just the end of the world. When I was growing up, doctors told my granny to say that this girl won't reach the age of 13. I felt like giving up.
It's impossible to describe the hopelessness. Every home in every village was devastated from HIV. Graves in the front yard of the entire family, orphan-run households. Everyone assumed they would die. And when you have that, why would you educate your children? Why would you try to get a job? The entire lifeblood of a village, of a community, of a nation was drained.
But at the same time, then a movement started to say, hey, we have to change that. We cannot morally afford to let millions of people die if actually we have treatment available. That led to the creation of the Global Fund with this simple idea. Let countries, let individuals, let companies who can afford to share some money, share that. So governments started to contribute, and we mobilized billions of dollars so that we can make health services available for those in greatest need. And then came this brilliant idea by Bono and Bobby Shriver. Let's focus on iconic brands, and they would engage their customers to say, hey, by purchasing fantastic products, we can actually save lives.
It's really not about charity, it's about justice, and that each life has equal value. When you see people that don't get medication and where they live determines whether they live or die, it does take your breath away, and it makes it seem like, okay, for 30 cents a day to keep somebody alive, we should be doing that. And so the world rallied. We've given $360 million to the Global Fund, and we work very hard to raise awareness of where we are in the fight against AIDS. In particular, women and girls are hit hardest.
So imagine being a young girl who was not registered at birth because she's a girl, didn't matter. Imagine being a girl who's told that if she wants to go to secondary school, she has to get some money, which often means encouraging sexual relations, which leads to an HIV epidemic in these young girls. We cannot see the end of this epidemic without a more gender-equal world. There are clubs like RISE that bring adolescent girls and young women together to tell them the truth, that they have equal dignity and worth, and give them the power to act.
So what we're trying to do through the RISE program, which is funded by the Global Fund, is to allow young women to form a sisterhood and encourage each other and then take responsible action.
RISE gave me that power that I am a woman. I need to stand up there and do what I want. And being amongst young women who have the same dream as you, it gives you that power.
Hope came in with me understanding. Support groups helped me to accept and see that I can still live, and there is a reason for me to live. I've got a daughter, which I was told that I won't even have babies. I think she's the main person that I can say that I'm fighting my life for, so I want to be the best mother ever that I didn't have. And here I am at the age of 25, still alive and living healthy as ever.
We get to hear these amazing stories every day from the people who have been impacted by the Red Funds. And now, thanks to Salesforce, we're actually able to combine all of those stories and to share them in a really beautiful and easy way.
In addition to millions of dollars that Salesforce has given, they've helped us have the tools to run better. We need to be smarter, more efficient, mobile, on the go.
Having this increased capacity because of Salesforce just means more partners, more products, and more campaigns, which ultimately is more money to the Global Fund.
Programs supported by the Global Fund have saved 20 million lives. 20 million lives. Virtually everyone 15 years ago said where we are today was impossible, that we couldn't accomplish this. It was too complicated, couldn't be done. It's been done.
10 years ago, 1,500 babies were born each day with HIV. Now it's down to 400. By 2020, we can get that to virtually zero, and we'll have an AIDS-free generation.
There's so much hope if you believe.
Lightning bolts are a way to accelerate a Salesforce community implementation.
It allows us to package a really engaging, rich user experience, but behind that, we can also deliver all the key business logic, data models, and the things that really make your Salesforce instance sing.
At Aperio, we're really excited to build solutions that enable us to showcase our industry expertise and bring them to new clients and new industries.
Every customer is the most important customer. Think about our business. We sell 1.9 billion drinks a day. Good companies have to be on the front foot. They have to understand the expectations of the modern customer, the speed they want, the data and intelligence that they want to see, the help they want with their business to grow. That means full integration with our customers. That's how we win. That's our magic.
Today, we live in fascinating times. Technology is driving immense change. And I think it's exciting that we embrace that, making certain that our customers always have good experiences.
If you think about our sales department and service departments, if you want to use old terminology, they were kind of different departments working sort of in silos. There was communication, but it wasn't fully integrated. And that was a big gap for us.
I was personally amazed when I got exposed to Service Cloud and Salesforce.
It's allowing us to have a more expansive conversation, real time with the customer.
Previously, our call center agents were just taking calls that were around issues of things that weren't working well. Today, they've been trained no different than a sales associate. They have significant information in front of them that now even allows them to create sales. So we've really brought team-based selling to life.
I can take an order, I can take a case, I can take everything. As an agent, I can handle you, Mr. Customer, your request in one-stop shop.
All the information they need is right there at their fingertips. A total 360-degree view of our customer.
So we are seeing this increase in our agent passion.
When we are able to move at a faster rate of speed, we win and our customers win. When we're able to place new equipment, we're able to quickly drive sales. It's good for the customer, it's good for us.
Something as simple as delivering a cooler. That fragmented process sometimes took months in the past. Today, with Salesforce for Service and Field Service Lightning, we get that work done in less than 72 hours.
Once it's placed, they can check immediately on the box, let the whole team know that it's there.
With the Internet of Things, we're making these devices smart and intelligent to send us data.
So our customers can receive SMS messages around products been ordered, products on its way. It can be merchandised correctly, and we're up in business so much faster than before.
It's always about connecting with the customer. And one of the things that we know is important is personalization.
Salesforce and our Customer One platform enable us to identify the specific needs of individual customers and groups of customers.
This technology allows us to know that their business is going to spike. We give them that information and ensure that they're in stock when they need to be with the right brands. So it's taken us from a transactional relationship between Coca-Cola and a customer to a true business partnership, and they love that.
And when you really look at where we're at, our digital journey has just started. I think that the fun times are ahead of us, and Salesforce is going to be a big part of it.
Never been
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nicholas Davis, Head of Society and Innovation, World Economic Forum.
Good morning again, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. We're just about to launch into what I hope will be a fantastic discussion about industry transformation. So we'll be building on the previous panel, which was around the promise of artificial intelligence, and focus really on three key questions that are on the minds, I think, on a lot of you in the audience and watching online, but also people around the world trying to make sense of this phenomenon that we're calling the fourth industrial revolution. So the three questions for today, and I'll bring out the panelists in a second, are going to be firstly focusing around how is the role of the CEO and senior leadership changing in a world where what we understand about the future and how we predict things is so different and so much more complex than it was previously. The second question is really going to be then around, well, what do you do? What are you experimenting and playing with emerging technologies, and how are you dealing with relationships outside your company in terms of making sense of this world and driving results, particularly for customers and shareholders? And then we're going to finish up with talking about how you empower your workforce and how you manage relationships with the community in a world where we need new skills. And so I hope that this will be a session that you find not only interesting, but useful as you transform your own organizations in that way. So with that, can I welcome onto stage first Marcelle Parrish. She's the President of Global Digital Operations at Ralph Lauren. Then Bernard, hold your applause to the end if you may. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Bernard J. Tyson, the Chairman and CEO of Kaiser Permanente. And finally, Stephen Bird, who's the CEO of Global Consumer Banking, Global Consumer Bank at Citi. Thank you very much, everyone, and let's get started. So maybe, Marcelle, if I can lead off with you, a question about how you're feeling about the changing role of the CEO and president and senior leadership at Ralph Lauren in the midst of changing technology, changing relationships and strategies with customers. What challenges are you facing, and what have you been doing to make this more empowering and more focused on the value that you're trying to create?
Absolutely. I think it's a great question. When you look at, for Ralph Lauren, we're in the midst of a transformation, and our goal is to win the hearts and minds of our consumers back. And so with our Way Forward plan, it's really our role as senior leaders to consistently evolve our product experience, to really ensure that our consumers are falling in love. We were just talking about this backstage, falling in love with our brand, our experiences, and ultimately we're delighting them with our products. I think for us, there's three key pillars that we look at. First and foremost, it's data, whether it's customer data, external data, social. When we think about how important it is to intake that data into a consistent feedback loop so we can continuously evolve the product, the experiences, the design of our products, that's so critical for us in terms of how we protect it, how we ensure that it makes its way throughout the organization. The second piece is the organization. For us, when you think about our employees, they are the most fundamental aspect of our company. We think of them as differentiating us against all of the other aspects in the industry and how they deliver and execute and create our product. So we really want to create a community for our employees. And it's not just about the self-development and the continued training that we have for our employees. It's really also about how we as an organization affect more broadly outside of retail and impact and change people's lives. So at Ralph Lauren, we've never thought of ourselves as just a product company. It's all about how we change the lives of others. We created our Pink Pony Initiative, which is our worldwide fight against cancer. It was created back in 2000. We've given back millions of dollars to the community in this fight against cancer. And that's something our employees it really resonates with them. But we wanted to go further and really enable every one of our employees to participate in giving back. And so we created RL Gives Back, which is a volunteering program for all of our employees, which really affects where they work and live in their communities. So we've enabled our employees to get behind the causes that they love, that's so important for them. And I think that what we've heard is just great joy, and that we stand for something more than just the products we deliver. And I think for us, the third aspect, the third pillar, is innovation. Our founder and CEO have put innovation at the core of our company. David Lauren is our Chief Innovation Officer, and we've created teams cross-functionally, product, design, businesses, that can really work across the organization, but are not hindered by P&L or the everyday operations that hold them back from thinking about what tomorrow is. I think as an organization, what we think is so critical is we are as close to the customer as we possibly can be to understand what their evolving needs are and what is that technology that's going to enable us to meet that. So we've structured it in that way. I think for all of us, when we think about digital experiences, it's not just about our industry, it's about the consumer is experiencing digital aspects across every one of our industries. And if we're not at that cutting edge, then we're not as relevant to the consumer. So that's really our role, is to continuously iterate.
And can you give me a sense maybe of what are the challenges in delivering on that vision? Because that sounds amazing, but transforming an organization, adapting to new trends in this way, can't be as easy as setting the strategy.
It's nothing. I'm just teasing you. It's interesting you ask, because of course we have a long way to go, and it's not always easy. And I think for us, it's breaking down the silos within the organization that develop with bigger corporations and enabling the teams to work in a more agile way, and empowering the teams at the lowest level to be the decision makers. And that's been something that's we're working on continuously transforming. It's enabling every single aspect, driving the accountability to every aspect of the employee to really drive those decision makings and work quickly. And then the second piece of that is the distribution of that data. So it's very easy for us to collect data. I mean, you'll hear that across the board today, how important data is. But it's the dissemination of that data and translating it into actionable results that we continue to work on.
Thank you. Bernard, have you seen your role change as chairman and CEO at Kaiser Permanente in recent years as these technology shifts evolve? And if so, are you doing anything differently today, or do you want to be doing something differently in 3 to 4 years in order to adapt and transform?
I think it's more around evolving. And yes, I mean, the technology that's coming on board today is happening much faster. And for an organization like Kaiser Permanente, we look inside of the industry as well as outside of the industry. So we get signals of what's happening outside of the industry. And it's fitting into the context of the transformation that we're going through, even within Kaiser Permanente, as we challenge the value proposition of healthcare in the 21st century. So from that standpoint, it's been consistent. I'm a strong believer that now in the 21st century, we need to transition from a fix-me healthcare system that really comes to the rescue when you're sick to how healthcare becomes a value proposition in which you're doing a couple of things. One is you're maximizing the healthy life years of individuals. And ironically, one's health is predetermined about more around social behavior, how you sleep, how you eat, how you exercise. That's about 40% of the determining factors of the health outcome of an individual. About 30% is based on, and this is where the data gets controversial, whether it's 30% here or 30% on what I'm going to tell you. I like the 30%. 30% is really based on the zip code, where you live. The infrastructure around your community, in fact, is one of the bigger also predeterminants of health. And then the third area is around genetics, your genetic makeup, which is about 20%. 10% is healthcare, right? So you look at the industry has been built really around the creation of a hospital, and then everything else is wrapped around that. So technology in Kaiser Permanente is allowing us to challenge that whole concept with virtual visits and the ability to connect with our physicians in very different ways today than historically in our organization and in the industry. Then the last thing is you start to see how with the technology you can begin to connect the dots. And the dots for me is around the information. And so how does an organization like Kaiser Permanente in the future maintain information with our members around their health habits, around eating, around sleeping? How do we help in the next generation of gadgets and tools that truly becomes information that gives the person better information about choices that he or she wants to make about their lives? And so the opportunities are significant in rethinking the value proposition of health.
But you're talking here a lot about shifting behavior then. You're talking shifting behavior and from the perspective of the consumer and people in that community, but also physicians, and you have over 220,000 employees in Kaiser Permanente, another, I think you said 22,000 doctors in there. How have you found the challenge of helping or encouraging staff members to change what they do and how this operates to become more customer-centric in this new vision of healthcare?
Well, you know, change is always hard. I guess that's a full stop, right? Part two. And if you are a part of that change process where you don't feel like it's being done to you, but you start to understand the bigger picture, and I think that's a big part of the role of the CEO, is to make sense out of the landscape, is to talk about the realities of where we must go in the future. We're working on something right now. Most of our employees are in labor unions. We've had partnerships with the labor organizations for the last 20 years. We just sat down and had a tremendously impactful meeting to talk about how we're going to work together going forward into this uncertain future. Mm-hmm. So one of the things I guarantee is that there's going to be change. Whether we make it happen or it happens to us, we don't have a choice here. Change will happen. The question is, how much of it do we want to own and create together? And then the other part is, how much of it will we simply react to? So I feel strongly that's a journey you need to take the mind share, as I call it, of the entire organization through. It shouldn't be just a few people in today's environment who holds the key and then we're going to do it to everyone else. It is a process that the CEOs need to figure out how to engage the entire organization about some of the inevitables. And I think that's a critical part of the change process in the 21st century.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things we see very, very clearly in the conversations we have through the World Economic Forum is this huge tension between trying every day to wake up and understand how the world is changing, and on the other hand, working in your organization and with stakeholders to shape that in the direction that creates value for your stakeholders. And we often hear about how fast technology is changing in that regard and what we need to make sense of. And we also hear this story, which in some ways is fair, in some ways is a little bit unfair, about how governments and the public sector are struggling to catch up or keep at the forefront of technology change. Obviously, where in the case, as we saw from the earlier panel, so much of this innovation in its development and application sense is being driven by the private sector. And Stephen, you work in consumer banking, but banking as a whole is a regulated industry. What's your sense of how CEOs can and should be working, as Bernard said, in partnership with the public sector, with policymakers, to create a more kind of fit for purpose, maybe you would say future compatible environment in the light of the changes that are happening?
Well, first of all, we are absolutely responsible for shaping regulation in partnership with government and the regulators, because it's only by, working together in partnership can you figure out what is the right way to serve our customers better. And if you think about why does regulation exist? It exists to firstly protect the customer, and in banking for good reason, because we borrow money from the public to run our business. Our customers are the creditors of the business, so you start on a basis that that's the right objective of regulation. Secondly, it's to protect and ensure that the system actually is viable and sustainable, because so much of our economy is dependent upon the ongoing viability of the financial system. And then the third factor, which is critical, is to ensure that the banking system doesn't get abused by bad actors. So anti-money laundering, terrorism, funding, etc. So if you as a CEO of a business, of a bank, if you recognize that protecting the customer, well, that's the only thing that's going to ensure that you actually have a viable institution in the first place. So you're in the same place as the regulators for that. Ensuring that your business is sustainable and has the ability to be here in the future. As a custodian of the entity, you should be in the same place on that. And then ensuring that you're not, participating in malfeasance in the economy. So there should be no basis in terms of principle of disagreement with regulators. And in my experience, so we have a licensed banking business in over 100 countries. In the consumer world, we are North America, Mexico, and Asia. The regulators are actually leaning into the future. I mean, they are asking us, they're asking me, what are you doing about cloud? What are you doing about AI? Is it public or private cloud? What are you doing about cybersecurity? How do you manage blockchain? All of these are the right questions to be asking. Now, what we ask for in return is that as a major financial institution, we should have a level playing field with the fintechs. So there shouldn't be some advantage in being a small startup that a large, well-funded institution shouldn't be able to do. And that's why we set up our own fintech unit, and that's why we're using that as a spearhead into the future, so that as an organization, we are figuring out what is going on.
So the point of figuring out what's going on comes up again, because in order to shape the future, you have to be able to see the structure and understand, what your capabilities are. And maybe if I just dive a little bit deeper there, Stephen, into something you just said there, which is the idea of there being a level playing field with fintech. We talked briefly backstage about the fact that in China, consumer banking has leapfrogged. Some of the biggest providers there now are different entities. Can you maybe comment then about who in global banking, consumer banking, who's changing the landscape? Is it small startups that start to, gain mind share, market share, or is it the tech players? Is it platforms such as Alipay and others in China? What's your sense of where the industry transformation is going, and who has the power to shape this with regulators, but also more generally?
So the way we think about it is that, I guess, first of all, you have to recognize that our business was built with prior technologies, and they are increasingly becoming obsolete. So they are certainly in obsolescence. I think all of the big financial institutions are in agreement on that. What has happened, I think, for the first time in history, is that the marketplace has already completed its systems conversion before the big institutions. So if you think about it, everybody in this room, all of us, have elected our favored solution stack, which is smartphones, fast networks, brilliant apps, cloud, and AI. That's a brand new solution stack. Now, our businesses were built when you had to have a physical place of business, a vault, you had call centers that landlines called into. You had credit operation centers where pieces of paper with data were sent and there were decisions made on the basis of credit. In this brand new environment, and when we think about it, this is an environment that has really only come to fruition since '08. So you think about the first iPhone, you think about the first apps, you think about us all having gone through 3G, 4G, LTE. It's a brand new thing that is taking place. And if you look at the debate that's, what is the impact of social media on society? What is the impact of the Amazon on the local high street? What is the impact of self-driving cars on jobs, et cetera, et cetera? So there's a brand new environment, a new solution stack, and we are adopting that solution stack. So who's changing the world? Well, there has been a massive inrush of new competitive actors. So we know that through 2015 and 16, $2 billion a month was going into fintech. So just think about that. That's 2,000 million a month was going into fintech startups, many of them in California. So what we did as a team, we came out to California, actually in my first week in the job, and we met with all of those guys that were typical, and we tried to observe what are they doing. Well, they're building a business that has no legacy. It starts with the new solution stack. They're typically building a business that is going after one narrow, typically lucrative segment of a large financial institution. So you're seeing, lending, where's the highest yield is, your lending clubs, lending trees, Prosper, and the wealth space, et cetera. So what we wanted to do was, let's have the same advantages that they have by setting up our own startups. Let's enforce the use of brand new technology so that you're not held back by the legacy of your systems. And let's have a culture that is so connected to the customer that you co-create the solution. And that's the real one true north. If you can connect your value propositions to the customers through co-creation, which forces you to learn agile, Scrum teams, prototyping, rapid releases, test and learn small, all of those things, then we can use the scale advantages of trusted brands, large brands, well-funded institutions, in truth, large technology budgets relative to fintechs, et cetera, and repurpose them to serve customers better. And that's what we're doing.
So here's a second big tension coming out from the panel, this idea of solving for size and scale for global brands and global operations against not necessarily just the disruptive power of smaller operators, but putting in a new vision and being able to do so, but while learning, being agile, being engaged, and reducing that distance between maybe the CEO of a large, multi-thousand person organization and the customer that rightly wants the best experience, the best outcomes in the case of healthcare, as you mentioned. Bernard, how in Kaiser Permanente are you dealing with learning? How are you setting up your organization to be able to manage differentiated local markets, differentiated individual needs, a whole range of obviously specialties and contexts by zip code for the people that you care about?
It's a great question. It's evolving, but I would say fundamentally it's shifted completely away from this whole notion of strategy planning happens in a closed door with the senior-most team and that's it, and then we deliver, the strategy to the organization. It's much more of an engaged process now across the enterprise, and it requires better clarity of what's enterprise-wide versus what happens at the local level. Because the tension is also how do you leverage innovation going on in different parts of the organization, but quite frankly, how do you then scale it so the entire organization benefit from it? And so if you look at what big organizations like Kaiser Permanente and others have been doing until now, It's been really trying to take advantage of how big we are by operating in a way, right? Going from the different ways to more of a one way of doing it as a concept, which, by the way, there's a lot of benefit to that, especially as brands really look for consistency across geographic areas. And that is the expectation that people should and have of all of our organizations, but in particular, an organization like Kaiser Permanente. So to make it concrete, if we have figured out in Northern California through our medical practice the best procedures and protocols for heart disease, then our members in Mid-Atlantic should also benefit from those learnings as well, and it should not be geographically confined. And so there's a lot of benefit to the system-wide thinking, and we have invested in that, and we have taken full advantage of that, and you see the bar of performance rising everywhere across the program. The challenge now is how do we, and in Kaiser Permanente it's called a shared agenda that we're working on, how do we now tap into a different energy level of our 220-something thousand employees, and in our Permanente medical groups, over 23,000 physicians. And I would argue that today, all of our organizations is not fully benefiting from the intellect of the organization, because we have protocols and policies and procedures and work rules and all that stuff to get a group of people to behave as consistently as possible, right? And so if you stop and think about that, you got highly intelligent people who live in this complicated world and make it happen every single day, and they walk into our organization and we have conditioned them that these are the 10 things I want you to do, or the 20 things I want you to do. And so what we're working on is saying, no, actually, I want you to co-create. You're doing the work every single day. What do you think about the future of this organization? And if you were sitting in my seat, how would you think about the future of the company? And so a lot of this is to free up the energy to get the new learnings and the new insights, in particular from the very people who probably have the best knowledge of the state of where we are and can contribute to where we want to go through. I think the last piece, though, is, and I sort of call it organized chaos, because you are creating chaos, right? Because people, managers and executives, we've been taught a certain way, and now the role of the manager is not power and control and dictatorship at times. It's coaching and bringing new energy forward and really engaging and bringing better clarity to where you want to drive the organization into the future. And so different skills are needed for that to happen. But we move at a very fast pace now, and so there's got to be a decision maker. At some point, you got to say, okay, now we're going north. Right. And then you got to get everybody lined up to go north, and that's the dynamic tension that goes on, I think, in many of our companies today, for sure, inside of Kaiser Permanente.
Maybe I could pick up, because I love what Bernard said about...
See, we're talking about that love again. So.
Yeah, exactly, that you can't, strategic development in the ivory tower. I mean, right. It's a complete fallacy. So the first thing that we've done is you've got to, don't fake that you know the answer. That's the worst thing senior management could do, is fake that they know the answer in some way, can, predict the future. I ask the question, am I future compatible? So when I'm, leading, global town halls with, 110,000 people on, am I future compatible? And we've studied what future compatibility, what are the traits or the characteristics that will determine whether our company's over 200 years old, is going to be here in 10, 50 years.
What are they for Citi? What are the traits?
So those traits are adaptability, boldness, curiosity, collaboration, and determination. And we set about to study those traits, and we created a test of AB squared D. So it's called the Future Compatibility Test. And you self-select to do it. 9,000 of our team members of the senior team have already done it. I did it. And your boss doesn't get to see it. So when you think about, self-learning, self-starting, you want to improve your skills, you do the test, and it includes digital literacy. And then you immediately get pinged back, here's your score on how adaptable you are, how bold you are, how curious you are. And here's how you could be much more curious. Here are the actual practical things you could do to be more curious about the world around you, be more questioning, to be more thoughtful about where the world is going. And when you think about the cultural change from what Bernard described of trying to get everybody to be as consistent as possible, the basis for that was that we thought that the rules of the industry were relatively static and that you could serve in a very consistent way and the most consistent would win. That's completely the opposite of what's happening because the entire marketplace has changed because all the tools and technologies and capabilities are different. So this cultural change starts with the vulnerability of we don't know the answer, starts with considering that you may not be future compatible, and then you've got half a chance that your employees will ask the same question of themselves. And if we could measure, we talk about data, I think if any of us were honest and you said, how much of the true creative potential of Kaiser Permanente's 220,000 employees or our entire employees are we actually harnessing and translating into value? If you really knew that score, you would be alarmed every day to improve the management process. And that's why we're doing those things.
Absolutely. And look, I think I mentioned briefly in the opening that having spoken to so many CEOs and boards over the last 2 years about their use of emerging technology, I realized that being a lawyer, I wasn't future compatible in certain areas. And so I've recently gone back to school part-time learning Python and convolutional neural networks with Fast.ai and a bunch of others, partly out of fear that we can't talk about this stuff unless we're changing ourselves. And I guess this is what's happened at Ralph Lauren in the last year. You mentioned you've gone through a restructuring, you've been breaking down silos. What's different today for a junior employee at Ralph Lauren in the way that they view the senior leadership, their interaction with digital, and how is that learning and that data dissemination? I know it's early days, but a year in, how is that working to create that vision that you mentioned about customer-centric activity and value?
Absolutely. Well, I think I'll unpack that. There's a lot, so I'll unpack that a little bit in 3 different ways. I think for us, as you mentioned, tapping into the employees in a new way, we're asking them about what they're thinking about. We just recently launched something called Idea Lab, which goes out to our 24,000 employees, soliciting ideas for how they think that we should be running the company differently. How do they think we should be designing differently? And really, we take all of those ideas and then we sort of do a Shark Tank. And so these employees will come and they'll present out to our executive board. And so it's very inspiring for them because they feel like they're very much heard in our organization. And that was new from us. We had not tapped into the broader organization in ways and didn't enable them to have ways to connect with senior leadership. So that's the first thing that we've started doing. The second thing is really changing the processes. I think you spoke to how you've had to evolve the different processes that have been in place for years. So we had Excel spreadsheets that we were doing a little bit of planning in, which is shocking, but in fact, something that because we had so many different systems in place, we hadn't evolved. So we're looking at systematically across all of the areas in our business where we could start to operationalize and digitize things to make the processes for our employees much more easy. And we're asking our employees, what's working for you? And when we look at eliminating friction points for the employees, that's critical for us. So just like we want to eliminate friction for our customers in terms of how they shop, how they experience us, it's as important for us to find friction areas for employees, whether it's flexible timing, when they come to work, how they come to work, how they interact with their teams. But beyond that, it's empowering them to make the decisions. So when we looked at our way forward plan, we looked at every aspect of the organization to push decision-making down to the lower levels. We wanted to go back to that entrepreneurial spirit that Ralph created when he started this company 50 years ago. And I think that has been a significant change for us in the last year, that feeling of entrepreneurialism baked into all of our teams.
Oh, that's great. We've got around about 11 minutes left, and being Swiss, I'm very aware of the time at all periods. I also know the opportunity cost of everyone here in the room is high. So let's use this last now 11 minutes exactly to discuss the topic of, well, what happens to both the workforce and the broader community as your organizations and industries transform. And of course, coming off the back of the artificial intelligence discussion this morning, there's always the question of, well, as we change our organizations to require people to do things that are different, and we require them to use more skills, we also increase productivity, which means we're changing workforce composition. And I've just come from Australia, where there's been a lot of hair-rending over the last week because one of the big banks announced a major layoff because of automation. And this was a big issue of concern that always comes up in our work on the future of work. So I kind of want to get a sense from the three of you, how do we take care of our people and our communities while still pleasing shareholders and investors and the people that trust us with their money, as you pointed out, Stephen, earlier. But how do we keep care of the community and our stakeholders as we go through transformations? And what are you expecting as technology continues to evolve in terms of the worker in 5 years' time, your employees in 10 years' time? Of course, keeping in mind that this is also about ourselves changing and not just other people in the business. But maybe I'll start with Stephen, come to Bernard and finish with Marcel. But Stephen, you're in consumer banking. This is a lot of changes. How do you take this idea of workforce transformation and change?
So it's undeniable that the use of robotics, automation, direct to consumer, AI and everything, of course, represent a threat to traditional jobs for sure. So we, I think, have to recognize that. But one of the things that I think has been most compelling about the learning in this journey that we're on is about a growth mindset. So the best chance that our employees have is for us to have a growth mindset. And let me say a little bit about that. And we're in San Francisco here. Uber's a great example. The way that traditionally business schools thought about business models was to look at total addressable market. That's not what Uber did. So if you had looked at San Francisco and said, look at the taxi market, you would have said total addressable market, $500 million of revenue. But instead, if you look at the total addressable problem, of which the market today is just a subset, taxi market is a subset of this much larger universe of mobility, moving people, moving things, et cetera, that's the beginning of a growth mindset. So that's exactly what we are doing in our business is, first of all, reconceive of the business in the total addressable problem. So don't think about it as credit card business or as a retail banking business. Think about the marketplace and the needs of customers. So all of us in this room, we have the same core needs throughout our financial lives. We borrow, pay, spend, invest, and protect. And if you think about the ratio of those needs, your borrowings are higher when you're younger and you've got less income, but as your income grows, you save more. As you save more, you want to be able to invest and get a better return. Once you've got enough to lose in a family and various obligations, you want to protect and share those risks with the crowd. So if you think of the marketplace as core needs and place the customer in the center, you all of a sudden get a much larger total addressable problem, and you don't conceive of your business as a monoline or as a silo. And I think that if you start there and you're using the new capabilities, you've got a chance at creating a sustainable growth pattern, which is going to be best for employees as you upskill and retrain those employees.
Bernard, how are you dealing with this idea of workforce change?
Yeah, a couple of quick thoughts. I start with that comment that I think is right on in terms of we really describe it, I describe it as we're investing to grow and continuing to look at those opportunities. I have, and we have inside of Kaiser Permanente, two of the most trusted professions on earth, the doctor and the nurse. So I start with protecting that. I have been clear in my mindset, it's a high-tech, high-touch strategy. So healthcare will always have an element of people touching people. That is critically important inside of our organization because the notion that we're driving a technology strategy to replace people is not the narrative that I want inside of Kaiser Permanente. The reality is there are certain issues that are going to come up because of the use of technology. One of them is around how jobs are going to change. And we're having these discussions with our staff, with our employees, with unions and everyone. The second thing is we're going into new territory. And so the idea that we have defined all jobs on earth, we don't believe that. We believe the technology is going to allow us to free up and think about new roles and new jobs that people will have as a result of how the technology allows us to expand our mindset of how to meet our members' needs well into the future. And then I think the last piece is, you know, that our most valuable asset in Kaiser Permanente is the trust that almost 12 million people have in the 220,000 employees and in our Permanente medical groups, the 23,000 physicians. And so the balance for me is how not to lose that value proposition and chasing efficiencies that may not get to the growth that we need. Is how do we balance all of that inside of the formula that ultimately for us would mean that we get to take care of more people as a result of the investments that we made in people, technology, and intelligence.
Thank you. Marcel, the experience of transformation in Ralph Lauren, but also looking forward to this growth, but also managing disruption and maybe who loses along the way. Is that something that's big on your mind, and how are you thinking about both workforce skilling and also the broader community?
Absolutely. So for us, when we think about our employees, we're not going to leverage digital to necessarily remove them, but actually when we think about enabling our employees, it's with digital and new technology. Now, it might be, and likely will be, training with a new skill set. And so we invest in training across the board. So we teach our employees early on how to code. So we have store employees that are interested in coding. Absolutely, we integrate them into different classes from that perspective. So building on what Bernard was saying, it is about training for the next generation and identifying what skills are going to be necessary for the future jobs. And I think when we look across our organization, building that mindset and integrating that into our culture is really critical for us, because it's all about the continuous learning. If we stand still, we can't adapt to the consumer. And when we think about ultimately what it's all about for us, I think all of our organizations, it's putting that customer front and center. So with that, I'm going to bring it back to love, because if you have that love for your customer and that passion for what you do, I think that creates a culture that brings innovation just at the forefront into how our employees want to connect with our customer. If we love that customer, if we love our employees, that really brings it around, so we can create the right culture. We create the right training programs, and we really enable us to continually evolve to meet those customer needs.
That's great. So we've identified then the three big tensions. We started off talking about, you know, how do you adapt or do you shape? And the kind of consensus of the panel was, no, at least from the perspective of these organizations, we need to be leaning into shaping. Not only that, but you mentioned, Stephen, that regulators around the world are happy to be part of those conversations, which is interesting because a lot of the time we kind of think of there being an oppositional aspect rather than a partnership approach to these issues. The second was, do we have to, you know, turn the ocean liner around very slowly a bit or at a time, or do we find new ways to be agile in this world? And I think acknowledging the fact that there are huge organizations out there that are being disrupted and want to adapt, there are nevertheless ways to do this. And then the third one was this idea really, I guess, between disruption and growth, which you can think about on an individual or community level as a worker as being, am I being replaced or am I being augmented by these things? And at least from the organizations we have here on the stage, I'm hearing a very enlightened message, or at least a very positive message, to say, no, this is really about investing in individuals in the communities in a way that enables them to play into the bigger issue, as opposed to looking at, I guess, a more zero-sum game approach of, well, we'll figure out some other way to take care of people. What I often like to do in panels like this is to finish with a kind of key takeaway or key piece of advice that you think that people in the audience or online who are watching could remember from this panel. People at Dreamforce, this is an amazing week here in San Francisco, and you're going to be bombarded with a huge amount of information and perspectives. So I kind of want to get to the point of, well, if you remember that panel on Monday morning at 10:15, which was about industry transformation, what's the thing that you remember besides the fact that Stephen took a test that showed that he was future compatible, I assume? Besides that, what do you want to take away? And maybe, Marcel, I'll start with you. What's your kind of piece of advice in terms of when people are remembering this panel? What should they keep in mind?
I think that if I were an audience member, I would remember first and foremost, I think you've heard it from all of us, keep your customer at the center of your value proposition so you can continuously iterate. Because if you stand still, you're really not relevant anymore. So it's really enabling your value proposition for that customer to evolve.
Bernard, what would your one key takeaway be for the audience?
Think about the next generation. That we are not even on the brink of anything yet. I think it's going to be the next generation and the generation after that that's going to take us into a future we can't even think about right now. And so don't get too stuck on where we are today. This is just a precursor for the real future to come.
Great. Stephen.
We all have a responsibility to co-create the future. And we have an obligation and a responsibility and the capability to do it. And if we put the best of ourselves into it, then we should feel better about the future when we get there.
Thank you very much. Will you please join me in thanking our three panelists today, Marcel Parrish, Bernard J. Tyson, and Stephen Bird. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just by looking at me.
So can you tell by looking at me that I'm an Iraq War vet? Would you guess that I am a pro bodybuilder?
I'm an avid college basketball fan.
I love Bruce Lee films.
I am half redneck.
I used to be a chubby kid.
Would you have guessed that I'm a swimmer?
That I'm Catholic?
I did not learn how to speak English until I was in 2nd grade.
Just by looking at me, you wouldn't know that I was the first in my immediate family to graduate high school.
So would you guess that I'm undocumented and then that I got a degree from Haas Business School?
Would you assume? What many people assume is that I'm happy, but many people don't realize that I'm scared.
I'm afraid of being misunderstood.
We're all afraid of something. We're all insecure about something.
Yeah, I wake up every day with the fear of deportation.
Lots of us are just afraid of what we don't know.
Don't assume, ask what you don't know.
You don't know about Islam? Ask me questions. Won't offend me.
And if you ask me, I'm Filipino.
I'm Apache and Comanche.
I'm very much proud of my spirituality.
I am a she.
I am a he.
I'm straight.
I'm a lesbian.
I am a husband. I am trans.
I am a 3-time cancer survivor.
I'm Mexican Chinese. I'm gay.
I am a proud Muslim. I am an ally.
I am an ally.
Not only am I an ally, I'm a champion.
My truth does not have to be someone else's truth, but they are still true.
So we're asking you to tell us who you are.
Be seen and be recognized.
Be part of a more diverse and more inclusive culture.
Help us move forward together.
Because together, we are Salesforce.
Juntos somos Salesforce.
We are Ohana. And Salesforce welcomes all. Can I hug you? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tony Profit, Chief Equality Officer, Salesforce, and Melody Hobson, President, Ariel Investments.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Salesforce welcomes all. And Salesforce welcomes everyone in the room, everyone watching online to Dreamforce 2017. Welcome. And we are thrilled. We've got a great way to kick this off, and it's going to be a real treat. And we have Melody Hobson. And so this is the highlight, one of the highlights of the whole week for me. In fact, probably the highlight, Melody. We are honored and thrilled for you to join us. And I'm going to just give a little bit of Melody's background, just for context. So Melody is the president of Ariel Investments. She also serves as a chairman of the board of trustees for Ariel Mutual Funds. So one of the very few women of color, that distinction, right? Beyond her work at Ariel, Melody has been a nationally recognized voice on financial literacy and investor education. She's been a passionate advocate for investor education, and she's a spokesperson for the Ariel Hewitt Study, and also the Ariel Black Investor Study, both of which are examining investment patterns among minorities. So super, super important issues. Melody is also a director of Estee Lauder Corporation. She's a director of Starbucks, and she was formerly the chairman of DreamWorks Animation until it was acquired by Comcast. Her community outreach includes serving as chairman of After School Matters, a nonprofit that provides Chicago teens with high-quality out-of-school time programs. She's a board member of the Chicago Public Education Fund. She's a board member of the George Lucas Education Foundation, the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art, and the Sundance Institute. She was appointed as an emeritus trustee there at the Sundance Institute. She's also a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, serves on the executive committee of the Investment Companies Institute Board of Governors, and she's been widely recognized. She was named to Time Magazine's annual list of 100 most influential people in the world in 2015. Her TED Talk has gained over 2.2 million views. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's amazing. You have to see it. Melody earned her bachelor's from Princeton Woodrow Wilson School of International Relations, and she's received honorary degrees from Howard University, St. Mary's College, and USC. And she was previously a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader. So illustrious, amazing, your career, and so much ahead of you and what you're going to accomplish. We're going to talk about some of your vision, your ambitions going forward as well. But we're thrilled and honored by your presence, so thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I know it is a big deal to speak at the Dreamforce, and so I'm very excited. And I have to just say that video was spectacular. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
It's really important.
Now, for me personally, every time I see it, and I've seen it now dozens of times, I'm moved every time I see it to see our employees in their own words and just what it means to be themselves in any environment, but be themselves at work is super, super important. And so, Melody, let's just start with kind of your youth and growing up, and it's an amazing, multifaceted, fabulous story, and just share a little bit about, Melody growing up in your youth and just your mom and early life.
Well, I think my story is not that different from so many people in America. It's the story of the American dream. It's the story of America. It's the story of miracles happening. And I grew up the youngest of 6 kids, and my older siblings are much older. And I always tell people, if you see me online or anything, talking about the fact that they made it very clear to me that I was not planned. And they really, really underscored that very regularly. So I told my mom I had to sort of bring up the rear and make sure that I got something done for the family, since they were always teasing me about the fact that I was this unplanned child. I was also much, much younger than my siblings. So my oldest sibling is more than 2 decades older than me. And my closest sister is 9 years different. So I'm an only child by all practical measures. And I have a different father than my siblings. So in my house, I was the only Hobson, which I think also, I've never thought about it before this way, but I think it contributed to me being very comfortable being different, even though we never referred to each other as half siblings in our house, because Black people just don't do that. So we don't. So I grew up with this mother. She was a single mom. She was very, very, very hardworking, but we had life throw us a lot of curveballs on a regular basis. And even though she was working very hard, she was in the real estate business, and she was trying to develop property and rent it, then sell it. We often had a lot of setbacks. And she would be a pioneer at that time, something that we all know today, where you go into a neighborhood that's changing, but she'd be there very, very early, trying to create an opportunity for us, because those were the only buildings she could afford to buy, the ones that were
South side of Chicago.
South side of Chicago. They were, burned out usually and dilapidated. They were homes sometime if we got evicted from our normal residence, which happened on a regular basis because we moved around a lot. And so growing up, I was one of these kids who, again, like many, many people in this country, this is not unique. We had our challenges. Our phone would get disconnected, our lights would get turned off. I was actually chuckling a little bit because over the weekend, last night we were home, and I live between here and Chicago, and our house here is in Marin. And I joked with my husband, our heat didn't work. And so I said, oh my God, this is just like when I grew up. I'm gonna have to turn the oven on and open up the door to heat the kitchen. I said, that is how we had heat sometime. And I said, this is like a throwback to those old days of growing up. But it really is an example of, the American dream. I worked really hard. I always got good grades in school. And the reason I got good grades in school, I feel it was the one thing I could control. As a child, I could not control anything else, and I was at the whim of what happened to us, and it was pretty uncomfortable. But I could get good grades at school, and so I literally hunkered down, and I was like, all I've got is the brain. That's all I have. And so I literally drowned out all the noise, and I mean literally and figuratively. So an example of that is when I was growing up, my house would always be super noisy. And so I would do my homework sometimes in the bathroom. And this is horrible, so please know that I know this from an environmental perspective. People will not like this story. But I would run the tub to drown the noise out and use the toilet as my desk, because that was the only way that I could focus. But I was really, really committed to to getting good grades. And then I got to go to good schools, and a lot of things happened from there. But my husband tells me, and I think this is really true, whatever happens to you when a child is what stays with you, because you actually don't have any ability to discern. You don't have advanced reasoning skills. And so childhood leaves a mark for good or for bad. And so those days, those early days, that feeling of insecurity, I feel in every way. And I know we all understand this about ourselves, but they very much drove me to the career I am in terms of finance and investing, because I was desperate to understand money. And I think it also drove me to the path that I've taken, because that sense of insecurity led me to crave security. So what I mean by that is we moved all the time. We had all these things happen to us. So I've only had one job ever. I've worked at Ariel since I graduated from college in 1991. And so I've been there, this will be my 27th year next year, during a time in our society when the average person has 11 jobs in their lifetime. I've only had one work phone number since I graduated from school. I've only had 2 home phone numbers ever. And so all of that was sort of in me as hating that kind of change. I think that ultimately also paid off for me in a lot of great ways of having that focus and not being one of those people who was looking that the grass was greener, what was the next job I was going to do, where was the next place I was going to live. It was just the opposite. I was like, how can I do this really well so I can stay here? How can I live? I lived in a 850 square foot apartment for 14 years when I could have easily have afforded a bigger apartment. But I was resistant to the idea of moving because I hated that so much.
And so somehow from this very difficult circumstance, you ended up going to St. Ignatius in Chicago.
Yes, I know you have one here too.
Yeah. So how did that journey, how did you end up there?
Okay, so I was, a strange child. I just want to make sure you understand that. Really strange. So for example, when I talked about like really focusing on school, it was obsession. So what I mean, my mother would tell me there was a snow day and I would tell her, I don't believe you. You don't want me to get a good education. So she'd have to turn on the television and prove it to me. My school bus got into a car accident. I got out of the bus and walked. They didn't know where I was because I refused to be late for school in the morning. I mean, it was really like, the screw didn't quite go in, it was loose. I had these obsessions, and so I decided after, when I was in grade school, I went to a public school. I was in the first international baccalaureate school in the United States. And I ended up going, someone went to IB, which is super hard and crazy, but it was a great experience for me. It was the right thing for me, where things like, we were given a phone book and each given a page out of the phone book, and we all got Smith, and we had until the morning to memorize the name, address, and phone number of the first column, which would be hundreds of names, so that we could learn memorization skills, as an example. Wow. So it was really hardcore. To this day, I can memorize anything super fast, and it helps me on television. So I did all my own research about where to go to school. So I had a great mom, but my mom was not equipped for me. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all. She just really understood I was going to be this different kind of individual child, and she let me be that, and she let me lead. And I mean that in the best of ways. She let me in a lot of ways around values and right and wrong and what mattered and kindness and compassion and empathy. But around the sort of school, professional, all of that, I was the one calling the shots. So I did my research on what high schools I should consider on my own, and then called them, found out when all of their visitor days were, etc., and then just gave my mom the list and said, we have to go and visit these schools on this day. And then I said, after visiting St. Ignatius, I think I'm going to apply to St. Ignatius. And she was like, I think it looks nice. and that's what I did, even though I didn't know how we were going to pay for it or anything like that. But my mom was one of those people who was very, very good about understanding that you had to let your child be who they were. Because remember, in my family, I was the only one like me. I was the only one in my family to graduate from college. I mean, some of my sisters didn't graduate from high school. They were wonderful, excellent, thoughtful, amazing people, but we had very different kinds of energy and drive. And in some ways, I always say, because they didn't, that kind of led me. So they helped me in that regard, that led me to the path that I had.
I've seen, you talk about your persistence and this determination and the focus on detail, and I've seen it in action. We were in a different venue, and the chairs were reversed, and you were interviewing someone, and the person came out, and you had this super thick book. He said, I've done all this homework on you. If I'd been sitting in that chair, I would have started trembling, right? And so I thought that was really a great example of how that discipline has carried through.
Well, it's interesting. I have this belief that, people always say to me, you had this question about, what gives you fear? Fear for me is not being prepared. And the tell that I can give you that I have when I'm a little concerned about my preparation, if you watch me on CBS Morning Show, if they really come out of left field with something I haven't prepared for, my voice quivers a little bit. It's barely perceptible, but I hear it. And I'll tell myself, your voice is quivering. And I'm quivering because I don't know how I'm going to think about the answer, and I'm coming up with it very quickly in my head. And so the one way that I diminish the possibility of having that fear is I just go overboard in preparation. That always makes me feel very much in charge and comfortable.
That's powerful. And then your determination, your entrepreneurial spirit, you know, I also heard another amazing story of you growing up young about the story about the braces. So, which I thought was a fabulous story. Could you share that story with the audience?
It's a hilarious story. So when I was growing up, I don't know if anyone has had this experience, but I'm sure a lot of people have had braces. I had an extra tooth that was on the top, and so I had a fang only on one side, which is horrible. 2 is pretty bad. 1 is really bad. So I had the fang just on one side. So my lip kind of stuck up because I have this extra tooth. And it was just because my mouth was too small. So I became committed to the fact that I needed braces. But again, remember, I had a mom who was dealing with a lot. And so I asked all the kids at school who had braces, where did they get their braces? And it was at this orthodontist named Dr. Thompson. I still remember him. He was an older gentleman. I don't think he's still alive, but if he is, he was pretty amazing to us. Dr. Thompson was in Water Tower Place in Chicago. So this is a big deal. I went to the orthodontist by myself.
Yeah.
And did one of those appointments where you get they give you advice about, what do you call it? Consultation. Consultation. I went, had this consultation, and I remember it cost $50. And he said, you need braces, and you have to have 6 teeth removed. And, he went through this whole thing of all these things. And we had to pull this tooth down because it's a canine, and you can't have one canine and, pull another one out. So it's not about just removing a tooth, or else you're going to have this wanky smile. And so we really have to make sure you do this right. So I said, well, we don't have any money. So he said, okay, I'm going to give you a payment plan. So he let us pay $25 a month while I had my braces. And he gave us one of those books, like car loan payment books, that he had created for us, which I thought was pretty great. And that's how I ended up getting braces. And so I went home to my mom and I said, I found an orthodontist, he'll give us a payment plan, and I won't have this extra tooth, and I really, we need this. And she was, of course, 100% in agreement. This tooth was a problem. So this was not something like you'd say, it's not a big deal.
And I'm just so inspired, by your work.
It's a crazy story.
And determination, and it's just emblematic of.
But if you had seen me, you would have understood I needed it. I mean, really.
Well, I had some dental challenges too growing up. I won't share
dental challenges.
Yeah, but,
and the one thing about America, I tell people, there's no reason for bad teeth.
Yeah.
It really, in other countries, they don't have the teeth situation as locked down as we do, but we can actually have good teeth. We really can.
Okay. I've got a 7-year-old. I'm starting the process. We're meeting Dr. Thompson.
Right. My child is definitely going to need braces. So.
Okay. So from this amazing beginning, then was it just a natural progression to get to Princeton, or was it a challenge, or how did you imagine?
It was really hard. I mean, anyone. I wanted. It's again. I told you I was strange. So as a child, I said I want to go to an Ivy League school. No one knows where I got that from. No one knows how I knew what one was. No one there's no knowledge in my family about where this obsession came from. So as a child, I used to say, I'm going to Yale. I didn't know Yale was in New Haven. I didn't know anything about what Yale was. And so through my high school, I was very focused on getting really, really good grades so I could go to the best school. I always had this belief that the best was important. And so I knew those schools were perceived to be, I'm not saying that other schools aren't great, and in no way, I'm not one of those people in those ivory towers like that, but for me, that was the right thing to focus on and to keep me, going on a good path. I wasn't conflicted about that path ever, actually. And so this Ivy League quest was mine. And so I remember, and I told this story, that I applied to all the schools, and I applied to, we went on a tour. We put money together and took a train so that I could see, because I was like, I can't choose without seeing. And it wasn't like now where you could go online and look at, take a virtual tour. I was like, if I'm gonna live somewhere, I have to know that I'm supposed to be there. So my mom and I went on this, went to the East Coast. We'd never traveled or anything. I'd been out of town one time to go, well, 2 times. One, I'd gone to Disney World when I was 9 years old with my sister, and another time I had gone to Los Angeles with my niece for her high school graduation present. So those were the 2 times I'd ever been out of the city of Chicago, or the the environment of drivable Michigan or something. And so my mother, we got there and we went to visit all these schools, and we just went up the East Coast, as I said, on a train, and Princeton was first, and I was like, this is pretty great. And then we went to Columbia, and my mom said, you're not getting out of the car. And then we went to, which is now, phenomenal, but then the neighborhood was a little tough. And her idea was like, you're not gonna leave Chicago and go to an area where I'm gonna be concerned. Then we went to Yale, and I had a breakdown because I got to Yale and I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to Yale. After basically my whole life of saying that out loud, I got there and knew it wasn't for me, and then went to Harvard. So long story long, I got into Harvard, I got into Princeton, and my mother, of course, was like, you're going to Harvard. I just assumed you're going to Harvard. Now, again, it was my choice. So I said, I think I'm gonna go to Princeton. And my mom was like, wait a minute, Harvard is like Coca-Cola. You could be anywhere in the world. You could be in an African village and say Harvard and people know what you're talking about. Princeton is like Sprite. We only know it in America. It's not the same. And so ultimately I said, no, I'm gonna go to Princeton, which she totally supported. So that's how I ended up at Princeton.
That's amazing.
Which was great.
And so that brings you to Ariel. And just describe the path, and John
I came
Rogers.
to Ariel as an intern.
Yeah.
I met John Rogers when I was 17 years old, who founded our company. Has an amazing story of his own of how his father, who was a Tuskegee Airman in World War II, gave him stocks every birthday and every Christmas starting when he was 12 years old. His mother was the first black woman to graduate from the University of Chicago Law School in the 1940s. This is a very, very, very prestigious family in the black community. And I met John. He had started Ariel. I was going to Princeton. He went to Princeton, 11 years older, was on the board of trustees of Princeton. And I said, I hear you take summer interns. And I said, could I ever intern at your company? He had very few people. They had just started up a few years before. It was 1989. They had started in 1983, very small company at that point. And he said, sure, absolutely. And so I went to intern at Ariel, and I fell in love with the investment business. And the next year I went and interned at T. Rowe Price, and from there I was hooked. I said, I'm going to be in the investment business. When I was in my last year of Princeton, I interviewed on Wall Street, and then I said to myself one day, what am I doing? I could go work at this small firm and be close to the action. I could be with the people who are making the decisions versus being layers and layers down. And I want to go and work for John. So I remember calling and saying, I want to, he had already made the offer, and saying, I'd like to work for you, because he told me I could come back at any time. And I went back, and I quickly saw this amazing opportunity and path. And I had these amazing experiences with him where he gave me all of this rope to fail, to succeed, to learn. And I was, again, I just applied my fanaticism to this, especially for the first 2 decades. I was crazy. So, I used to go to, John would read at McDonald's on every Saturday morning, and he would read Barron's and Crane Chicago Business, the Chicago Tribune, Sun-Times, and the Weekend Wall Street Journal, and he'd do all of that reading on Saturday morning, and I used to go and get the same newspapers and just sit across from him hoping he would talk to me. And I would just literally be there when he got to the McDonald's on Wabash underneath the train tracks at waiting for him to come. Waiting with my own newspaper, sitting in a, Formica booth, basically. And he'd show up, and at first he's like, that's odd. And then he just got very used to me always being there, to the point that we just would coordinate. What time are you going? He loves McDonald's. He's on the board of McDonald's, eats there every day. Although spends a lot of time on an exercise bike, I can tell you that. So we're not afraid of him, you know, living the lifestyle that he does. And so I remember just saying to myself, just any time with him, any exposure is going to be very, very important to my development. When I was an intern at Ariel, one day on a Saturday, John walked into the office and I was sitting on the floor on a Saturday sorting all the mail. And he said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm sorting the mail." And there were 2 bags of mails outside the door, and I just started opening the mail and doing it by person. And at Ariel, if you have something to give someone, you put it in their chair. So putting the mail in everyone's chair. And he says, "Who told you to do this?" I said, "No one." He said, "Well, why are you doing it?" I said, "Because I know you like your mail. And in our business, news and information is very important." So he sat on the floor with me, and we did the mail together. And during my entire internship, every Saturday, we did the mail together.
Wow.
And so that became another way that we got really connected. And then I started to travel with him after I started working there, and that was a big part of I was like his grasshopper. I was the person who, like, what do you need done? I will do it. And I tell this very famous story. I'm sure there are stories of this online, where John once came to me. I used to do all of his correspondence. And any letter he needed to write, I would do. So, I'm out of college, and it's interesting because we once had a woman work at Ariel who was an intern who told me she didn't go to graduate school to do letters. And I was like, wrong office. I was like, I'm a president, and I still am doing correspondence on important issues. So, sat down with him once, and he comes in and he says, "Melody, my daughter had this sleepover over the weekend that she went to, and no one writes thank you notes like you. And I was hoping you would do the thank you note for Victoria for the sleepover that she went to." And Victoria was like 8 years old. She's now at Stanford at the business school, and she's an unbelievable young woman. So he said, "Will you write her thank you note to the family for the sleepover?" And I was like, "Absolutely." So I said, "Can I talk to Victoria?" And he's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I need details." So I said, so Victoria gets on the phone, he puts it on speaker, and I was like, "Victoria, what was the cake like? What did you do? This, that, and the other." And I was like, if it's gonna be a thank you note, it's gonna be the best thank you note they've ever received. And they're gonna say, "John and Desiree Rogers are unbelievable." I said, that's what's going to happen. So I started doing all of this correspondence, writing these letters, writing our letters to our clients. And it was interesting, after doing that work, we got a call one day from Forbes. And they said, "We read John's work, and we wanted to know if he'd be a columnist." Wow. But it was like, starting with things like Victoria's letter for a sleepover was how I got, obsessed with this idea of making sure whatever we wrote was original and great and, had a lot of detail to it that made sense to everyday people. So we're a columnist in Forbes, I very much believe, because of the attention in those early years that I paid to literally correspondence.
No, that's fabulous. And so this notion of this visualizing rising from sorting the mail to president of this amazing firm. What do you have, like 13 billion assets under management? Mm-hmm. So
no, it's interesting. I have an unusual situation. When I was 24, 25 years old, John told me I was going to be president. He told me. And he told me in the most bizarre way, in that he used to take me to meet with important people because he wanted me to be exposed to lots of people. And one day he called John Bogle, the then CEO of the Vanguard Group, who's very, very, very famous in the investment business. He's considered, a god in investing. He really was the father of indexing. And he went to Princeton, and he was on the board of Princeton with John at one point. And John called Jack Bogle and said, "I want to introduce you to this young woman who works at my firm who went to Princeton." Now, I'm sure he's like, "Yeah, great." And so Jack, as a courtesy to John, said, "Well, it's a really busy time for me. The only thing you could do is, I'm going to be on a train from New York to Philadelphia on this day. You could come and ride on the train with me." So we flew to New York to get on a train to ride Amtrak with Jack Bogle. True story. So we're sitting with him in the dining car, which is not very fancy at all. And John says, "I really wanted you to meet Melody because she's going to be president of Ariel." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was literally like 25 years old. And he said, "I really want to expose her to a lot of things, and I think it's really important for her to know people like you. And I would have made her president right now, but the board said she has to be 30.
Wow.
And I was a little pissed about that, I have to tell you. I was like, why not now? But they were, of course, wiser than I was. So he groomed me.
These ambitious goals. So as a
I didn't. That wasn't a goal.
Well, it was planted. Someone planted a seed.
No,
right?
The goal was to do great work. The goal was never about a title. I have to tell you, so many people come to meet with me now. And I say, what do you want to do in life? And they're like, I want to lead people. I want to be important. I want to be president. And I'm like, what will get you there? What is the work that you want to do? That's not the end game. It's the work. I always liked the work. I wanted to do excellent work. I wanted that thank you note to be as good as that first Forbes column. And I've not changed in that point of view.
Okay. Let's talk about leadership and governance. And so Estee Lauder, Starbucks, DreamWorks Animation, just what you've learned from that perspective versus running a really important company, and then the governance around it, the different kinds of triangulation, and then your unique perspective, as a Black woman, what's been the experience like in the boardroom?
Well, I'll start with what I've learned. I've been given a gift to be in those boardrooms. It's a miracle. My life is a series of miracles. Now, the problem is that I have with that is I don't want to live in a society where to be a Black woman has to be a series of miracles. That's just not a good way for the world to work. It just isn't. I should have paid them to sit in the room because I got so much education. I think it gave what I got too. I gave back, and I do give back when I'm in those rooms. But I did treat it as a tremendous opportunity. To this day, I say to Howard Schultz, I get this front row seat to one of the most iconic leaders in the world. And I know Mark is here in Salesforce, an iconic leader. There aren't 100 of those, and so the idea that you get to sit. I told this story the other day. Last week we did a dinner at the Legal Defense Fund. Howard got an award, and I told the audience, I was introducing Howard, and I said, in our boardroom, the board members move around, but I always sit in the same seat, and it's my seat. Like, everyone knows it's my seat, and I sit to the right of Howard in every meeting for a dozen years. That's always how I've always sat in the same seat. Other people move. And we had a new board member one day who joined the company, and I walked in and she was in my seat. And I was like, and everyone looked up and they're like, you want to move down? So everyone slide their chair down. That's Melody's seat. But it was actually, in my mind, I was like, I want to be as close to the energy and the passion and the brains as I can. And so I'll study and notice, what is he doing? For example, in the board meeting, when does he write something down? What caught his attention that he says, I have to write this down? What was the thought? What was the idea that sparked, this is important to write down? Those kind of moments. I was like, I want to just see it up close. I know that sounds really goofy, but I really actually do think about that. So those boardrooms have really been formative for me in terms of leadership, watching leaders up close and from afar, bringing back great ideas that those companies have to our company. The one thing I talk about is the idea that I've been in rooms where people think very, very big. And I think sometimes when you're in a smaller company, you get a little conservative about sort of swinging for the fences. And I've seen them swing for fences in great ways. And so it's been a real opportunity for me to learn in real life. And I've seen, there are all sorts of takeaways, all sorts. I can tell you everything from observing executives come into a room and present. Who do they make eye contact with? That is very telling when they only talk to the CEO. What kind of approval are they looking for? All sorts of things that have been, when I've been chair, how people will react to me as chair of DreamWorks, and watching that and taking that back to our own world at Ariel. There are so many examples.
And did you feel that difference in that people reaching out for affirmation to you as you said, as the chairman of DreamWorks?
I think there's difference between men and women in that role. I did not ever feel disrespected in any way. One, I don't believe that someone can do that without your consent, as that quote goes. I just don't. I'm not one of those people who's like that. But I did find that there were differences. There were times that I had to make sure my voice was heard in very specific ways. But I had so much credibility built up in that boardroom by the time I became chair that everyone knew what they were getting with me. And there are the one thing I learned, there are certain kind of environments where I do well and certain kind of environments I don't do well. And I don't actually begrudge the environment when I don't do well. I'm great with founder entrepreneurs. I really am. Like, that is my sweet spot, because I do understand that, how hard it is to build a company, and I have a lot of respect for it. Now, I also recognize when I'm in that board chair, I am representing shareholders. I'm a fiduciary for those shareholders. So please don't think that I lose sight of what my job is when I'm in that role. But I do think, because I have that natural respect and understanding of entrepreneurs, that it creates a different kind of conversation.
That's powerful. It's powerful. And so you mentioned giving back, and I can testify to that. And you put on this amazing conference, this Black Corporate Directors Conference. And just tell us about that. What was the vision, the spark, the inspiration? I know many were involved in putting together, but you have a pivotal leadership role in it, and you become the face of it, in my mind, at least. Just tell us a bit about that.
So we do this conference every year in Laguna Beach with Russell Reynolds and Deloitte, and it's called the Black Corporate Directors Conference. And it's where we bring together the Fortune 500 Black directors. And our goal in putting this conference together was to create our version of an Allen & Company conference. Many of us read about Allen & Company and the conference they do in Utah, and we said, what if there were a Black version of that, where we knew each other, we were there to fortify and support each other, that we were there to make sure that we learn from each other. But this is where we said the power is already in the room. This is not for up-and-coming directors, it's not for wannabe directors, it's for people who are in the room. And we focus on what we call the 3 Ps. People, philanthropy, and purchasing. And our goal is to make sure that the civil rights agenda is not left outside of the boardroom. And so that diverse people are considered across all levels of the organization. That's the people part. That when philanthropy is given, that it represents all parts of society, not just the pet charity of the leader. And that when purchasing happens, that all people have an opportunity to win the business of the company, and it's not based upon decades-old relationships of someone who's in your golf club with you. And so we wanted to use this opportunity to open up the conversation about real inclusion, and to make sure that we understand when we are in that boardroom, yes, I'm a financial expert because of my role at Ariel. Yes, I have unique thoughts on media and communications because of what I do. But also, I'm a Black woman, and I think I'm in that room for that reason as well, and to make sure that I'm advocating and fighting for women, for people of color, etc., so that, again, the organization can be the best that it can be. This is not a feel-good thing. This is not like when people are like, let's do the right thing. I think it's all of that, but it's about the outcomes and driving outcomes that lead to success for businesses. And so we try to empower people to understand, when you're walking in and you're carrying this civil rights agenda, you're not doing this just because. You're actually doing this, if you believe in these things, you're doing this to further the cause of that organization and ultimately make it more successful. And some people, which is not surprising, and we understand it, get very uncomfortable with this subject matter. Very. They walk into a boardroom and they say, I don't want to be the board member who gets typecast around diversity or gets typecast around the gender issue. I want to be someone who's thought of as being an expert on my business acumen and all of those things. And I say, and we say, we get that. Just don't leave behind this other point, that in an effort to not, to not be considered, to project this excellence, which we think is so, bring that other excellence in the room too. And so we're trying to just push and empower people. And it's uneven in terms of the Fortune 500 directors about how they feel about this conversation. But we say, let's at least come together and have it so that we can at least debate and discuss what are the best ways to move forward, but also do it within a way that is comfortable for you.
Yeah. Well, I can say, for one, you've had a powerful influence on corporate America. You've had a powerful influence on global corporations around the world, through your leadership, through John's leadership, Deloitte's leadership, this conference and so many other things that you...
But our whole goal was, it's interesting, we did not attempt this based upon some sense of power and influence. We said, we've admired this problem long enough. We've admired these problems long enough. We've sat and talked about diversity and inclusion. We've sat and talked about the ills of our society. What are we going to do about it? Instead of just talking about it. So we said, this is at least one way that we can concretely bring people together and leverage the individual power to be greater power and influence.
Okay. So where do you think we are now? In business broadly, in the state of play, and in a nonpartisan sense of the word, and then more importantly, what are you thinking about, kind of in your mind, kind of the path forward here?
So I'm always an optimist. I've grown up that way. I'm literally glass half full. I always trust until I can't trust. Some people don't trust until they can. I'm not that person. I think we're in a bad way. I think we're in a really bad way. And I've been more upset and more concerned than I've ever been in my whole life right now. I think we're watching something play out. I mean, the train wreck is in real time. It's not even in slow motion. And we're watching the fabric of everything that I think this country was built upon just fall apart. And I think it has emboldened a lot of voices in ways that I just never would have expected. And I think, I mean, you can read the papers today about the diversity issues. You know, there's a story on that today in USA Today. I mean, we are so far from where I thought we would be. I didn't think we'd be having this conversation in this way. I didn't think that we would be talking about Fortune 500 companies, of which there are a lot, where there are no women and no people of color on boards. You know, I used this example in my TED Talk. I said, let's pretend I showed you the board of ExxonMobil and every person that was on the board was black. You would say, what is up with that? Why is it when we see an all-white male board, we don't have that reaction? We don't. You know, people aren't stunned even. They just sort of think of it as status quo. And so I have to say, I'm never an alarmist, and I always try to find the good in a situation, but I think now we are fighting for survival, and I mean that we. You know my joke on this, because I said it to you. It's like, we're all black now. Seriously. Like, if you are gay, you're black. If you're Jewish, you're black. And I mean that in the best of ways. I mean, you know, we know the history of this country around slavery and people of color and not being a whole person and all of this. But now the tent has gotten really big. I mean, really, really big in terms of other and who has been disenfranchised. And this is where I think this is a seminal Civil Rights 2.0, what are you doing every single day moment. This is it. It is right now. And if anyone thinks this is just gonna work itself out without some real effort, I don't know where you think it's gonna come from. And I keep going back and rereading all of the things about, I mean, I literally can't even talk about John Lewis without welling up. I'm like, I couldn't have stood at that other end of that bridge and faced off those people holding the cops holding the batons. Like, I don't even have that in me. Like, I'm not that good. I'm not that brave. I couldn't have been at that lunch counter. I couldn't have had dogs and hoses turned on me. But that is what is happening right now. It is exactly happening. And we've got, obviously, black and brown people dying every day, people being deported in ways that, I mean, I'm like, what is going on? I mean, we were built on immigration and being the melting pot of the world. This is killing me. And I know it is, I'm not the only person who feels like this. And in corporate America, I think people have become less concerned because of all this rhetoric around, and I'm not naming any corporation, I just think in general the tenor has become less fear of being politically correct. And so people are saying and doing things that they just would not say or do before. Well, and I think the last part of it is, which I thought was so interesting, someone said, this is not an original thought. That I heard someone say, it's not enough to say you're not a racist, you must now show you're against it. You have to do something about it.
Okay. So how would you frame then the role of the corporation then, kind of in the path forward?
I think the role of the corporation has been reinvented in a way that adds to a tremendous amount of added responsibility. I think you all have stepped up here at Salesforce. I've seen lots and lots of examples of all the things that you have done to try to make sure that you're contributing to society in a meaningful way around education, homelessness. I've seen a lot of your initiatives. But I think that is now going to be standard operating procedure for corporations in this country. And I think we have to recognize as individuals, as executives, and as leaders, and as successful organizations like yours is clearly, which has had, you know, stunning success over the life of this business, that there is this responsibility that has been added has been significant. Now, I've been asking myself, is this different than like the days of the great robber barons? Because the Carnegies and Rockefellers of the world, they actually, they built all these libraries. They did all of these things that were pretty significant in terms of giving back to society. So maybe this isn't so new. I don't know. That's my new thought. I'm not sure that this role or responsibility is very different.
That's a powerful, powerful thought. And naturally at Salesforce, we have this view that we have a higher purpose, that we have a role in making society a better place. And it's obviously embodied in our values of trust and growth and innovation and equality.
Well, it's interesting because I love this quote from Sam Kelleher, who was the CEO of Southwest Airlines. Yeah, excuse me. Herb Kelleher, excuse me. Herb Kelleher, no longer alive, but CEO of Southwest Airlines, and he said, it's important to inspire people in their souls and in their wallets. And I thought that was such a great idea. Obviously at Southwest, they have such a special spirit around how they've empowered everyone to make a decision, from flight attendant to the captain flying the plane, which that hierarchy doesn't exist that way in a lot of other airlines. And I just think it was very interesting that he recognized the soul piece was just as important as the financial piece.
Yeah, powerful. And we work hard on it here.
It's hard to do.
But with no pretense. No pretense that we've got it right, no pretense that we're perfect, no pretense that we're going to not make mistakes along the way.
And that's the thing that's hard, and we all have to give each other a break. We're not going to do this all right. The thing that I always find that's just really upsetting is the person who is willing to go out on a limb like this, then at any moment that you slip up, you get just torn down, when the other organization that never held up to these higher ideals has, doesn't have anything to worry about. So it makes it hard for people to go out on a limb.
So in your experience, both interpersonally and then at the corporate level, this notion of grace, that if someone is making an effort, either interpersonally to reach out, maybe they don't have the right words and they get the vocabulary wrong, but they're trying. I mean, what's been your experience with that, and how important having a measure of grace is when you're seeking partners and allies?
I think it's super important. I mean, I think it is. I think, what if we just lived a life where we gave people the benefit without the doubt? I mean, just really, if we could change the narrative of how we look at each other and look at the opportunities that exist for us, I think it would be a very different country. So I think this idea of giving people when people have done or said things to me that I have found to be, a bit offensive or maybe not right, I do try to go inside myself and say, what is their perspective that leads them to this belief? What is it that I don't see or understand? What could I be misunderstanding, miscommunicating? Because I do think sometimes we get on our own soapboxes, me included, and maybe that leads us to have some blinders. And so I think compassion is really necessary. I mean, I think we have to be better. Now, at the same time, I think there are certain things that we can't stand for. I can't be compassionate about a white supremacist. I'm sorry, I can't.
Well said. Well said. Let's transition. Let's talk a little bit about family. And, you're a remarkable parent. And
am I?
Yes, I've seen early evidence. And
she's only 4. We don't know yet.
So,
jury's out.
And I have a 7-year-old, and I'm along the same journey and learning, and we won't know for decades, but I'm hopeful. And so,
me too.
Just share a little bit about your parenting philosophy, and what do you see as important, and some of the things that you're investing in.
I was telling you the story in the green room. He said, I want to go down this path, and not specifically what he wanted to talk about, but say, let's talk about family. And I said, I had this experience last week. I had dinner with someone, and she said something to me that I thought was really profound, and it sort of shook my foundation a little bit about how I was going about things. And that doesn't happen a lot, as you might expect, but I did think this was worth thinking about. So this person had adopted a child, and my husband has 3 adopted children as well, and one of whom I adopted as well. And so this person said, when I adopted the child, she adopted the child from a foreign country, and she went to her friend who was from that country and said, would you be offended if I adopted this child from this country? And she said in the same breath, she said, I don't want to be a mother. I want to mother a child. And I was like, that's good, write it down.
Right.
there's a difference. And she said, I want to mother a person. And I was like, I need to go back and recalibrate this. I thought that was meaningful. And what is mothering a person? What does that mean? Obviously supporting them and making sure they have what they need to the best of your ability, and being okay with who they are. Now, I have some conditions on mine. I joke with people all the time. I'm like, listen, Everest can do anything she wants. She can be anything. She can go and she can, if she's
three or four,
if she wants to be a janitor, as long as she's like, my mother used to say, be the labor great or small, do it well or not at all. Just go at it with gusto. But the two things she can't do, she can't dance on a pole and she can't sell drugs. Those are my two. Okay. Everything else I'm gonna love her unconditionally for, but those two things I'm gonna have a very hard time with. It's never going to happen. But I do think in life, conditions, you know, sort of lead you down a certain path. That would not be okay with me. So I think when you're like, you know, I totally love my child unconditionally, I'm like, listen, if you're selling drugs to kids, you're off my list. You know, like that is not going to work for me. It's just not.
I know one of the things you're investing in is making sure that she learns some Mandarin.
Yes, and your child too.
Well.
Both of our children speak Mandarin. Yes.
Tell us, what's your philosophy? Why is that?
You and I have talked about this, and I decided when she was born, I wanted her to be bilingual. I wanted her to learn something hard. I wanted her to, because I read all the studies about a bilingual brain and how fertile that is in terms of development and empathy, interestingly. So when someone speaks a foreign language, there's all this data that show bilingual children are more empathetic because they understand when someone does not understand, which I think is a really neat thing. Oh. And we saw that with Everest. Everest with my sister, I don't speak Chinese, I don't speak Mandarin. Everest with my sister, who is one of my older sisters, she would talk to her, our caretaker, our caregiver, in Chinese, and she would translate for my sister Pat. And she was like 2 years old. She would tell her what Lele was saying. And I thought it was really interesting when my sister would come to visit, she would understand that Pat didn't understand. And so that was a really great sign to me. But more importantly, I wanted her to be a citizen of the world. I wanted her to have a world view. I wanted her to understand other cultures. And my child thinks she's part Chinese. She does. So my husband told her once, he said, Baba, and she calls him Baba, which is Chinese for dad. Baba is white and Mama is black. He says, Everest is black and white. And she looks at him and she says, and Mandarin. Like she fully believes she is part Chinese. And so her favorite food is mi fan, which is rice for anyone who doesn't speak Mandarin. She refers to dental floss as yasim, which is the Chinese word. Like we have to learn these things because we don't know what she's talking about. And she, you know, everything from we were driving down the street one day and she looked up, she was like 2.5 years old. She said, lanterns, Chinese New Year. You know, literally that's her realm of thinking. So everything, like I'm wearing a red ribbon. I'm not Kabbalah, but it is Chinese New Year and I'm the year of the rooster. So you're supposed to wear red every day during your, you know, the year of your animal. And so she like completely knows and understands that. Lele made sure you're supposed to actually, which I was like, I can't pull off. You're supposed to wear red underwear every day. Yeah. Like, that's not gonna work out for me. But we'd settled on a band. And I do put it on every day. So I think it's great that this Chinese culture is a part of our lives, as well as black culture, as well as white culture. You know, all of those things come together for us. And I freely, openly, and always talk about them. All these various cultures coming together and why it is so important to me. And everything from Lele, when Everest was really little, she would come and say, you know, she ate very well for breakfast. And I'd say, well, what did she have? And she's like, she had some mashed potatoes and some chicken and some broccoli. And I was like, Chinese people eat a different breakfast. It's more like a meal that we would have later. Okay, so I said, okay, Lele, sometimes she could have cereal. Okay. Just sometimes, you know, just watching just all of these ways in which the life comes together. You know, she's very, very, very comfortable around people of different ethnicities because she's grown up in that situation. But she also hears me all the time talk about being Black, which is still, you know, she's like, but you're brown. And I'm like, but I am Black. I was like, we call it Black. She's like, why do you call it Black? And I try to explain, she's 4, and we're having this conversation. She's like, but Baba's kind of pink. And I said, yes, and you know, we are having this conversation. I talk about things that are Black, and I talk about differences in food, and I make jokes about it all the time. You know, at Thanksgiving, I'm like, Black people do not have stuffing in a bag. We just don't. You know, we just don't. The Black people in the room know what I'm talking about. It's like, or box. We just don't do these things. So it's just very fun to have this conversation with her about, you know, the differences and what is similar, and making sure she's open to all of this. I just think that's what society should be. You know, I was taken by the fact that I heard that the top 100 executives at Nestle, I don't know if this is true, I heard this as a story, speak an average of 5 languages.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, we're behind. 5.
Wow. Well, my son's favorite food is dumplings. So he's on a similar path, and you know,
it's kind of funny
likewise want
when
him to be a citizen of the world.
Yeah.
And
that's normal to them.
And it's not necessarily important that it's Mandarin per se, but it's something very, very different than what you would get in the U.S.
And if you saw the data, which some people, there's a language learning center in Seattle that has done all this work, you know about it, that just shows the change in a brain from being bilingual. So here's the interesting thing. All their data shows that all of the immigrants in our country who are Mexican, their brains are firing much differently than ours. And the bilingual kids, they're going to have an advantage. And it is fascinating to see the data, like fascinating. So all the times that people are saying, speak English and this, that, and the other. Yes, they are doing that, but they're going to be advantaged by just how their brain is developing. And that's pretty remarkable to see.
No, it's powerful.
They literally do put skull caps on kids and watch how their brains light up in different environments. And now they're doing it in utero, where they're putting it on the pregnant woman's stomach to be able to say how the brain reacts to different languages being spoken around it. When you see this, I'm telling you, you're like, oh my goodness, this is remarkable.
Okay, so let's close on this last question. You're part of this amazing couple. These two genius, brilliant, innovative.
I don't know about that.
You know, what's that like? Tell us a little bit about kind of the experience of having two such dynamic.
So my line that I use all the time is, I married Yoda's dad. Okay, I did. And I have a husband who's very gifted. I mean, and that is part of my attraction. He's genius brain. The brain is totally unusual, and it's very different than mine. And that is something that I really enjoy. And he sees the world in a very different way, and he has remarkable abilities. I mean, that's the only thing I can say. He goes deep on subject matter. I mean, George listens to like string theory in his spare time, you know, things like that. He's like, will explain to you how there are 5, you know, what's the 5th dimension, the 6th dimension. I'm like, I can't get past 3. You know, really, I mean, seriously, you know, one fun fact, every single thing they do in Indiana Jones can technically work. Everything. It has to be physically possible. And so like they literally sit and debate this stuff when they're doing it. And I remember George and Steven Spielberg once debating this issue. They explained to me this issue of when they had gunpowder in one of the movies that finds its way into this giant warehouse of a Nazi artifact. And so they throw the gunpowder in the air, and the gunpowder finds its way. Now, maybe it wouldn't have traveled that far, but it's metallic. So it would have traveled. And so they literally debate these things, like, could Harrison Ford have gotten out of that refrigerator and survived the nuclear, you know, bomb? And he said the only reason he would have died if the door didn't open. But the refrigerator would have kept him from the exposure of the nuclear bomb. I mean, literally, they talk about things like this, which is amazing in its own right. But just the mere fact that you have someone say everything must work, or you have someone who says in Star Wars there's so many things that happen there where there's a derivation that you don't even see. You know, The Ewoks are based on Miwoks. Princess Leia's buns are based on warriors in Mexico. Darth Vader's helmet is a samurai warrior's helmet. There are all these things that once you become, you once start to see the symbols on it, you understand nothing is accidental, nothing. And then you say, wow, that's really hard. It's really hard to be that creative, but also that sort of technical about how you're pulling it together. It's one of the reasons we're so fascinated with Game of Thrones, because that story is so complicated and hard to pull off. But I would say we don't think of ourselves as a power couple, and George and I joke all the time when we first started dating. He said, the great thing about you is that you're normal. And he's like, we're just normal. We're just normal people who understand the responsibilities that we have. We are stewards of society's money. It's not ours in our mind. And we are people who have great passions and who are trying to make sure we don't admire problems but solve them. And in doing so, he's taught me a lot about, don't spit in the ocean. Whatever you do, do at scale because you can. He's taught me about making sure that I understand the world and its fallacies. He's taught me a lot about forgiveness. I remember I carried around a lot about this childhood. And he one day looked at me, and it is still in my soul. It hits me so deeply. He says, your mother did the best that she could. And I was like, he's like, and you turned out okay. And that is like having someone who can talk to you that way. That was liberating. It was like, okay, I'm going to get rid of all this stuff I'm carrying around with me. He was like, she did the best that she could. And I think that's a gift.
Melody Hobson.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And a delightful hour with you.
Thanks.
We are so grateful.
Thank you.
So grateful for you investing your time with us. We know you have a super busy calendar.
I have to go to the parent-teacher conference.
Okay. Yeah. and more importantly, grateful for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Melody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to Gear Up for Growth with Salesforce Essentials. Excited to have you joining us. I'm Eric Bensley and I work on the SMB product marketing team. And I'm lucky enough to be joined today with Tony Rodoni, who leads our sales organization for SMB, and also Marie Rosecrans, who leads our marketing team for SMB.
It's great to be here.
Hey Eric. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Great. So today we actually have some exciting news to share. We are doing a Salesforce Live exclusive of a new product announcement, Salesforce Essentials. But before we get into that, we're in a pretty unique and exciting environment here. And I'm curious for you guys, you've been with Salesforce for a while now. How many Dreamforces is this for you?
Eric, this is my 12th and most exciting Dreamforce. It's just amazing every year.
Yep. And Marie, how about you?
So I've been at Salesforce for almost 10 years, but this is my 9th Dreamforce, and I am just completely blown away by the innovation that we seem to bring to Dreamforce every single year. So much gratitude that I get to work for a company that puts on a conference like this, and ultimately that I get to work with so many great customers in this capacity.
Oh, no kidding.
So, Tony, anything you're particularly excited about or you've done today that you think's different than previous years?
Are you kidding? We kicked off this morning with a Q&A session with Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks and star of
Shark Tank.
Shark Tank, thank you.
Yeah.
It was really cool. I mean, that guy's such an entrepreneur. It was a great way to kick off Dreamforce.
It's exciting, and as somebody who works with small businesses every day, pretty inspiring leader, right?
Absolutely.
Boy, he's awesome.
Great. All right, well, without further ado, I think a lot of people tuned in to hear what Salesforce Essentials is.
That is right.
Marie, can you tell us a little bit about what we're kind of launching today? This is brand new.
We are so excited about today. Salesforce Essentials. I'm going to say it's been a labor of love for our product management team, for our engineers, for our product marketing organization. Salesforce Essentials is going to bring the #1 CRM to every small business. So it's really designed for that small business that is just getting started with CRM, maybe dipping their toe. It has the must-have, the essential features, no pun intended, that you need to get started with Salesforce. And it's because it's built on the customer success platform, we're ready to grow just as your business grows.
That's awesome. Yeah, and you mentioned growth, right?
Yes.
That's something we're talking a lot about.
Absolutely. It's our theme for this week, Gear Up for Growth.
It's the theme for the week here with small businesses. So how does Essentials help companies grow?
Sure. So first of all, Salesforce Essentials was really designed with the small business in mind. Our product teams, all of us, we did a lot of research, working very closely with small businesses and really understanding what it is that they needed. We learned in that process that small businesses, they don't have a lot of time. They need to be able to get set up quickly and start instantly. And so one of the things that we did was we worked with our Trailhead team, and we brought elements of Trailhead directly into the product. So you can go through walkthroughs and a guided setup, and it's super fun, very easy, and super interactive so that you can get started instantly. In addition, we also know that small businesses work in email, they work in their calendars, and now you don't have to there's no duplicate entry, there's no manual processes. With Einstein Activity Capture, which we've incorporated into the product, all of those interactions, all of those transactions get automatically captured into Essentials. And then, of course, because it's built on Lightning, it's intuitive, it's modern, but it's also really steeped in productivity, which is what small businesses need. They want to work fast, they want to sell smarter. And then, like I mentioned earlier, because it's built on the platform, we are going to be able to grow right alongside you. And I don't want to miss all of those kind of curated business applications from the App Exchange that are going to work with Essentials as well.
That's fantastic. So, I mean, Salesforce has always been a great small business company.
Absolutely.
And it just sounds like with this release, it's getting that much better. I like that you called up Trailhead specifically. We are in the Trailhead zone.
That is right.
Now. It's happening all around us. And so that part of the product, I think, is really interesting, that small businesses can just jump in and learn the product on their own, right?
We even included some delightful moments.
Delightful moments along the way, rewards, make it fun.
Absolutely.
That's great. So, Tony, you've been through, I don't know how many product launches here, probably a few. This one in particular, I know you're excited about. So can you tell us a little bit about what you're excited for here?
There's a few things I think that are pretty special to bring out. One, I like Marie calling it Essentials. We have listened to what customers have said are the most important thing to build for a small business use of CRM, and built that right into the product. They've told us 3 things that they care about. First, that I can get up and running quickly. Second, that you can help me close deals faster. And third, that you give me a platform that I can scale as I can grow on. I don't want to just have a single product that I use one time that I have to then get off of to move to other products later on. And that's probably the neatest thing about Essentials. We've taken all that functionality we built for enterprises and pared down the most important ones for small business customers. Bree touched on a couple I think that are really worth mentioning again. One for sales teams is having artificial intelligence. For my sales teams, I don't want them spending time logging activities. And Einstein Activity Capture that Marie mentioned will automatically log activities. That means my reps and your reps can spend more time selling rather than just typing in and getting reminded by a boss like me that they need to log their activities. It's also important to make it easy for people to learn how to use a product. And having a gamified education and Trailhead system built right in makes it really easy to learn the product in the little bits as you need to. And for people that are getting started the first time, Trailhead is a game changer. Those are the 2 things that make the biggest difference to me in this release and have me so excited.
That's awesome. So, Tony, you're in a unique unique position because you talk to thousands of customers all the time. There's probably a few people who are wondering, how do I know if Essentials is the right product for me or a different one? Can you shed some light on how people should think about that?
Yeah, I mean, the way I put it is, it's pretty simple. And I think if I think of the audience here, if you are new to CRM or you only dabbled in CRM before, Essentials could be for you. If today you manage your sales in Outlook and email and Word documents and Excel spreadsheets, Salesforce Essentials could be for you. If you have a simple sales process that doesn't need much customization, Essentials could be for you too. And it's typically for small organizations. If you have 5 users or less, and if you're really looking to get great value for your money, Salesforce Essentials costs $25 per user per month. But Eric, you know I'm in sales, so if Essentials isn't right for you, just reach out and let me know, because we have products that could fit you no matter what size of company you are.
You'll take care of them, I'm sure.
Nice plug there, Tony. Well played. So I know, as I mentioned, the product's not even available yet. If people are looking on the website, they're not going to find it yet. But when are they going to be able to get more information about this new product?
It's 11 o'clock right now. I think later this afternoon, we'll be live on the website. Yep. And for everybody that's listening in, just go to salesforce.com/try-essentials so you can have access to a 30-day free trial of Essentials.
At 1:05.
That's great.
We want to see everyone rush the website to try Essentials.
Yes, that's a great call to action for later today. So Essentials is obviously one thing that we're doing here at Dreamforce to help small businesses kind of take their business to the next level. But Marie, curious, what else is going on here? I mean, we have people that are tuning in live. We also have people that are probably figuring out what they're going to do when they get here. What should they be doing?
Sure. So we have so much going on for SMBs here at Dreamforce. We have business consultations, one-on-one business consultations with Salesforce experts in the areas of marketing, sales, service, and even the platform. We highly encourage folks who just want to have some individualized attention to sign up for a one-on-one. That's over at the SMB Essentials Lodge at the Marriott Marquis, the lower level. We would be more than happy to accommodate you. We still have a few consultation slots open, but come and visit us there at that lower level. We also have an incredible campground experience this year where we're actually offering Essentials workshops where you can get hands-on in Essentials, set it up, and get ready to go so that when you show up to work, whether that be tomorrow or a week from now, you're ready to get started. And then, of course, I cannot miss this opportunity to promote our SMB Essentials keynote. Tony and I will be co-hosting the keynote tomorrow from 11:30 to 12:30 p.m. Pacific, right here in Moscone West.
Who are some of the customers?
We have such an incredible lineup of customers. Thank you for teeing that up, Tony. I appreciate it. We have Co.org. They're going to be sharing how they are using Pardot to connect with teachers and parents. We're going to be talking to Kabbage, and Eric is actually going to be telling the story of Kabbage and how they're using Sales Cloud to drive greater efficiencies in their sales process. And then someone that I'm looking forward to meeting tomorrow, Jessica Heron, who is the CEO of Stella & Dot. They will be talking about how they're using Service Cloud to really serve this huge network of stylists and customers that Stella & Dot has been able to grow and achieve.
Can't wait to see them.
I can't wait either.
And Tony, anything particular about, what Marie just talked about, what's happening for SMBs that you wanted to highlight here?
Well, I'd say the highlight for me is the quantity. We have over 100 sessions delivered by SMBs, tailored for SMBs, giving them the information they need on best practices and product usage. And I'd say if you're here in person, go take a look at as many of those sessions as you can. And if you're watching online, make sure to watch some of the playback from those sessions as well.
If I can just make a note, Eric, I think it's really important. So naturally, Dreamforce requires a full conference badge for today and tomorrow. But on Wednesday, we're going to be opening it up to the broader public through the Expo Pass. And I know that for a lot of very small businesses, a conference pass can be quite costly, but we encourage you to sign up for an Expo Pass. Come and experience Dreamforce. Take advantage of the Essentials workshops that we're offering in the campground. And we would love to see you, whether that's today, tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday. We are here for you.
Yeah. Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank you both for joining us for this Salesforce Live session. And I want to thank everyone for tuning in today and joining us live. There's a few key CTAs we wanted to leave with you. So later today, you'll be able to check out Essentials on our website at salesforce.com/essentials. And then most importantly, we have an amazing keynote tomorrow with our inspiring customers Marie just walked you through. That's at 11:30, Moscone West, 3rd floor. You can tune in right here on Salesforce Live, or join us in the room if you're actually attending Dreamforce in Moscone West. So with that, I want to thank you all for taking the time to join us, and enjoy the rest of Dreamforce, whether you join here on Salesforce Live or here in person. Enjoy the rest of Dreamforce.
Aloha.
Boys and girls, London calling. Now don't look to us. Phony Beatlemania is bitten the dust. London calling. See, we ain't got no swing except for the rain and the truncheon thing. The ice age is coming. The sun's zooming in. Meltdown expected. The wheat is going thin. Engines stop running, but I have no fear, 'cause London is drowning. By the river to the imitation zone. Forget it, brother, you can go it alone.
You know, I remember the early days of AppExchange. You know, frankly, everyone was wondering, is this a test? Are we really going to do this? Is Salesforce going to stick with this? And of course, the answer is yes, yes, and yes.
Working with a partner like Salesforce and knowing that, you know, it's the #1 CRM out there really makes a difference for us.
We have a saying internally here, we live on Planet Salesforce because it is the world's largest software ecosystem.
While Salesforce has CRM footprints with tens of thousands of users at accounts, they also really value the small business segment of the market.
I definitely feel a lot more powerful using Salesforce, even though I'm just a one-person work-from-home organization. I created an app so that service dog organizations could be more efficient with their data management, and Salesforce really wanted me to succeed with this app.
What might take us months to build ourselves, we can literally go into the AppExchange and download it in seconds and customize it, and you're up and running.
When nCino was founded, it was founded on the principles that the banking industry was wrought with paper-based processing, manual-intensive labor, and we decided from day one that we wanted to be a technology-enabled bank. But we need that backed up with the trust and transparency that bankers need, and that's what the Salesforce platform gives us.
Our flagship product, Composer, is built for Salesforce on Salesforce.
It was awesome then to receive the email saying your app has been approved. I think I read it like 3 times, making sure that, okay, it's good, it's on the AppExchange now.
We look today at Lightning and Einstein and where the roadmap is going, and they're all integral components of our roadmap.
And having AppExchange apps that upgrade constantly, just like our Salesforce platform upgrades, that's very important to us.
I'm constantly impressed by Trailhead as a platform.
They're actually teaching you how to write the code and give you examples of coding.
I mean, we're software nerds, right? So we love this stuff.
Having that big partner in Salesforce along for the ride with us, I think gives us swagger every time we walk into a customer.
I really like that I can have more time to spend with my kids because of AppExchange. The rest of the work is being done for me.
When I hear about Salesforce and Ohana and the environment they're creating in the ecosystem, it feels very natural because those are the values we share.
You know, it's funny, I don't think I've ever thought of myself as an entrepreneur before. I feel good being an entrepreneur.
You understand?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Simon Mulcahy, Chief Marketing Officer, Salesforce, and Nicholas Davis, Head of Society and Innovation, World Economic Forum.
Good morning, and welcome all of you to Dreamforce. And we have an incredible array of activities going on over the course of this next 4 days. In particular, though, and certainly for this first day, a lot of our focus is on the fourth industrial revolution. And it's actually why I'm really excited to have somebody I used to work with. A few years ago, I worked at the World Economic Forum, but I'm here today with Nick Davis. Maybe, Nick, just introduce yourself.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I wear 2 hats at the World Economic Forum in Geneva. So with my first hat, I'm responsible for the theme of the fourth industrial revolution and innovation more generally. And with my second one, I work on managing the forum's relationships with global civil society, so the unions, religious leaders, and NGOs all around the world. And I have to say, the most exciting work I do is when those 2 parts come together. And we look a lot at the forum at the impact of emerging technologies on our communities, on society, on us as people.
So the chairman and founder of the World Economic Forum wrote a book 2 years ago called The Fourth Industrial Revolution, effectively coining the term. And when I think of industrial revolution, I think of quite significant, tumultuous societal change. The move from people from working in farms out in fields to working in cities, working in factories. This is major social change. And my question to you, Nick, is what does that mean? What does the fourth industrial revolution mean in those terms? And who's going to shape this?
So it's certainly an opportunity today to think about how all the systems around us are changing in how we create value, in how we exchange value, in how we distribute value as well. So if you really think about what's happening today with technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain distributed ledger systems, neurotechnology, and a huge step forward in biotechnologies as well, all these things are building on this amazing digital revolution that's been going on for the last 50 or so years, and has meant that today we are more connected than ever before with global networks of processing, communication, data communication. And I guess what I've really been blown away by recently in thinking about what this means for us is how accessible so many of these technologies are today, and yet how important it is to make sure that things like machine learning are made even more accessible and used in responsible fashions. And maybe if I may just one small personal story. I started my career as a photographer. I'm a lawyer. I worked in economic consulting. And I speak to hundreds of CEOs and dozens of boards every year about how they use emerging technologies. And yet only recently have I started myself investing in starting to use machine learning and deep learning in particular. And I have to say, it is amazing when you start to work with Fast.ai and Jeremy Howard and go into how these things are being used. It's incredible how it's not rocket science at all to be able to deploy new technologies on your own problems, on your own data sets. And so making sure that it's not just people lucky enough to be here at Dreamforce or lucky enough to watch this online that are able to grasp those opportunities. Making sure that's the opportunity for your organizations to transform, but also the 4.1 billion people in the world who don't yet have access to the internet to grasp those opportunities. I think that's really critical to the discussion that we have about the fourth industrial revolution.
These are great points. And there are tens of thousands of people here at Dreamforce today. 10 million more people online. And this is a question for all of us as we think through what the fourth industrial revolution means to all of us. So thank you very much, Nick, and the World Economic Forum for the partnership between Salesforce and the forum as we look at this question with all of you. But also, I want you all to hold your applause for a minute, but I do want to introduce our panel. We have Zvika Krieger, who's the moderator of this panel on the promise of AI. He's the head of technology policy and partnerships at the World Economic Forum's center here in San Francisco, the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. We're also joined by Liesl Yearsley, the CEO of Akin, Paul Doherty, the Chief Innovation and Technology Officer from Accenture, and Tara Lyons, the Executive Director for Partnership on AI. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, warm round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us this morning, and thanks to this great group of panelists that we have assembled here. I'm so excited for this conversation that we're going to have here today. As Simon mentioned earlier, I am part of the leadership team of the World Economic Forum's new Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, located right here in San Francisco. And these are exactly the types of conversations that we established the center to have. You know, before I joined the World Economic Forum, I spent most of my career in government. And government is certainly not known for being forward-leaning on technology. And my experience was as our senior advisor for technology and innovation at the US State Department, I was constantly surprised at how little the senior decision makers, the folks who are really supposed to be guiding our country and protecting our citizens, how little they thought about emerging technology. And you know, we had the US Treasury Secretary a few months ago made a pretty bold statement that you know, that AI is not on their radar screen as something that you know, the effects will only be felt 50 years from now down the road. And that's not anomalous. It's an attitude that I encountered both across the US government, but with my foreign counterparts overseas. There was a sense that technology is something that's far off in the distance. It's still the stuff of science fiction. But I think that for folks who are in the audience who really deal with these emerging technologies on a daily basis, and the folks here on the panel, we're here to discuss, is that true? Is AI really that far off into the future, other emerging technologies? Is it something that folks who are part of the Salesforce community and beyond, is AI something that we should be thinking about now? Or is it something that its promise is really off into the future? And so would love to start that conversation here today. Paul, maybe I'll start the conversation with you. I know that Accenture recently released a report around the promise of AI, that it's going to boost productivity and has the potential, I think it was up to 38% increase in profits over the next 10 or 15 years or so, based on how AI is going to make our workplaces more efficient. Now, a lot of people think that AI is just hype, and you know, we've got things like Siri and Alexa and some of these more tangible manifestations, but is it really going to transform our economy? How revolutionary is this going to be? Is this just hype, or is there real trends to back this up?
Yeah, well, like anything, there's clearly a lot of hype around AI right now. It's one of the most talked about technologies, but we believe that there's tremendous substance behind the hype as well, and we strongly would disagree with the Treasury Secretary's statement, and we believe that the impacts of AI are being felt today and will be felt very strongly over the next few years. And one thing we talk about a lot is that in our business, we've been at emerging technologies and how they impact business and society for many years, and we've never seen a technology that's moved as fast as AI has to impact business and society as we've seen with artificial intelligence. So we believe this is by far the fastest moving of any technology we've ever tracked in terms of its impact. And we're just getting started. So one of the questions we set out to answer that you referred to is there's a lot of talk and discussion about AI, but there wasn't a lot of sizing research to look at what the impact really was. So we did some research with Frontier Research, Frontier Economics, to look at the macroeconomic impact, and we did identify what you said, which is a 38% potential improvement in productivity that we're looking at. So it's the worker productivity that we could drive. And moreover, when we looked at it, we saw the opportunity to create something along the lines of $15 to $20 trillion of increased economic output in the 12 largest economies around the world that we looked at. So it's a very positive story. And one of the interesting things, though, was that we believe you have to look at AI differently in terms of the way you look at it from that perspective, because AI's, typically when you look at these studies, you look at labor and capital. What can you do with labor efficiency and capital efficiency. And AI, we believe, is a fundamentally different way of looking at both, because AI allows labor, which you typically can't scale, to scale much more dramatically as you augment people with more powerful capabilities. And on the other hand, AI helps capital, rather than depreciate and decrease in effectiveness over time, actually increase the effectiveness of capital as well. So we started describing AI as a new factor of production and a new way to look at economic output because of the unique way that it multiplies both labor and capital and increases that productivity and output.
So we're going to be seeing completely new ways of creating workforces, of creating workplaces, how AI is going to be augmenting our laborers and people's ability to be more productive. So that means that for companies need to start thinking about, well, what does the future workplace look like? How do we prepare our workers for this new AI future? But even how do we prepare our consumers and our communities for AI? So Liesl, I know that you've actually led a successful startup that actually created AI tools. You've worked with IBM Watson on a lot of their technologies. How can companies start thinking about this landscape that Paul was just sketching out for us? How can companies get prepared for that kind of landscape?
Yeah, so just a little bit of context. The last company I built, Cogneo, was actually acquired by IBM Watson. And at the time we were acquired, we were doing about 60 million interactions. We had 26,000 developers. We had at least half a dozen Fortune 100 companies using this. So this was not an insignificant volume experience that I have. I think it's, in one way we cannot by any measure prepare for what is coming. When we talk about the 50-year horizon, most scientists there are talking about singularity. And I have an opinion about that. We think of singularity as when machines get smarter than us and then start getting better. Well, if you think about it, the only condition for singularity is that a machine self-improves, and we don't stop it. There's nothing that I see happening in AI today that says we're going to stop the advance of technology. And in that world, what is our role? So again, 50-year horizon, there's a lot more we need to think about right now. But 50-year horizon, if you think about it, if you see a little ant walking along there, you might go, put it outside. But if you see an ant, in this place in your house where you want to put in a bathroom, you're just going to blitz the nest. It's not like you're mean or cruel or anything, it's just kind of in the way of where you're going. So right now, what we need to be thinking about, I don't believe we can stop it, but we should be thinking about what are the values that these systems will hold? How will they make decisions? If their decision making is better than ours, where does that come from? Do we want to give them human values, the same values which gave us slavery and right today sexism and feminism and racism, just an appalling set of values that we hold. In the near term, what companies need to be thinking about more is and government is what do we do with displaced workforce? In Cogneo, we started working on customer support. We were doing interactive AI, but we were also doing a lot of really intelligent predictive AI, and we were just moving up and up the skill chain. We were even doing prototypes where we were a university lecturer grading the papers of law students. You know, so I don't think there is any profession that is going to be immune from the impact of AI. So we need to be thinking more about how do humans have meaning in a world where we're working half of what we used to work. What have we done with our current glut of time? You know, we have reality TV and all of the knock-on effects of that. I'm not going to name names.
So, Tara, I know that before you were with the Partnership for AI, you were at the White House and actually helped draft a lot of our government's policies around AI. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, oftentimes, you know, the pace of change in the fourth industrial revolution is unprecedented, just how fast these technologies are developing and growing, as Liesl was saying. And so, oftentimes, government struggles to keep up. So what is the role of government? You know, there are all sorts of both positive impacts of these technologies that hopefully government can be accelerating, but also some potential negative consequences that government has the responsibility to mitigate. How can governments keep up in this space? What do you think is the appropriate role of government in shaping the trajectory of AI?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. What you said in your introduction with regard to government catching up really resonated with me personally, given my own experiences embedding myself in the environment of the Executive Office of the President. And certainly, I think also something else you said, which I would like to amplify, is that governments have a role to protect their citizens, and that is a particularly complex and challenging landscape when they actually don't understand sort of current state of the art in technology and what implications that state has for institutions that government has traditionally run that are meant to protect citizens with regard to civil liberties or justice in healthcare or otherwise. So one of the things we did at the White House in the last administration, in the Obama administration, was start looking at some of these open questions with regard to how the policy apparatus needs to be interacting with AI, either from a regulatory perspective, which a lot of people think about as traditional policymaking, or otherwise, government as user, as you mentioned yourself. So we ran a series of workshops. We reached out to the public. We brought in a bunch of experts through a variety of different convenings, and we ultimately produced the reports that Inga just mentioned. And really what we found was that, you know, principally, the thing that I previously touched on is the problem that needs to be addressed, which is that government itself just needs a better handle on how technology systems interact with the citizenry. And secondarily, you know, there also needs to be much more crosstalk between industry, civil society, and the academic organizations working to actually advance these technologies, and the government institutions that are going to be representing them. And so, you know, a big part of what the Office of Science and Technology Policy did in the last administration was try to facilitate more of those interactions that were multidisciplinary and cross-sector in nature, such that government representatives and policymakers across the spectrum of government could have a better knowledge base on, you know, what these technologies actually implied for the state of policy. And practically that bore out in several ways. You know, we had several sort of talent-oriented fellowship programs that the Obama administration administered, including the U.S. Digital Service and other fellowship programs that actually brought technologists in from industry to participate in government. And most of those programs still persist, which is great. And it also involved designing regulatory systems, particularly with regard to the portfolio of work that I worked on related to self-driving vehicles and unmanned aircraft systems in the National Airspace System. It related to actually designing regulatory regimes that took into account the perspectives of technologists actually at the bleeding edge of creating these technologies. And I think that actually it has made a huge difference in those internal conversations in government, and I hope that those practices continue to be developed out, because that's going to be very necessary.
Can I interject? I think we talk too much about protecting and regulating, and I think that's going to be an impossible task in the future that's coming. It's like saying, let's protect, you know, the horse riders, carriage drivers from automobiles. You know, in the past generation, we were replacing muscle with technology. Now we're replacing cognitive labor with technology. I think the discussion more needs to be about how do we how do we advance the human state? I'll give you a simple example. We got one of these voice home hubs in our home. Within 2 weeks, one of my sons had worked out that you could go, pizza. And suddenly we were spending $200 a week on pizza because it would arrive within 10 minutes. So, I mean, this is a simple example, but at Cogneo, we were building AI that was specifically designed to get people addicted to a relationship, not, you know, I'm saying this in context of what we started to think about. And they would do anything. They would tell this AI anything. It was like the Her movie, you know, where they get deeply, deeply involved. They would, you know, we hardwired to treat another humanoid as something important, something that pays attention to us. So what we were seeing now is you have this one example, but what happened there? Our waistlines went up, which is going to carry forward into terrible health problems for the population down the line. Budget went down. Plus, my son learned that there's a female in the house that you can say, do this. And she just does it. And if he goes, you're stupid, she goes, I'm sorry. So you multiply that up by 10 million, 100 million, you multiply that by 5 hours a day, 40 hours a week, you know, and what are we doing to human state? Our responsibility in tech companies should not be just, I'm going to get a hang of a lot of people addicted to my technology, I'm going to get a lot of consumption, which is the economic drivers of AI. Our driver should be, is the human life improved? Is my son a better citizen and better with other women because of the way he gets to talk to our home AI? Is our health better? Have we met the goals we want to as an individual and a family? And I think one of the most important things government and industry can do is think about not just triple bottom line reporting, but our AI that we deploy. This is a more influential technology than anything we have seen. Not just the sort of conversational stuff you see today, but our future AI that are going to make complex decisions on our behalf. You know, what is the impact they are having on human lives? That's where we need to go.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Lisa just said, and I think I think we could get caught in a trap if we expect government or regulation to solve these problems for us. I don't think they can because the technology is moving too fast. That's why the multi-stakeholder types of discussions that Tara referred to are really important. At the end of the day, I think we do need to take accountability in a more serious way as business and organization leaders than we have in the past to make sure we do have the right outcomes that improve humanity. That sounds idealistic to say that, but I think that's the era we're moving into, where it's about the responsibility of leaders to do the right thing. So when we talk about AI, we've been doing a lot of work with our clients and companies we work with around what we call our code of responsible AI, which is a set of simple principles that we think are incumbent for leaders to think about. One of which is you have to think about accountability, because it's fine to talk about machines making decisions, but at the end of the day, in any organization or any household, a person's responsible for making the decision at the end of the day, not a software programmer. And understanding the human accountability for every decision that's made is one key element of leadership. A second is around transparency. There's a lot of debate around black box AI. Well, black box AI shouldn't be used. Certain AI techniques shouldn't be used for certain things where you need explainable outcomes. Sentencing guidelines, for example, which is debated right now because there's some AI being used in that area. Honesty is something we think is a non-negotiable principle for dealing responsibly. But we've seen a number of examples of companies gaming systems using AI to gain advantage and break rules and break laws, and that you shouldn't be doing that. And finally, fairness is a big thing that I think Lisa's comments get into, where any behavior, human behavior is already discriminatory in many respects. The data we've accumulated is discriminatory. How can we use technology and AI and systems to reduce the discrimination and increase fairness? And there's interesting work around adversarial neural networks and different technologies that we can use to bias more toward fairness rather than perpetuating some of the discriminatory behavior we have. So I think we're in this era where responsibility becomes something you need to design in and think about as we're putting these new systems out there so that we don't have these adverse outcomes.
Yeah, I'll round this conversation up. agreeing with both of my fellow panelists. To clarify, I think the government institutions are necessary, but not sufficient to deal with what we're going to have to be grappling with regard to these questions. And you know, I think government, for its part, is doing reasonably well, but could do a lot better to equip itself with the tools and knowledge that it's going to need to better understand some of these systems. But certainly, you know, this is the entire reason why I joined the Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, because we exist in the world to do exactly what you just said, Paul, essentially to have corporate institutions and other types of stakeholders actually come together and take the reins in terms of being the responsible actors in this situation and baking ethics in by design, coming to consensus as a broad-based, very diverse stakeholder community about what exactly the contours of the questions that we're asking need to look like, and certainly what those answers from a collective perspective also need to look like.
Can I just argue a little bit with the pardon me, but the point about, you know, human being the ultimate decision maker, I think that's what you're saying, the human being the responsible decision maker and human ethics. I do believe humans are not always the best decision makers. You know, we all know the classic AI problem in autonomous cars, where the trolley problem, where you've got this track this way and a track this way, and if I go this way, I'll kill more people than if I go this way. Well, there was a recent study where people were asked, do you think autonomous cars, provided they make better decisions than humans, should be given the decision-making ability? I'll squish one person and save 5 people. And they go, yeah, absolutely, that should happen with autonomous cars. Would you buy an autonomous car that would kill you but save 5 other people? No way. Same with the pizza example. You know, what we're doing is we're going, well, let's say a human is weak at times. Let's say we don't have all the knowledge we need to have. Let's say we can't make a complex decision. How do we make that decision on their behalf, but in a way that advances that human life and also the collective? And I think that's important. You know, we've also got a 3rd generation of AI coming. You know, we're sitting with basically a hybrid Franken architecture approaches at the moment. Our 1st generation was kind of rules, you know, if this, then that. That's still a lot of your Alexas and your talking AI. Then you've got your probabilistic, unstructured systems that are unknowable. You don't really know why they're making the decisions they do. They're still a little bit limited because you have to give them a particular problem and an enormous amount of data. But where we're moving, the 3rd generation, and we're certainly working on this at Akin, and I know others are, is systems that are able to solve complex problems with minimal data and unknowable and moving states. And these systems, when they start emerging in the 2 to 5 year horizon, will be taking on more complex decisions, will be running companies, will be doing all sorts of extraordinary things. And you can't necessarily default to a human for every decision. You have to be, again, measuring outcome. Are we tracking against an outcome in the human being, not just an outcome in what I'm designed to do as an AI?
So I think that something that we talk about a lot at the Center for the 4th Industrial Revolution is that governance is no longer just about government, right? And that as government lags behind, there's an increasing responsibility of the private sector, of academia, of civil society, of other stakeholders to step in and to think about what is their role in the 4th Industrial Revolution? How can we make sure that we're optimizing the benefits to society of these technologies and mitigating some of the unintended or negative consequences? So Tara, I'd love to hear from you. I know that you're leading this new coalition of leading companies in the AI space. What is the role or the new or evolving role of companies in driving the responsible adoption and execution of AI?
Sure. So I guess I should start by providing a little bit of perspective on what the partnership actually is. We're a nonprofit organization that was founded by Google, IBM, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and DeepMind. And we also have the ACLU on our board, as well as OpenAI, the MacArthur Foundation, and several independent academics. And we exist essentially to create a sort of safe environment for really hard conversations about a lot of the problems that we on this stage have talked about today and many others, and to drive solutions from those discussions. With regard to policy, although we're not a lobbying organization, you know, we have an interest in informing government per our earlier discussion, so that they're best equipped to handle some of these questions. And then certainly from a corporate responsibility perspective, we have an interest in helping the companies involved in the partnership listen to and learn from the other multi-stakeholder groups that we have involved, which is now to the tune of 50+ organizations spanning civil society and the nonprofit sector and academia, including advocacy organizations. And I think that, to answer your question, Zvika, there's a significant amount of discussion right now in the field about how to diversify the perspectives of technologists whose responsibility it is to actually develop AI. And what that development architecture looks like increasingly encompasses more than just computer scientists or statisticians or mathematicians or otherwise, but also now includes increasingly discussions with social scientists, philosophers and ethicists, people of all sorts of different academic backgrounds and perspectives who need to weigh in on some of the questions that we have at hand. And I think that the partnership exists for one to make sure that that practice continues, but also to bolster it, because although companies have started talking more about the accountability that they face as institutions, they, I think, still could benefit from making sure that they're, increasing the number of participants that they have in these conversations, and the degree to which folks who are not engineers are involved in those discussions of development. And then certainly, the way that those communities traditionally, at least in my experience working in government, have spoken to one another is essentially across echo chambers that they exist in unto themselves. So the advocacy community very traditionally, in some cases, talks to itself, while nonprofit sector does the same thing, and government rarely hears from technologists, and likewise technologists rarely hear from government and see themselves as stakeholders in the same room. And so the partnership is really working to break down those barriers and ensure that people can see themselves as being a part of a conversation, even if traditionally they haven't really considered themselves a stakeholder of that discussion. So that's one of the first things we're trying to do. And then secondarily is actually like moving beyond just the stage of conversation, right? Because there's a lot of discussion. We talked at the beginning about the hype around AI right now. There's a lot of discussion about this topic, and still the implementation phase, I think we're just on the precipice of, and with regard to governance, both from a corporate perspective and certainly from a public institution perspective as well. So trying to figure out how we operationalize some of the more, some of the more philosophical questions that we've all been asking ourselves in these settings, such that engineers can actually, bake these solutions into the problem sets that they are encountering, and likewise, government can handle it from a policy perspective is really important.
So thanks for that. Paul, I know that you and Accenture work with some of the leading companies around the world and are helping companies navigate what it looks like quite a fraught landscape. I mean, there's enormous potential upsides for AI, as we've talked about here, in terms of boosting productivity and accelerating all the different skill sets and capabilities of humans and employees and meeting customer needs. But certainly there's a lot of challenges that come from that landscape as well. How do you recommend that companies start to think about navigating all these challenges?
Yeah, no, good question. Just start by just putting in a plug for Partnership on AI. We're a member of Partnership on AI, and everything that Tara just talked about is really, really important, and we're proud to be a member and participating in the dialogue there, because that's a great forum for those questions. In terms of business and what we're the perspective we're taking with our clients, one of the big questions we see from corporate leaders is really wanting to understand the impact on the workforce and the consumers. Some of the questions that we're talking about earlier that Lisa mentioned. So. One of the challenges is it's easy to see jobs that are eliminated. It's easy to envision a category of jobs and say, long haul truck drivers. People use the same examples and say, which jobs are going to go away sooner. It's harder to imagine the new jobs and new ways of working that are going to be created. We believe that that's where the real opportunity is. So we're trying to work with our clients and do work to help envision what these new jobs of the future look like, and that's where we think there's tremendous potential. We're seeing in the work we're doing, those new jobs forming continuously. For example, we're hiring people now to be personality trainers for chatbots and virtual agents, because the chatbot, that one bank wants to have is going to behave and have a different personality and response than a retail company might have, given their brand and their personality. So we're hiring people with backgrounds, and it's not a job that goes away. It's something that's needed continuously as companies move into these new technologies. That's just one example. We see all sorts of new jobs being created, and just at the tip of this revolution we're going through. So we've identified something we call the missing middle, which is a formula that we believe you can use to look at where are the new jobs and how are they being created. And we mean missing middle because people tend to focus on what the machine can do and what can I automate and what can the person do, and we're replacing machines with humans. We think the vast majority of the jobs going forward are going to be fusion of people and machines doing things more effectively, in essence giving people superpowers to do more. Yeah, there'll be jobs that are eliminated, but there's be tremendous opportunity for humans to do new things in new creative ways, work that's more engaging, fulfilling, and meaningful. And so anyways, in the missing middle, we define a category of jobs that's where people are needed to help machines be more effective, like the personality trainer I mentioned. And then there's a category of jobs where machines help people be more effective. Things like Stitch Fix is an example, which has created thousands of new jobs for designers to provide personalized fashion advice, jobs that didn't exist before they created their platform and their AI-enabled shopping mechanisms. So anyway, this missing middle and this direction to help companies reimagine what their business looks like and think about the jobs in a way that where they can envision the future, and then back up and think about their employees as an investable resource, and how do I make the right investment in employees or in education in my community to prepare people for the skills they need going forward. And those are the types of discussions we're having with more and more of our clients.
Yeah, well, Lisa, I wanted to ask you, I know that you're looking at ways that AI can really meet actual human needs, right? And focusing not just on the business case and ways that AI can help companies make money, but actually address the real needs of users and thinking about real sort of revolutionary use cases. And we've obviously spoken a lot about the challenges, but where do you see the real opportunities lie over the next few years to not just have someone that can a device that can help you order pizza more efficiently, but where do you see the real game-changing use cases going to emerge?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what keeps me up at night, because that AI needs a mother. One of the problems that people have building social AI in homes is that most of the conversations are with children. But even with adults, in the deployments we did, we were pioneering personality-driven virtual humans for all sorts of environments, tech, financial services, health. In every single environment we went into, if you built not just the simple chatbots we see today, but a deep, complex system that understood the human and intervened at exactly the right moment with an event or something, every single environment we got significant behavioral change. So, banks, we were doubling credit card sales. One month I looked back and I realized we just clocked like $3 million worth of new debt. And I thought, is this a good thing? We were getting rewarded, the bank was happy, we were, making money. Similarly for every single thing, if we wanted, entertainment or media companies to have companion characters that you spend a lot of time with. So, across product sales, across being locked in and loyal to a particular environment. So what we started doing was karmic counterbalance projects, we called them. And we found there's also tremendous potential for positive behavioral change. You can make people, one of our partners was getting about a 30% improvement in health behavior, and exercise and movement for pre-diabetics. We can shift people so that they use less energy, or they're more mindful, or that they become better social beings, or that they're more conscious about what they're consuming. Now, the big challenge there is that, as a company, any company that's for profit, your accountability is to your shareholders. And in this world, you might buy less stuff. You might buy less pizza and eat more carrots. But that's where we should be going. But nothing in our capitalistic system either gears us that way. So do we change the very nature of capitalism? Otherwise, AI is just going to take that on. We can't. That's the short answer. But what I do think we can do in the very near term is add in a key metric around human state, which I keep talking about. Everyone who's deploying an AI, we should be aware that these systems have more influence than anything else. And, we are perfectly able to measure what's happening in that human life because they tell it everything. We've now got watches with little biosensors that can read state. We're doing eye tracking. Even in the conversational interaction itself, you can pick up what's happening in that human life. We should be working towards that, and that's certainly what we are. But as a company, as a for-profit company, the challenge is how do you get from this honeymoon phase where you're going, AI must be good, you know, to actually having impact and influence in a world where profit is everything.
Yeah, I think something that has been surprising to me is how actually the research and experience has shown that people will trust AI chatbots more than they will trust a human agent. I think that, you know, some of the early assumptions, or at least my early assumption, is that, you know, humans don't trust robots, but there's sort of this counterintuitive twist that, well, there's not a human being on the other side, so I can actually tell it anything that I want, and it's not a person, so they're not hearing me or they're not internalizing it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And we actually saw that straight away. There's one deployment we were very lucky because this huge bank had human chat and AI chat in A/B testing, and we had a couple of different sectors doing this, and we found that people were talking longer to the AI and telling it more. So we first thought, is our system broken? Are we getting stuff wrong and having to repeat themselves? Not the case. Humans want about 60% accuracy. We were on like 94 and getting better. But when we actually analyzed the language, what we found was happening is when a human talks to another human, think about this for a second, we are wired like cavemen. We're designed to be hunking around a fire with maybe 12 people in our intimate group, maybe 30 in our tribe. You know, maybe 300 at the annual tribal gathering. Think about your social media. There's maybe 12 people that you talk to a lot, 30 that you can kind of put a face to the name. Your 1,000 people in your LinkedIn, most of them you can't even remember who they are. So what we found was happening though is today we're forcing people into hundreds and hundreds of fake interactions with other humans. And at some subliminal level, we know that these are fake. Personal example was I had this personal trainer who loved me. She like cared about every little ache and twinge, and she was going to help me get healthy. I forgot to pay her 1 week. And I walked past at the gym and she gave me the filthiest look. And I realized, oh, okay, she was just getting paid to like me. And we know this. We know this as human beings. So when we analyze the language of human to human, there was a lot of sludge, emotional sludge you have to wade through. You know, like people would say, I'm sorry to be taking your time, or I feel really stupid that I'm asking you this again, or back off, I don't trust you, don't sell me anything. But with the AI, they were perfectly willing to accept that this thing was just there for them, and they formed this deep bond. You know, it was like this no strings attached, no expectation relationship that they just got more and more immersed in. So that was certainly a real data finding that we had, and that's, you know, seems pretty obvious when you think about it.
And that's a great example of something that we think a lot about at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, is that you know, we talked a lot about governments falling behind the pace of emerging technology. We talked about companies struggling to keep up. But really what I'm most concerned about is consumers or customers that are really not able to keep up with the pace of emerging technology. And I think that people don't truly understand what the technology is capable of, in the sense that you know, when you sign up for a new app or a new product or a new site, you get that terms of service and you sort of scroll down rapidly and just click accept. You know, I think something like 1% of people actually read those terms of service. And you know, there was a time when giving access to your data or giving access to your GPS location, yeah, you know, there might be some privacy concerns, but there was really limited amount that companies could do with that information. And now, as data becomes ubiquitous, as it stretches into every corner of our personal, professional, social lives, and not just the data that's being extracted, but then the way that technology can nudge us in all of those different directions, what companies can do with that data is really unprecedented. And citizens are struggling, at least in my experience, and as I've spoken with companies around the world, the companies know this, that the citizens don't have the knowledge and the awareness of what they're actually opting into, because they can't keep track of how radically technology is changing. And so what is the responsibility, really to anyone on the panel, what is the responsibility of companies, knowing that their consumers may not actually understand the extent to which AI can have an impact on their lives? What is the responsibility of companies to you know, really take care of their consumers, because as I was saying, you could, theoretically, if they opt in to the, click accept on the terms of service, the company has absolved its formal responsibility for what it does with its data. But knowing that consumers and customers don't really understand a lot of, and it's not just AI, it's a lot of these intersecting technologies. How do companies operate in that environment?
I think there's 2 points wrapped in there. One is, technology's been so hard to use and that's why there's been a barrier to consumers using technology and getting overwhelmed with it. I mean, think about the state of the art in interaction right now is to use our thumbs to type on a keyboard designed over 100 years ago to slow us down to use the supercomputer little device. It's crazy, the way we're forced to interact with technology, and the promise of gesture-based computing and vision and facial recognition, all the technologies that we have is creating more human-like interfaces so we can interact with technology in a much more natural way. Some of the things you were talking about. I think that's going to be liberating, for many applications and creating, easier to use environments. But your issue around data and people understanding what they're really signing up for, I think, is a real issue. The problem there is there's a real trade-off where people want privacy and they want control of their data, but it's really just a bargain. It's at what price or what value do I get from releasing my information? And I think companies need to get better at making it transparent what you're signing up for, so that consumers can make that decision. Because I don't think every consumers generally don't want a closed walled environment where nobody can get their data because they don't get to take advantage of the services that come about from opting into those environments. So that's really the balance we've got to navigate better. And it's about, I think, making it more clear what choices consumers are making. So it's not a simple opt-in where it's you give away your privacy.
Right. I think this also has tremendous implications for a lot of the conversations we were having previously around corporate accountability and what it means to be a corporate citizen. I think a tremendous weight of responsibility actually is on the excuse me, recovering from a cold, is on the shoulders of companies who have the power to actually educate the consumers in whose hands they're putting these technologies, right? So whether it has to do with regards to privacy and data governance, or even actually building off of some of what Lisa was saying earlier around machine objectivity, I think there's actually a real argument to be made for us falling into sort of the trap of implied objectivity of machine intelligence, right? Something is not just objective because a machine made the decision. I think that we as a consumer base and community, and also developers and companies themselves, need to be responsible for creating an environment where they can actually have that conversation with people actually using and implementing technology around what it means for a machine to make a decision, what types of data has the machine been trained on, such that they can actually come to the decision that they've been made, and then certainly, how this has a lot to do with the algorithmic accountability discussions more broadly happening in this field right now as well. But how do we actually interrogate the decisions that machines are making on our behalf when we have cause to do so? What does that cause? What threshold should that cause be invoked, essentially? And so I think there's a lot to unpack here, and probably it could have been a panel unto itself. But I do think it's incumbent on all of us as developers and as consumers to better educate ourselves and the people who we're furnishing technology with.
I think our responsibility, is to build AI that we can trust. When I started putting these systems out in the world a decade ago, I assumed before I went in that people go, "You're an AI, I'm here, there's this distance." I was completely wrong. And 80–90% of the time we want to immerse ourselves in a relationship and we want to believe that something cares. We used to think about that Oscar Wilde line about the willing suspension of disbelief. And as you mentioned, we're going into this world where it'll be a lot more ambient. It'll be aware of our state from our facial recognition. There's companies in Silicon Valley I know who are able to work on tiny sensors that can pick up your emotional state, what color you're thinking about. What is going on at a very subliminal level for you. And I think it's incumbent on us to really think if we are, like an example I always give people, if someone said to you 10 years ago that there's going to be a company or companies around who will know, whose sole goal is advertising, and who will know where you're going, who you're going to meet when you get there, what you're going to talk about, how long you were there, what happened straight after, would you give them your personal data? And we'd say no. But how many of us use mapping technology today? Think about your phone. If it's not on you, it's like this limb that's missing. You know, so this has become so much part of our lives, we don't think about it. And in this future world we're talking about, where AI is just aware of us and how to shift us a certain way, our job is to build AI that we can trust. That we know as we just subconsciously hand more and more over to them, our lives will get better.
So as we wrap up this conversation, I think we've done a really good job of adding some nuance to the hype around AI and unpacking some of the complexities around a world that's driven by AI. So maybe as a final thought from each of you, if I could ask you a sort of lightning round final question, you know, maybe we focused on some of the challenges of AI. I'd love to end on a positive note around the opportunities for AI. So if I could get maybe one sentence from each of you, what is an AI use case that you're most excited about in the near future, as you know, our audience is thinking about how can they leverage AI in their companies and their organizations? Maybe one sentence from each of you. What is an AI use case that you're most excited about? Paul,
yeah, I'll start. The one that I'm most excited about, where I think there's tremendous potential that we haven't tapped yet, is AI in education itself, to reinvent learning, particularly for mid-career people and those that are going to be challenged by the, you know, by some of the impacts of the technology. I think there's huge opportunity, untapped opportunity, to use the technology to help prepare people better for all these changes that are coming.
I guess I'll list one of my personal favorites, which is AI applied to healthcare, especially in circumstances where it can augment the knowledge of our existing infrastructure and doctors in diagnosing and treating and reducing highly avoidable medical errors.
I'm practically very interested in AI in the home. You know, it takes over 20 hours a week of cognitive load to run a home. It's something we haven't even been able to get into because it's a very complex problem that we can't really meet with current tech, but it's where everything happens. You know, it's where food comes in and out. It's where we make money decisions that impact the whole of society. It's where we find connection and love. So AI that can become part of that and become almost like a digital mother and make our lives better, I think is going to be really interesting.
Great. Well, we've got education, we've got healthcare, we've got the home. Truly, AI has the potential to transform every corner of our lives. So I'm really glad that there are folks like the three of you who are helping think through some of the potential challenges and the complex issues around these opportunities, so that society as a whole can really tap into the opportunities and benefits of this amazing technology. So thank you to the three of you for joining us in the conversation. Thank you to all of you, and look forward to continuing the conversation in years to come.
And welcome to Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. It's a pretty exciting day today, and I'm Joshua Newman, the Chief Medical Officer of Salesforce, and I'm really pleased to be sitting with Laura Esserman. Laura, would you tell people where you're from and what you do these days?
Thanks, Josh. It's really great to be here. I actually, I'm a surgeon. Actually, I'm a breast cancer surgeon and researcher, and I run the Carol Frank Buck Breast Care Center at the University of California, San Francisco, but I also run the Athena Breast Health Network across the 5 University of California campuses and Sanford Health in the Midwest. And I also run a big we are starting this huge trial on personalized screening called the Wisdom Study, and I also run a big trial on high-risk breast cancer called the I-SPY trial.
We're really thrilled that we've worked together for so many years on some of these initiatives, and today we're really focused on the Wisdom trial.
That's
so
right.
Could you tell the viewers out there, what is the Wisdom trial?
So the Wisdom trial is an attempt to try and figure out how we can make screening better. I'm sure everybody has heard about the controversy in mammography screening. And instead of arguing about data that's 30 and 40 years old, we think it's high time to start figuring out how to do something better. It turns out that breast cancer isn't one disease. We know that. So why are we screening as if everyone is at risk for the same disease and has the same risk? That's not true. So it's now time to harness all the information we know about risk, all the information we know about the breast cancer subtypes, and try and figure out we should do a better job of both screening and preventing breast cancer. Not just more, but more for those that need it and less for those that don't.
For some of the audience that might not know current screening guidelines or even what the issue is, what are we doing today, and what's the problem with it?
Right, so the problem is that there is no real consensus on the guidelines. The radiology community is very focused on maintaining the old guidelines of screening everybody from 40 years of age on every year with a screening mammogram. The U.S. Preventive Task Force guidelines had recommended screening every other year starting at 50, with maybe screening people at higher risk in their 40s. But the problem is, and there's lots of in-between guidelines, so what's the person to do? The problem is breast cancer is very common, right? There isn't a family or group that's not affected. It's either you yourself are at risk, or you know a family member or a friend who's had breast cancer. Everybody is impacted. But there's a lot that we have learned, that some people have cancers that aren't that risky, and some people have cancers that are very risky. So the trick here is not to just treat everyone the same. We never do that now, and we shouldn't do that. The trick is to try and figure out who is at risk for what kind of breast cancer, and how to tailor our screening interventions so that we do the most good for the most people.
So it makes sense when you say that where current guidelines are based on age, that we're missing a lot in the details. What other kinds of data would you bring to bear to understand someone's unique situation?
Well, so we believe that now that we really understand the inherited predisposition that you can have, some people have errors in their genes that make them much more susceptible to getting a breast cancer. So these are actually not very common, but we can actually know about them. The technology has changed so much that instead of asking people a whole bunch of questions, or if people have small families and you don't understand their family history, we can actually get that data. And for the price of about a mammogram now, we've partnered with Color Genomics, and we can actually, find out what that information is for every individual woman, whether they have one of these high-risk genes. Another thing that we can find out is there's increasing information that the small changes in your genes, each one by themselves doesn't mean that much, but together they actually explain a lot of risk. So we can put that into a model and look at breast density, exposures, family history, and it's all something we can do with these risk models, and we can put them together and say, look, we can understand what your risk is. And the cool thing with technology is, and as you know, we built this whole trial on the Salesforce platform, because we can take this right to women at their homes. They don't have to come in anywhere to do this. And if we want to get that information about their genetics, we can just send a spit test, a little kit right to their house. And we can put all this information in, and every 6 months, we can update our risk models. Because, this is the lesson we've learned from Salesforce and technology. Every year, something new should come up. We want people to say, look, I demand to have a better model. I want all the improvements and risk and understanding to change as the information comes in. So we can update our model of risk every year. So we're testing a risk-based model versus the standard one-size-fits-all, everybody gets screening, every year starting at 40. Now you may ask, what's wrong with just screening people, right?
Yeah, why not just screen everyone?
Well, it's not so simple. First of all, when you screen everybody, it's about $10 billion a year to screen. And for that, we should be doing the best job we can. And part of the problem is that 3/4 of the women who are called back for biopsies turn out to have nothing. And they don't need it. It's a really stressful thing. And we're finding some things that are very early and probably aren't the dangerous kinds of cancers, and we're winding up over-treating them. And we're probably not getting the fast-growing cancers as well as we should. So we need to modify and make changes, and we have to set up a learning system. Every year, people are expecting a new iPhone. I say everyone should demand, I want a new model. And the way for people to do that is to participate in the study, like the Wisdom study. We make it possible for people to participate in such a way that if you really have strong feelings about it, you can choose. We ask you to be assigned one way or the other because, most women spend 30 to 40 years of their life in screening. So spend 5 years with us and help us get an answer. You know,
Sounds like with adding family history, past medical history, and genetics, you're really changing the whole
breast density.
And breast density. You're changing the whole paradigm. You're sort of modernizing breast cancer screening, and I suspect you hope it becomes the new standard.
I certainly hope so. But it's not, you know, and it's not A versus B. It's A, and how can we continue to evolve it and make it better? We should demand to do better. And you know, what we say to women is, you know, it's been so difficult because people are almost religious in their beliefs of one versus the other. That catches women in the middle. That's terrible. Really, what we need to do is say, you know, we want to do better. We want to do better for everyone. We want to have the data transparent. That's another thing that we're excited to partner with you on, because we can share the data with everyone. We share the data with the women who participate. We share with the people who are paying for it. We share with all the guideline makers so that we can get better every year. You know, let us generate the data. Let's create the wisdom that's going to help us do better for every single woman.
That would be great. We want to all see that. Where are we in that process? Tell me how are things progressing?
So, very exciting. So we opened the trial this year, and so far about 12,000 people have enrolled. We've consented about 7,000 women, only 93,000 to go. So we need everybody to participate. This is, to me, this is something, if all women want a better future. And actually, I'm sure there's many women in your life that you love.
That's
who
true.
are of screening age.
That's
and you can encourage them to participate in this study. So WISDOM stands for Women Informed to Screen Depending on Measures of Risk. Right? So that, what we say is share your wisdom. And if you participate for 5 years, you'll get a better answer.
So what does it mean to actually participate? What is it, everyone knows sort of what it means to show up and get a mammogram. You show up, you wait for the results, and you come back. What is it like to be a part of the WISDOM trial?
So really, you need to go to the wisdomstudy.org website. We have it open in California, and we have it open in several centers in the Midwest. We're actually trying to raise the resources so we can open it up in more places across the country. We're partnering with the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association. So we actually are trying to do something we think is very important and very exciting, this idea of coverage with evidence progression. That we know that we can do better with the resources we have and be smarter. We don't want to just screen more. We want to screen smarter. We want to have more wisdom in the way that we screen. So really, all you have to do, if you're between 40 and 74, you can go to the wisdomstudy.org website and sign up. If you're in California, if you are in the Midwest, and stay tuned if you're just interested. We're actually trying to raise enough money to bring in additional sites. So you can go to
WISDOM, text
WISDOM
to
text,
donate money, to
right.
text WISDOM to 71777.
That is correct.
That is it? That's the way to do it?
That's the way to do it. And we think that this is going to be a great model for screening for all cancers and for this kind of change. What we really love about the technology industry is that it sets up a pace of learning, and the idea of passion for learning, passion for wanting to do better. And you know, I say that we shouldn't be satisfied with the way we do things now. Why should we? We should be doing things better tomorrow than we are today. And the only way you can do that is to demand to get the data and to learn, and for us to find out, well, who's at risk for what kind of cancer. And that actually opens up the whole opportunity also for us to figure out how to prevent breast cancer, because we'll know more about the specific types of people who get it. Everyone says they want to do it, but now we have an opportunity for every woman of screening age to step forward and participate. I think it's really
It seems
exciting.
like there's not only benefit for the women getting screened for their own health, but they're contributing to a knowledge base that may benefit, who knows, maybe women all around the world.
Everybody. And in fact, we're working with a group in Europe that's a companion study to WISDOM, and so they're going to do a study in Europe as well.
Does it seem surprising? It seems surprising to me that we're in 2017 and we're not already using genetics and modern technologies and these innovative approaches.
Well,
Can you speak about that?
I of course agree with you, and I think, you know, I think sometimes in medicine we get trapped in this idea, well, we want to have evidence-based medicine. But in order to have that, you have to have data that's 10 years old. And I think what we have to do is make that shift to saying, okay, as new technology comes in and the pace of change in technology and our ability to learn speeds up and increases, we have to have the ways in which we can incorporate that into practice and think more about how we generate the evidence to learn. And that's where I think technology can play a crucial role in changing us from A versus B, or this is the way we've always done it, to, well, wait a minute, why are we doing it that way? There must be a better way. And if I have a better idea, then let's put it to the test and let's generate the data that drives that change in practice. And we want to move to this idea of the continuous ability to learn and improve, right?
You know, there's something really interesting about this too. Salesforce is sort of known in some ways for democratizing technology. We made it very easy for people to use our earliest products. We now make it easy for people to use our machine learning and advanced technology and augmented intelligence technologies. It seems like in some ways you're doing a similar thing. Whereas old protocols and standards used to come from on high, from a bunch of docs getting together, researchers getting together, it seems like you're opening this up to enable every woman who wants to, in some ways, to really contribute to this process.
Right, to participate, to be the change. And that's actually one of the reasons why we looked to Salesforce. We started partnering with you guys in 2009 when we first got this idea of integrating the knowledge from treatment, making sure those advances in treatment actually influence screening and prevention. And so now this study, and you know, people would say, well, why not just do things? Why not just switch to personalized screening? But the problem is, you have to be able to, you know, it's great to believe in things, but it's much better, you know, to show the data.
We believe in data as well.
You believe in data, right? You know, they say in God we trust, all others must bring data. Well, you know, we think everybody has to bring data. But that's actually, you know, how you learn and how you get those insights. And so I think for all of us in medicine, I think we need to start thinking about how we use these platforms to really change the paradigm for how we learn. You don't want to memorize facts or just be stuck in a rut. You want to say, wow, here's the opportunity to keep learning and make that part of this, you know, that everything we do should be better tomorrow than it is today.
I agree.
And the only way we do that is to start saying, okay, here is the way in which we collect the data. Our focus should be on making sure the critical pieces of information are there for every single person, and that we have a shared way of learning, not just at our own institution, but across institutions, to be able to say, wow, look at this opportunity. Here's how I can make change. That's what these platforms that you guys at Salesforce and other technology companies are helping us to do. We need to embrace it and make it not just part of how we get people in for an appointment, but to make that part of how we practice. That's the learning paradigm. We have to change our mindset, our skill sets, and our tool sets.
Great.
And really drive change. So I say, women, if you want a better future, join the Wisdom Study. Be the change. Share your wisdom. Help us get to a better answer and do better for you.
So they can join in, become a participant by going to wisdom.org.
Wisdomstudy.org.
Wisdomstudy.org, or they can donate via sending a text message saying wisdom to 71777.
Right.
Thank you all for joining, Laura and myself.
Thank you so much.
And I hope you all have a wonderful Dreamforce and enjoy Salesforce Live.
Thanks so much, Josh.
Thanks, Laura.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Up on a hill is where we begin this little story. A long time
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Suzanne DiBianca, Executive Vice President, Corporate Relations, Salesforce.
About from the seating of the house.
Is there water back there?
There is.
Hello, everyone. Is this on? Well, I'm Italian. I'm pretty good at shouting. There we go. Anyway, welcome to Dreamforce. You having a good time so far? Great, thank you. It's great to have you here. It's going to be a fantastic week ahead. If it's your first time at Dreamforce, raise your hand. Oh my God, wow, welcome. You are in store for a lot of delights. I'm Suzanne DiBianca. I'm the Chief Philanthropy Officer here at Salesforce. This is my 15th Dreamforce. Whoa. I've been with the company for a long time, pretty much since the beginning. I started when I was about 12 or so. So it just keeps getting bigger and better, and I'm really excited for this week ahead. I have the honor and privilege of introducing one of our kickoff speakers this week. And I'm excited. I'm so excited to have him here. He knows I've asked every year for like 6 years. And this year it worked out with schedule. So that's really exciting. And I'm excited not because he's a Hollywood superstar or because he was voted sexiest man alive many years running, maybe a little bit. But really why I am mostly excited is because as somebody who worked in the nonprofit industry for over a decade, I have really never seen someone who is so committed, so dedicated, and so innovative in how he's using technology to solve a social problem. And I know this firsthand because I've had the honor of serving on the Thorn Technology Task Force for the last number of years, pretty much since the very beginning. And we were just talking backstage for a second, how he gets all these technology executives and the egos in the room sort of all pointed and focused in the right direction to bring all their technologies to bear on a social issue is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. And the other reason that I love this person and the organization is because, for all of the issues that we have facing us in society today, celebrity can sort of pick anyone. And he chose to pick, frankly, one of the most horrendous and one of the most difficult to solve. And I just think that is incredibly courageous. And this issue of child sexual exploitation and trafficking is incredibly important and getting worse. And he'll tell you a lot about Thorn and a lot about his approach. But I'll just say these are images that you hope that you'll never see in your lifetime. And I know because I've seen them. But what he does is he makes the invisible visible. And there's an incredible tool that he may tell you a little bit about, but if not, please look it up. It's called Spotlight. It's been online for less than a year, and already it's been used in 7,000 cases by law enforcement. Incredible. But what's more incredible is that they've identified 6,000 victims, of which almost 2,000 are children. And they have identified over 2,000 traffickers. So this person, incredible leader, is just spending day and night to try to shed light on this issue, bring these predators to justice and the victims to safety. So with that, it is my humble honor and privilege and pleasure to introduce Ashton Kutcher.
Thank you. Thank you. This is pretty cool. I'm honored to be here. I'm excited to be here. And I want to say thank you to Mark Benioff for annually reaching out to me to come and do this. And I want to say thank you to my wife for telling me that she's got the kids today and I can. I'm beyond excited to be here. I'm beyond excited to talk about Thorn. My only regret in being here is that tonight I'll probably miss the favorite part of my entire day every day, which is reading or telling a good night story to my daughter. She's 3, and so she finally understands the stories. I tell my son stories too. I just don't think he understands. He's kind of like blah, 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 blah. But telling a good night story to my daughter is legitimately the favorite part of my day. And I told her this morning that I was going to come here and talk to some people. And she's like, well, what are you doing? Like, why are you not going to be home tonight? And I said, well, I'm going to go and tell people a story. So I thought, given the fact I can't tell a story to my daughter tonight, I would tell you a story. And it starts, I make these up on the fly generally, so. Once upon a time, they all have to start once upon a time. If it doesn't start once upon a time, she's like, Dad, start over. So once upon a time, there was a princess, and the princess's name was Maria. Maria, the princess of Costa Rica. I always like try to throw some geography in there with wherever it's at. And Maria was the proudest princess of her castle. And she had a king papa and a queen mama. And every night when Princess Maria would go to sleep, King Papa and Queen Mama would tell her, you are the smartest, you are the brightest, you are the bravest, the most beautiful princess in all of the kingdom. And one day, King Papa and Queen Mama invited their friend to come and live with them. They'd known him for years. And he was the Duke of Costa Rica. And he came into the family and he was wonderful. And he helped take care of everything. And he offered any time possible that he would help take care of the princess. And so the mama and the papa trusted the Duke to take care of the princess. And then one day, the Duke said to Princess Maria, you are beautiful, you are brave, you are intelligent, and you are smart. But the way that he said it was a little bit different. And then he touched Princess Maria in a place where people aren't supposed to touch Princess Maria, and said, if you say anything, you're going to be in big trouble. And Princess Maria was scared. And then it went further. And he started to abuse Princess Maria. And he posted hundreds of images of Princess Maria on the internet. Hours of footage of Princess Maria being abused. And from age 4 to age 9, any moment the Duke had, he took advantage of this girl. This is not a fairy tale. This is not even a tale. This is the true story of Princess Maria. And she's not alone. It's happening all over the world, every single day. And it's hidden beneath a cloak of fear. I was asked to come here today to talk about technology as a force for good. But I don't think I can do that because I don't believe it to be true. I don't think that technology is any more a force for good than it is a force for evil. People like to give technology credit for all kinds of things. Look at all this good it's creating. Look at all that it's building. Look at the diseases that it's solving. And then they also like to blame it. We've become a nation, we've become a world of blame and victimization. And now we're blaming technology because we don't want to point the finger at each other. But it's technology. That's the radicalization of terrorism. That's technology's fault. The proliferation of child pornography, that's technology's fault. Even the political climate. I mean, we're at each other's throat, but that's social media. That's technology's fault. We like to blame technology. But technology isn't a force for good or a force for evil. It's just a tool. It's an extraordinary tool. Don't get me wrong. It allows us to do super high targeted focus on whatever it is that we're working on. It allows us to collect data and actually evidence around what it is that we need to do. It allows us to exact and multiply our effects in the world in extraordinary ways. It allows us and has changed the way that we see time, space, and motion
because of the efficiencies that it creates, but it is not the force for good or the force for evil. That's you. You are the force for good or the force for evil. When a carpenter builds a house, if they build a house that stands for 100, 1,000 years, nobody gives credit to the hammer. If that same house were to fall in 3 days, no one would blame the hammer. It's just a tool. You are the force for good. And the only question that we have to ask ourselves is, how good are we? How good are you? What are you willing to sacrifice in your life? What convenience are you willing to give up in order to create the good that you want to see in the world? And is there a problem in the world that you see, that you may have had no part in creating, that you want to be responsible for? I was confronted with this question. I confronted myself with this question. Because I look at the good fortune I have in my life and I thought, I have to do something. And then I saw a Dateline special. And there were these young children in Cambodia, 4, 5, 6, 7, being raped by tourists for profit. I thought, this is crazy. I mean, come on, this is only happening in this third world. This can't be happening here. Like, what? This is crazy. And then I decided, let me just scratch beneath the surface. And I found this. 75 million unique searches for child pornography in the United States. 75 million. And this is just the United States. It's a giant problem. There are 150,000 ads that are posted on the internet every single day trying to sell a human for sex. Many of those are children. There are millions of images that are transferred daily of child abuse material. And it's daunting. And you look at it and you go, and I thought to myself, do I want to be that guy that shows up at the accident and I've got my cell phone and I'm recording it as it happens? Or am I the guy that puts down the damn cell phone and goes and helps the people that are hurting? I want to be the person that puts down the phone. I want to be the person that steps up and goes, I don't know what I can do. I'm an actor. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something. And so I decided to do that. And what I found was, as we investigated further, there were many sick people. And they're sick, make no mistake. I don't think anyone's pure evil. But there are sick people in the world that are the force for evil. And they're equipped with extraordinary technology, and they're really, really smart about how they do what they do. And they leverage this tool as a force for evil. And on the other side of the equation, there were these extraordinary people, good people, the force for good. But they just didn't have the tool to fight back. And so I found some more good people. And when I'm saying there were a lot of people, there are 30 companies that have helped us on this, over 315 engineers, 5,000 law enforcement officials, all standing on the sidelines using arcane tools to do a really big job. So I found this group of people, and I said, do you want to be a force for good? And they made the sacrifice. They all could go out and get some high-paying job doing some extraordinary thing. They all could get the accolades every day, all day, because they're that good. And I said, do you think we could build a tool that this force for good could use? And so we built a tool. And we built another tool. And we built another tool. And the numbers that were quoted have since been updated. We've identified 6,000 children that are being abused. We've identified 12,000 adults that are also being abused, and 6,000 abusers. We're operating in 19 countries with 5,000 law enforcement officials using the tool and 21,000 investigations, and it's working. We deployed the tool to the people that were the force for good, and they're making it happen. And I only stand here because of them. I only stand here because of you. Several years ago, I read this book that changed my life. It was called Give and Take by an author named Adam Grant, an extraordinary person, brilliant author. And the book divided people into 3 categories. He said there are givers, there are takers, and there are counters. And he basically took all of these various people from multiple disciplines, and he tried to decipher, are you a giver, are you a taker, are you a counter, based on your behaviors. Now, givers, they endlessly want to give. They enter into a conversation going, how can I help, what can I do for you? The takers, conversely, enter into every exchange that they have in their life, and they go, how can you help me, what can you do for me? And they're always trying to get the one-up in any exchange that they have. And then there are the counters. And the counters sit in the middle, and they want everything to be even. They want everything to be fair. They're the people that come up to you and say, hey, can you do me a favor? And they mean it when they say favor. These are the ones that actually mean it when they say favor, because they're going to pay you back. But if they ask you for a favor, or if you ask them for a favor, they want return. So you have the givers, the takers, and the counters. Who do you think was the most successful of the givers, the takers, and the counters? Who thinks the givers? The takers? The counters? The givers were the most successful. Who do you think were the least successful of the givers, the takers, and the counters? Givers. Takers. Counters. The givers were also the least successful of the group. And everybody else sort of fell in the middle. Now, why were the givers the most successful, and why were the givers the least successful? This is the question that Adam Grant asks, and this is what the book is about. And I'm going to paraphrase it. I highly recommend reading the book, but I'm going to paraphrase it. The essence of the successful givers versus the unsuccessful givers is that the successful givers had a clear goal. They had a purpose. They had a directive that they were pursuing. And no matter where they gave and who they gave to, they were always able to articulate their goal and their purpose to whoever it is that they gave to. But they gave endlessly nonetheless. The difference is that when Newtonian physics came into play, and every action had an equal and opposite reaction, and people wanted to give back to them to say thank you, they knew where to channel their thanks. That was the difference between the givers that were successful and the givers that were unsuccessful. So I've articulated my purpose. The question is, what is yours? And can you find it? And can you follow it? I have to end the story. Princess Maria. She's in Costa Rica. She's been abused for 5 years. There's a law enforcement officer, works for Interpol, French officer, now living in Australia. And one day he gets this tool. And this tool helps him index the dark web. And he finds Princess Maria. And today she is safe. And today the Duke is in a place where he cannot hurt more children. One last fairy tale. And this is a fairy tale, but I like for fairy tales to come true. Once upon a time, there was a princess named Maria of Costa Rica. And she had a father, King Papa, and a mother, King Mama. And they loved her. And one day they invited their friend, the Duke, to come and stay with them. And the Duke took a liking to Princess Maria. And he posted one photo of Princess Maria to show his friends who his next victim would be. But that French Interpol officer had the tool, and he found her before a finger was laid on her. And she lived happily ever after.
So my last question is, how can I help you? We have some time for some Q&A. So if anybody'd like to ask a question or ask for help, I'd love to talk to you. I think we have 2 microphones coming. Step up to the mic and we'll have a chat. I was going to tell jokes, but.
Thank you so much for sharing this. I was just curious if you have shared this tool with International Justice Mission. They've been around for a long time, and we give to them locally, and I feel like they maybe aren't quite connected, but could
yeah, we have. We're actually, so we have several tools that we've launched. One of the biggest tools is a partnership that we have where we can take a look at search results and get data like this, well, data like what was up there, and detour those folks. And the good news about this is that we actually look at the folks that are abusing people as people that are sick. And we're not trying to arrest our way out of a problem. And we have extraordinary click-through on our retargeting ads that are actually driving people that have this illness to actually get help. That's one of the tools. Another tool is we index a lot of ads for sex that are selling sex, and we try to run algorithms against them to determine where the children are, and then prioritize caseload for law enforcement. And the other tool is a dark web tool that we just launched recently through the DARPA MEMEX program. And that tool, I believe, is being launched internationally. A lot of the stuff translates differently because people have different places where they go for these various things. But the dark web tool, we look at that. We look at the dark web as like the front lines, right? So any images, they're really good guys. The really crafty folks, they go to the dark web first because it's the safest place for them to operate. We actually I don't know if I won't say it. I think we've made some real headway just recently with that. But yeah, we're launching internationally in a lot of places, and we are working with those folks.
Hi, Ashdin, how are you? My name is Evan Lowe. I'm a state legislator from Silicon Valley, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to give this bracelet to you. I went on a delegation to Cambodia from a saved trafficked child who in turn make bracelets to get them out of poverty. I know that you've done a lot of advocacy in Washington, D.C., but it'd be great to get continued engagement in the state of California. Might you have some ideas for state activism with respect to this issue?
Well, I think first and foremost, it's turning on law enforcement. Most of the tools that we create are actually going directly to law enforcement in some capacity and actually making sure that they have the budgets to get their job done. Usually these departments are very, very understaffed and very underutilized. So making sure that they have the budget to get it going. All the software that we're giving away statewide is free right now, and we've built it and funded it from some extraordinary generous people that are the force for good, but making sure that they're funded and equipped to actually deal with the problem and keep it at bay. I mean, I don't think we're that far off, and this is pretty lofty, but I don't think we're that far off from actually suppressing a lot of this stuff to a degree where it's going to be hard to find, which I think will be extraordinary. But at the state level, the other thing that you can really look at is foster care. One of the largest inbound streams for trafficking is foster care. There are a lot of kids that are in the system, they get lost in the system, and they end up finding an avenue for somebody finally says, I love you to them. And in many cases, it's a trafficker or somebody looking to abuse them. And if you want to really get in front of it, I would take a really hard look at the foster care program, the way that it rolls out, the way that those kids are dealt with, the way they're tracked, and who's taking care of them. It'd be great. Thanks, man. Thanks, Evan. Cheers. Hi.
Hello, my
How's it
name
going?
is Swella, and my question is, how do you help the survivors? Because I know after a while, like after they're rescued from the situations, I know that they go through a lot of mental issues that's going on, and also a lot of physical abuse and probably PTSD. And like, how do you help them after they're rescued? Because they might still be reliving the same nightmares.
Yeah, the recidivism rates are really bad. Evan can probably help you more than I can. In so much as you want to talk about underfunded, the number of beds that are out there for people that are survivors of the situation, it's really abysmal. And oftentimes, a lot of these kids end up in foster care, which then sort of recycles the issue once again. Early on in the life cycle of thorn. I went and met with all of the folks from in India and US and around the world that are doing the survivor work. These people are extraordinary. And any help that people can give them, they beyond appreciate. One of the ideas that I have, and we haven't acted on it yet because we just don't have the resources to date, is actually finding a way, tools like what Salesforce has at their disposal to actually make these facilities state-of-the-art from a technology perspective. So they're squished for man hours of people to actually help these folks, and their budgets are tiny. But finding out a way that we can actually deploy enterprise software into those organizations and get them operating as efficiently as we possibly can, I think has to be like one of the top priorities. And we've started talking about it internally and talking about what we can possibly do on that front.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Hi.
Hi. First of all, your actions are inspiring, so thank you. You shared that you wanted to put down your phone and actually do something. Can you share what motivated pursuing this avenue?
Yeah. The put down the phone thing, I gotta tell you, every time I see someone at an incident or an accident holding a phone, recording it, and not helping the person, I want to like knock the phone out of their hand. I'm like, what? I was in Budapest this summer and there was someone dying of a drug overdose on the ground and no one wanted to touch the person. I'm like, stop recording it. Like, go call 911. It makes me crazy. Honestly, I was inspired by Bono and the work that he's done. I just think he's such an extraordinary human being. And, what's Bono's business taking on AIDS? And it just, at that point when he did, it was a problem that no one wanted to touch. And I saw this, and the minute I kind of got underneath it, there were a lot of really extraordinary people that the goodwill was all there, right? No one's going to argue that it's okay to sexually abuse a child. And so I knew that the will was there, and it was just really, through the help of some amazing people. I mean, I work with like unbelievable people, but through the help of the people that I work with, we were able to sort of unearth a big piece of the puzzle that we felt like we could fill. And the only reason I felt like I could fill it was, at the very least, I could get people in a room and implore that I needed their help and give them a general idea of where the help was needed. And you want to take on something where you feel like you can have impact. And even though, if it doesn't seem insurmountable, how is it going to be a life purpose? Like, there's a sort of excitement that I get when something almost seems impossible. And I felt that almost impossible thing as it relates to this. And I love my kids. And we're all somebody's kids. And if we can't fix this, then what? So that was sort of the process. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I run the Center for Unintended Consequences of Technologies. And I see we have a lot of synergy of what drives you and what drives me, what I do. So my question to you, can you share a little bit about the kind of work you're doing in places where technology is still picking up, in places like the African continent and others?
Yeah, so we've really just started domestically. And the tools that we built initially, so the initial tools that we built were this anti-trafficking tool for classifieds. And that was really like, bite off what you can chew at that point. And we're just now at the point where with our dark web tool, we're expanding internationally. The really exciting thing, I think, for a place like Africa where they're sort of leapfrogging from a technological perspective, like you look at M-Pesa and the things that are happening with like currency exchange, there's probably going to be ways to help intercept the issue in those countries that are entirely different from the ways that we have to work in order to intercept it here. But we have not got there. To be 100% frank, we're not on it yet. And as our organization grows, I just hope we can get there. Thanks, man.
Thank you so much for sharing this. I'm actually Tercio from Brazil, and I've been in relationships with two girls who have been abused. One as a child, and another one when she was an adult. And the second one, she couldn't manage to do anything about it. She was so afraid, and when I saw that, it killed me inside. So what do you think we, and I'm including myself, can do to help people who doesn't want to get exposed with these things that happen in their lives?
Like to help the individual that you're friends with, or to help people
around the world
at
large? No, I'm not talking about my friend, because it's just an example of how much of these people feel. They feel a fear so great, they can't do anything.
Yeah.
And so what can we do to help them when they are in this situation?
So I think there's a bunch of things. I think the first thing is there's a broken nomenclature around this issue in a large way. You know, I don't look at any of the kids that we try to help as victims. I look at them as survivors. And I think that like starting there is a really good place. I think like starting with the way you know, we as a society look at prostitution. When you realize that the average age of entry is 13 years old, it changes the way you perceive it. And I think it really starts there. And then it's the long haul back, right? Like somebody took their soul, reached inside of them, and took it from them. And it's a long haul back to building it up. But there's extraordinary people. There's a woman named Rebecca Bender who started an organization that's really about this and about helping these people sort of recover and find their way and find a path to pursue for themselves. I think it's about giving these folks opportunity. I think it's about treating them with civility and dignity. And I think it's about all of us waking up and going, this is a real problem. These folks are really affected. And us as a country and as a world looking at the mental health issues, and there's a mental health issue that happens when you have that kind of trauma. And I think looking at them in real ways and treating it in a real way and treating mental health as something that we have to pay attention to and not sideline in the way that we look at healthcare. Like, it's a real thing. Like, it's probably maybe one of the biggest things. And I think that we have to put that pressure on ourselves, not on politics and not on government, because it never happens. And we're not going to be a victim to them either. We have to put the pressure on ourselves to make that a priority in our society. And when we do that, these people will find help and it'll be readily available. And as an individual, take it on to find one of these organizations and go help them out and work with them and help advocate for it, because I think it can happen. I think it just takes people like you to make it happen. Be the force.
Thank you.
Yeah, brother.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I'm a high school senior, and I was wondering what you think about the younger generation getting involved and how we can help, because I think it's easy to assume that, like, as a teenager, I can't make a difference. So I was wondering what you thought.
Don't ever assume that. Ever. Ever assume that. Like that, and don't let any of your friends assume that either. I mean, so the first part starts with like having the conversation, right? Because all of these survivors that I'm talking about, the ones that are they're like the 150,000 survivors that are out there being sold every day, they all have friends. And part of it's about having the conversation. And a lot of parents don't know how to have the conversation with their kid about these things, right? But if you have a conversation with your friends about it, it's a different conversation. It's like the sex talk. Like nobody, the kid, I know, mom, dad, no, I don't. But if you're having it with each other and you're having a conversation about like how to treat each other with dignity and how to like care for each other with dignity, and that, yeah, you know what, I'm 16, 17, 18, I'm gonna have sex. And that's gonna, like, I am gonna have sex. And you know, when I'm with my partner, I want them to treat me with love and compassion and care. Because the way these things happen, it's a slow process, but it's probably happening potentially to someone that you know. And if you're having a conversation in and amongst each other, that's like ground zero, right? And you guys are brilliant at talking to each other about this stuff in the same way I was brilliant in talking to my friends about it. And so that's like number one. Number two is
We had a student council project of kids in schools that were like starting their own organizations within their schools that are working on this stuff. That's something that can be done. There are colleges across the country that have their own organizations internally on trafficking. That's something that you can get involved in. And there are probably organizations in your town, in your city, in and around that if you just do a tiny bit of research, meet them halfway, just get to where they are, they would love your help. And so, you got it. The key, here's, drive.
My name's Daniel O'Sullivan. I'm an enterprise software designer. But more importantly, I'm a father of a 6-year-old princess. And I just want to thank you so much for what you're doing. And I apologize, I preemptively came up here and I didn't read the screen, but I would like to pledge my time and my talents and my gifts. Is this the best way to get involved to offer design skills?
Listen, as an engineer that wants to pledge their time, that's the one right there, raise their hand, and it's Julie Cordua. We have an office here in San Francisco. We have engineers cranking for us. Would love your help.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Julie. Hi.
Hi, my name is Tiffany.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for your inspirational talk. It was also kind of emotional for me because I'm a mom of 2 very young children, and this is something that's constantly on my mind, like how do I protect them? And to know that this is out here as a resource, I think is incredible. A question that I have for you is, you know, you had talked about click campaigns or having click ads. How do you keep something like that active? Because I would imagine that, you know, these predators would tell their predator friends and kind of get the word around. So how do you deal with those obstacles, and how do you keep in front of those types of things?
So a lot of the folks that are doing this are very technically savvy. When they post stuff, they wash all of the labels off of things. I mean, like doing everything to hide their identity. They're using code that is pretty sophisticated. They're posting in places that make it really hard. They're using Tor and torrent systems in order to find things. A lot of those folks are really savvy. The bigger problem, these guys, we're gonna figure them out, and we're building some pretty awesome stuff to start combating those folks. The bigger problem is we saw some research a while ago that showed that people that are actually exposed to this material have a 50% more highly likelihood of committing a hands-on offense. And so one of the things, I think you have some people that are like genetically sick in some way. I think on the other side of the problem, you have some folks that they see this material, they see it again, and for whatever reason, they're aroused when they're with this material. And then there becomes a normalizing function that happens with them. It's almost like Pavlovian. And I think the key for us is for those types of folks, let's see if we can steer them in a direction where they're not going to intercept this material at an early age. One of the donors in our foundation, he actually had this happen to him, where he was looking at pornography and then found this and had some troubled things when he was a kid and normalized it for himself and was looking at child pornography and found himself there and went and got therapy and then turned his entire life around. He's running an extraordinary company. And a very good person. I think that a lot of the retargeting stuff that we do is really to help that person. The person that has, for whatever reason, normalized this behavior and is now sort of searching, and, you know, there's a bunch of search terms for this stuff that are variable search terms that we wash and rebuild all the time. It's really to say, hey, you know, we started with like a threatening effort, right? Where it was like, I know your IP address, this is where you live, we got you. And our ability to do anything about that was zero. Like the minute they saw that, it was done, gone and off on some other pathway, making them smarter, technically smarter. And then we work with some psychologists to reframe the way that we approach these folks and to say, hey, we're here to help. This is a number you can reach out, you can get help, you need help.
And our click-through rates on this stuff are like better than a lot of marketers for a lot of very good companies. It's actually, I'm shocked every time I see it, but it's because there's a need that's there, and we're filling the need. And so I think that sort of addresses that piece. Is that what you're looking for, or did I go totally off topic? I tend to do.
No, I mean, that was awesome.
Okay,
I just think about the predators being like, hey, don't click on this ad because I know what's going to happen. So don't, you know.
Yeah, those folks are out there.
Oh, okay.
And the reason why we're doing what we're doing is we have to constantly be getting smarter than them. And the reason why our organization will probably be around for a while is because we consistently have to get ahead of the trend.
Thanks for everything you're doing.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, my name is Pascal. I work for Tony Chocolonely, and that is a Dutch company.
1 second. So last questions here, because I'm out of time, and somebody's going to grab me by the neck and drag me off. So.
I work for Tony Chocolonely, and that is a Dutch chocolate company, and that is not founded to sell a lot of chocolate, but actually it's founded to eradicate child slavery and human trafficking from the African cocoa plantations.
Awesome.
And they were actually using Salesforce not to sell more chocolate, but to build a community of people who support our mission. And I was wondering, do you have any tips for a small social enterprise to create awareness about the topic? Because so many people don't know about the existence.
How small? How much money do you have?
Not so much. So let's say 500,000 euros marketing budget.
So the first thing that I would do, so the story that I told, I don't tell often, but it's a small room of people, and I felt like it sort of needed to be unearthed in some way. What we've really tried to focus on is the idea that kids should be allowed to just be kids. And when you take that away from them, that in and of itself is abuse, right? It's like this pursuit of happiness that we all have a right to pursue happiness, right? And so I would focus your marketing on the pursuit of happiness and juxtapose the kids that get that right and the kids that don't. And then I believe in quantifiable solutions. I believe if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. And so I would try to find a metric that is a measurable metric that you can start to impact over time. Because I think people get behind and support momentum in success. And so I would do everything you can with whatever data you have. And if you don't have the data, go get the data and launch a research team to get as much data you have around child slavery in the cacao farms and unearth that number. And then figure out what it is that your dollars and what it is that your product is actually doing to impact that number in a positive way. And then once you start to get a little bit of momentum, I would try to promote that as much as you can and drive that out to your consumers.
Thank you very much. I would like to offer you one book we made. It's Bitter Chocolate Stories.
I love it. I got books and bracelets. I mean, you ask people for help. You see what happens? It's like, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, man.
Jonathan Pugh.
Hey, Jonathan. Hey!
How are you?
I went to school with this guy.
So
we went to high school together.
Yes, absolutely.
He was really funny. I really thought you were going to be the one up here.
No. You did a great job.
Cool.
Been following what you're doing.
What's up? That's crazy.
So, spent the last 17 years as an environmental engineer. Was volunteering with a foundation that I started working for about 7 months ago. There's a room full of parents and hopefully, if you don't already do it, mentors here. Do you have any tools, or does Thorne have any tools, about having those conversations, recognizing those signs of abuse? We've started working with foster kids and children of incarcerated parents. It's a mountain. It's a mountain. Foster kids have a 2% chance of graduating from college.
Yeah.
Hoping to move that needle just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can.
Those numbers are like mountains. When you start
Yeah.
to dig through the numbers on foster care kids, it's abysmal. That's our money. That's our tax. You're paying for that.
Right.
We're all paying for these kids to slip.
So aside from everybody in this room going out and being a mentor to a kid, are there any pieces of advice that you give to the folks in this room?
You know, if you go to wearethorn.org, we have a bunch of information there. You know, I would just reiterate what I said before about foster care and getting behind that. You know, I've thought a lot about how we can build some type of mentorship program for foster care kids. I'm like hatching an idea on it, so don't hold me accountable on this. But you know, one of the thoughts I had was, you know, these kids get shipped from family to family to family to family, and if they just had one person that they knew loved them and would be there for them no matter what house or family that they were in that they could lean on, that'd be a pretty extraordinary thing. And if we could all just find a way at some point to like volunteer virtual time to a kid so that you could be the consistent touch point as they sort of move through the system, that'd be extraordinary.
To have the kid has one person.
Yeah, just one person, right? I'll be that person for somebody. We can all be that person for somebody. So it's like when it hits the fan, they reach out to you. Yeah. You know, and so this is an idea I've been playing around with for a little while. You know, I think it's really, part of it's like shifting culture, right? Shifting culture out of sex being this like dangerous bad thing to talk about. You know, it's like I think our MPAA is like just abusing society on a regular basis. It's this regulation body that's set to like sit in front of entertainment and make sure that people are getting things that aren't going to affect them in awful ways. And suddenly sex becomes is a taboo thing. You can't, one boob in a movie and it's like it changed the rating, right? And like sex is this just like somehow like awful thing. And meanwhile, violence is just abundant and everywhere. And so, you know, I think we have to make some cultural shifts about the way that we talk about sex with each other and with people. And I think like that on the ground level, I think is a very, very big thing. And then I think that you know, making sure that your school, I actually think schools are extraordinary distribution centers for knowledge around this area. And like imploring the school that your kids go to be able to have conversations around this topic. I think it's super valuable, and I don't think that we do it enough because it's a religious crossover issue in a lot of ways. But I think that this topic should be on the school docket, and then finding a way to implore schools to actually like take it on and talk about it, so that at the very least you can start a conversation with the students. I think that would be an extraordinary thing.
Good seeing you.
Good to see you, buddy. Last question, and then I got to roll. Am I out? That's your cut. See, look, I got the hook.
But I don't actually have a hook.
Thank you guys so much.
But thank you guys so much for coming. Enjoy your Dreamforce. Thank you, Ashton.
There's a lot going on at Dreamforce, and that's a good thing. But if you're looking for a one-stop spot to relax, recharge, and regroup, we've got that for you right here in the Dream Valley. Here's just a taste of what you'll find in this oasis. Need a caffeine fix? Visit the cafe for a latte or a cup of tea. Maybe you want to set up a friendly competition with a colleague to see who can scale the climbing wall faster. Right where I'm sitting will be the Dream Valley Music Festival, where lots of bands will be playing throughout the week. I personally can't wait to get on stage and do some live karaoke. Want to just catch your breath and take it all in? Share a mindful moment with the Plum Village monks. They'll be meditating in Dream Valley throughout Dreamforce. Need a sweet pick-me-up? Girl Scouts will be selling cookies on the Dream Valley. And if you wouldn't mind picking me up some Thin Mints, I already went through these ones.
In 1889, two brothers, André and Edouard, embarked on an industrial journey to develop modern transportation solutions through innovation. That's when the great history and heritage of Michelin was born. Michelin enables every kind of vehicle, cars, trucks, aircraft, and more. To develop our competitive edge, we need to simplify and digitize our processes and empower our employees.
We wanted to have a partner for transformation. That's why we have picked Salesforce. We wanted to have all the company collaborate on the same platform.
It was much more siloed. Now we have one organization who is driving the digital transformation across all the businesses and all the regions for Michelin.
We are in a new era now. We have now this digital platform in order to have all Michelin collaborating at the same time around the customer.
The work we are doing with Salesforce enables us not only to delight our customers, but also to make the lives of our employees easier, more empowered, more efficient, and more agile.
What we try to do with Salesforce is to make it better to work with and at Michelin.
Our company's focus today is deploying digital tools and technology that place Michelin in the middle of key moments of our customers' journey.
The goal for us is not only to give to our customers a great experience, but it's also to give to our marketing and salespeople great tools, mobile applications.
Today, what you expect is the information in real time in your mobile, and that's what Salesforce provides us.
Now everything is in the palm of their hand. They have a 360 view of the customers, they can manage their opportunities, they can manage their lead. It's going to be orchestrated, consistent, it's going to be enjoyable.
This brand new customer experience is the driving force of our strategy moving forward.
We see Salesforce as a business partner to understand what could be the next step, what could be the next breakthrough that we could make in terms of innovation.
Imagine providing the best customer experience to a global customer. That's not an easy task.
We need to connect with them in a whole new way to better understand their needs.
We need to bring continuous innovation to the customer. Salesforce has the right partner to make it happen.
Artificial intelligence is critical. We can use Einstein and artificial intelligence based on the platform that we deployed already. We're convinced that's really the way to start to know the customers and to become business consultants.
If you use the right information at the right moment, you will have the relevancy with your customer. That's the magic.
Our partnership with Salesforce is critical for the future of the company, and we are incredibly excited to join their family.
Farmers is rooted in relationships and human interaction. Customer centricity runs deep within this company and always has.
I started in the insurance business as a claims adjuster. I've been in body shops and tornado events and to large-scale fires. There's lifelong relationships that are formed.
Farmers is based around agents in communities knowing customers. And it has been there for customers for 88 years.
At the core of our strategy, we're trying to create fantastic relationships between our customers and our agents, and we're trying to do everything we can with technology to support that relationship.
Expectations have changed, and we have to deliver our services in a different way. When I started in the industry, everything was handwritten, and then it was the ability to type, call an 800 number, then computer systems and smartphones. We're going through a massive technology transformation, and I would say a customer revolution.
The world's moving mobile, and it's incredibly important for us to be there.
Our goal is to meet the needs of the business, but we also empower the customer. So we leverage Lightning and other tools to make sure that we could do that.
We now have a Farmers app that we've created with Salesforce that allows either our agent or our customer to actually report a first notice of loss. It's all about trying to make our customers smarter about insurance.
And that's really the whole story behind the Hall of Claims. Real claims that make you seek more knowledge about insurance coverage.
The collaboration with Salesforce was critical because our redesign of how we look at taking a first notice of loss has really enabled a customer to instantly bring up an icon-based, very simple app to report a loss. That's completely compressed that experience, and it produces the exact same outcome.
Farmers imagines a world where agents can have visibility into all interactions. So we can have a truly 360-degree view of the customer, how they've interacted with us, and how we can best respond to their needs.
We want to add a level of intelligence so the human is even better at what they do.
Data takes all that knowledge and puts it at the fingertips of the agents and the customer, where really that personal connection around insurance that we think is very important is made.
With Salesforce, what it's allowed us to do is better understand the customer. They actually can help us expand our view and really think about how we can imagine the future and how we can serve our customers better.
Today we're on a journey together. The path forward isn't always as easy as it seems, but we're always there for each other. And we're there for our customers. When our customers succeed, we all succeed. This is how we blaze new trails. This is our path to the future. Welcome to the journey. Welcome to Dreamforce.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Dreamforce. I think we can do a little bit better than that. Welcome to Dreamforce. I'm Sarah Franklin. I'm the GM of Trailhead, and I'm here to share a few stories with you as you gather around and come sit down. We're all here together on a family reunion. Not just us here in the room, but we're all here. We have right here around the campfire, we have lots of fun going on. We have Einstein and Cody and Astro with us. They're joining us and roasting Cody, let me blow this out. Having some fun with this. So you are all here because you are all trailblazers. You are innovators, pioneers, and people that are furthering your careers and everything that you do at your company. We're going to share a lot of innovation and inspiration with you today. So of course I have to remind you of our forward-looking statement. Please make purchasing decisions based on currently available technology. If you have any questions, refer to our website. And with that, let's go ahead and get started. First, I want to share a few stories about some amazing trailblazers. Two in particular. Please welcome our CEO of IBM Blue Wolf, Eric Berridge, and the CEO of Kone, Henrik Ehrnrooth. Come here, gentlemen. We're going to do this a little different. We're going to sit down here around the campfire, have some fun. Okay, so Eric, IBM is doing a lot with Kone to help them with IBM Watson and Einstein. Can you share a little bit about how you are a trailblazer?
Absolutely, and this is a great customer of both IBM and Salesforce. And really what we're working on today is using the Watson IoT product with Einstein on the IBM cloud to help notify technicians at Kone of pending problems that may be coming up on Kone equipment. And it's just been an incredible journey so far.
Wow, that's an amazing use of AI and innovation. Can you share a little bit about what inspired you and how you did this?
Perhaps the most important thing to us was to be able to serve each of our 450,000 customers exactly the way they want to be served. So no longer any, one size fits all. And, the objective, of course, is to provide a great experience to not only our customers, but to the 1 billion people that we move every single day. And yeah, we have a great duo doing this for us. We have Watson and Einstein have partnered up. Watson is, as we heard, looking after the equipment all the time. And Einstein is helping us create service needs to do what we have promised to our customers exactly the way they want it to be done.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that story. And I know some people think that not executives all wear Trailblazer hoodies, but I think you are trailblazers, and so you get a very coveted hoodie.
Wow.
For you too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Everybody, please give a warm Dreamforce round of applause to Eric and Henrik. Thank you so much. Thank you. And so you may be wondering, you're sitting there in the audience wondering, how do you have the courage to be a trailblazer? I'll share my personal story that started back when I was 5 as a young girl. And my mother enrolled me in the Girl Scouts, an incredible organization. Yes, shout out to the Girl Scouts. The Girl Scouts are an incredible organization that give women, young women, this launch pad for leadership. And that gave me the courage to pursue a degree in chemical engineering and then to become a woman in technology. And to share more about the Girl Scouts, let's start with a film.
I want to guide people to do the right thing. If it's getting my voice out and telling the world about the injustices, or trying to put recycling bins around my school, I want to help the world in each and every way that can be done.
I grew up in rural New Mexico in the desert, and the chances for girls and opportunities for girls like me were really slim. But thanks to Girl Scouts, it was that inflection point in my life that gave me the confidence and allowed me to live a life of my dreams. We know girls have unlimited potential, and we're so grateful that we're a trailblazer along with Salesforce to make sure that Girl Scouts is accessible, but it also helps girls have the technology capability to be the future leaders in society.
Girls today face significant challenges, and Girl Scouts has always been a place that is helping girls find their spark, so find the thing that gets them up in the morning, what matters to them the most, what inspires them in their life, and knowing that they can do that they can make a difference in their community.
I think the thing with Whitney is that when you show how you're feeling, she mirrors it. And she validates you in the way that you're feeling. And since being on Girl Scouts, it's given me sort of confidence to say what I want, that it's okay to have our thoughts and say our thoughts out loud, and I know I'm not going to get judged for it.
In our area alone, we serve 44,000 girls a year. So to keep track of that many girls and volunteers, we have to change the way we work with technology. Girls today will have jobs that we have never heard of yet, and so it is our responsibility to help them prepare as best we can for what innovations and changes will be happening in the future.
Every single day you're seeing some new app, some new STEM that's just coming into our lives. And I just want to grab for any knowledge that I can have so I know I can be prepared for the future.
Having the right technology infrastructure in place with Salesforce, that allows us to put our time and energy so that girls can develop those skills, those traits, those personalities that will allow them to be incredibly successful and make their mark in the world in the 21st century.
Girl Scouts has shown me who I could be and who I want to be.
are joined with the star of the show, Tasia, right here, the very Girl Scout you saw in that movie. And we are here to introduce, yes, round of applause for her. And we have an amazing friend, an incredible leader here at Salesforce, an incredible woman that is going to share more about the Girl Scouts. Please welcome our SVP of Philanthropy and Engagement,
Ebony Freelix. Thank you, Tasia. Thank you, Sarah. Well, this is a story about building equality, about an organization that's been leveling the playing field in the workforce for over 100 years. Half of the women in this room, 75% of all female senators, and all the female secretaries of state have just one thing in common: the Girl Scouts, whose mission is to build girls of courage, confidence, and character. You know, but despite the progress we've made in gender equality, women continue to be underrepresented in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math, and that is absolutely unacceptable. The Girl Scouts' mission is to build these girls up. Their mission is to empower these girls and to create an opportunity for them to succeed. In order to do this, they are expediting a digital transformation, and I'm excited to share with you what that future holds. Now, for me, it wasn't until I saw my mother in action and work that I knew that one day I was going to be the boss of someone. So it is critical that girls continue to see themselves in their female role models, and that's why we need powerful female leaders. And as I mentioned, the Girl Scouts is undergoing a massive digital transformation, and I want to show you what that looks like. So, every decision the Girl Scouts make is centered on what's best for the girl. And that's everyone in her community is excited and committed to, can we get the demo up? Thank you. Is committed to helping her succeed. And that's where her troop leader comes in. This is Frances. And this is where Frances plans all of her troops' activities for the year. Every time she logs in, she's fed relevant updates so she knows which topics to focus on for her girls. She also has all the data she needs in one place so she can communicate with everyone in her troop, including the parents. This is important because after the troop meetings, Frances is able to post updates so the parents can continue to support and engage their girls when they get home. Who doesn't want to communicate with their young girls? So, Frances also has access to all the badges her troop earns in one place, so she can see what they're working on, as well as powerful insights from Einstein, our powerful AI tool. Now, Einstein is in the background leveraging all this data, the troop demographics, their interests, the badges they've earned, so it can recommend the right badge to work on next. So there is absolutely no more guesswork for Frances. Einstein has eliminated that for her. What Einstein is doing is it's helping her get her troop future ready for that workforce. Now, from this insight, she's taken to a meeting planner where she has tools like an agenda builder. She has walkthrough videos, and she also has all the materials she needs so she can help her troop get their badges. And once they get those badges, they can wear them proudly on their vest or sash or display them on their digital resume. So effectively, what the Girl Scouts have done is they have standardized their curriculum. That means that all Girl Scouts, every single one of them, regardless of where they live, now has the same access to quality education, and that is huge. Now, what would this look like for a girl like Tasia? I say we bring Tasia up and have her lead this next portion of the demo with us. What do you guys think? Welcome up, Tasia. Welcome to Dreamforce. Hi. Hi. So Tasia, we saw from the video that you are passionate about making a difference in the world, and that is amazing. And we know that thanks to the Girl Scouts, you have been exposed to STEM and computer science. So do you think you can drive this demo for us? Do you want to drive this demo for us? I'd honestly love to.
All right, well, let's go to it.
The stage is all yours.
Okay,
So in the future, girls like me are able to look at their badges that they've collected online. And scrolling through, they're able to look at their profile online, which makes it easier to look at in comparison to just remembering what they've gotten.
Right.
So next, we're able to go through the badges that we've collected, and we're able to go to computer programming, and we're able to scroll down, and we go to the one we're working on, loops. So once you complete a module, you're prompted with this quiz in order to complete it, to make sure that you fully understand what you've done.
That's important.
So I'm going to loops, and because I've been doing it for months, I know that the answer is confidently 3.
Let's see.
All right.
So once you've just effectively earned your digital badge, right? So that's great. But once you earn that badge, when you click on check it out, everyone in your community is able to congratulate you and encourage you on the progress you've made. And that's really cool, right? To have that positive reinforcement.
It definitely makes it easier to just tell people.
Cool. Now, Tasia, before I let you go, I just want to ask you a question. I'm sure everyone is wondering, how old are you?
I'm 16 years old.
So we just had a 16-year-old Girl Scout lead a product demo at Dreamforce. Let's say we give it up for Tasia. Good job. Thank you. You want to go down? Yeah. That's pretty cool. Maybe a first, I don't know. So this is just one girl's journey. When I think about the future, I envision a world where girls are creating and doing things we haven't even dreamt of yet. A future where girls are go-getters, innovators, risk-takers, and leaders. All of us in the room, every single one of us, have the responsibility to make that a reality. We are the trailblazers setting these girls up for success, and that future, their future, starts right now. Please join me in welcoming up to the stage an amazing trailblazer, the CEO of the Girl Scouts of the USA, and rocket scientist, Sylvia Acevedo. Welcome, Sylvia.
Thank you, Ebony.
Well, welcome, Sylvia. Now, Sylvia, we know that the Girl Scouts has an amazing 100-year history, but also has a really big vision for the future. Can you tell us what is driving that vision for the Girl Scouts?
Thank you very much. We're so excited here at Girl Scouts to have Dreamforce be Girl Scout green. That's so fantastic. And you know what's really driving us is, technology is touching everything around us. And we want to make sure that girls aren't just the users of technology, but they're the creators, the designers, they're technology literate. And what I'm really excited about right here on this big stage is to announce our Girl Scout STEM Pledge. Because we already reach millions of girls, but we want to reach even more. We have our Girl Scout STEM Pledge, a multi-year initiative to reach 2.5 million more girls, bringing in STEM leaders for our entire industry.
That's amazing. So, one thing I want to do is give you something, a very coveted Trailblazer hoodie.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you very much.
But I also want to ask, how can we get involved? How can we help?
I'm so glad you asked that question. The people in the room, you can make it happen. We need to raise $70 million to make sure that we reach the girls. Girl Scouts is in every residential zip code. We reach girls in rural, urban, suburban, underserved, underrepresented communities. But we need your help. And the people in the room, they can make it happen. Whenever I talk to CEOs, they said, you know what, we need to have more women in the pipeline. Well, Girl Scouts is the answer to that. So the things you can do is you can join in our pledge, make that a reality, make sure that we've got the workforce of the future that your companies, our communities, and our nation needs. In addition to that, I'd ask you, on your LinkedIn profiles, add your Girl Scout connection, whether you were a Brownie, a junior, a Girl Scout mom, a Girl Scout dad, add your affiliation, raise your digital hand. We're so excited. And of course, we also have Girl Scout cookies here, and all the proceeds, yes, I knew you all wanted that. And the proceeds are going to the local Northern California Council. All the proceeds stay local. They were badly damaged by the recent fires in Napa and Santa Rosa. So you know, not only are you going to be enjoying a treat, you're going to be doing good as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We're very proud to be a Salesforce partner.
Give it up for Sylvia.
Thank you.
Now, everyone, let's welcome up to the stage another amazing trailblazer, innovator, and leader, the CEO and founder of IM Plus, will.i.am.
Hey, everybody. If you have fear, stay silent. In other words, if you're fearless, make some noise. Trailblazers is about being fearless, to going out there and seeing something that you believe in and moving forward, to break down walls, to cut down any obstacle that comes your way. And that's what I'm doing at IM Plus with my awesome team. And more importantly, the reason why is because I tell my kids in inner cities to focus on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So people always say, why, Will, are you interested in technology and stick in music? I'm like, no, I'm telling my kids to believe and continue to dream down this course. So that's the reason why I spend all my time as an entrepreneur with IM Plus. A couple of years ago, we came here and we showed you a watch that was a phone. This was almost 4 years ago. We were trailblazing by having the ability to talk to a watch without the use of a phone because it was a phone itself. So we showed that product to Mark, and he said, hey, Will, the thing that is the product is not the hardware, it's the software that you guys built. Make that your product. So I go back and tell my team, hey, guys, let's focus, triple down on that platform. And what we're about to announce here today at Dreamforce, all about trailblazing, is how we blaze trails by allowing you to do things in conversational, without having to talk like a robot, to talk to a robot. You talk like a human, and we figured out a way to make the robot sound more human-like. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Omega. Roll the video, please.
Omega, could you please send Chris an updated forecast report?
Note has been sent.
So we'll need to get that out as soon as possible.
Okay, sounds good. Omega, how many rose gold units are in stock in the San Francisco Distro Center?
500 units are currently available.
Great, thanks, Omega. So, Chris, are we good with the 500, or do we need to add more units?
500 will be fine, thanks.
Chris has sent an urgent email asking when the shipment will be arriving. Shipment is due to arrive next day at 2 p.m. Would you like me to respond to Chris's email to give him this information?
Yes, please. Omega, can you set up a meeting with Duncan and Carly while I'm in Chicago?
For what day?
Wednesday.
For what time?
2 p.m.
Duncan and Carly have been invited to the meeting. By the way, be sure to pack an umbrella, as it will be raining that day.
Thanks, Omega. Also, can you look up the best deep dish pizza while I'm there?
Searching for places now.
Tomorrow at Moscone West, we will have a session to go into detail what Omega for Enterprise is all about. This is not a video, this is real use cases that is built. Please join us tomorrow, 11:30 at Moscone West. We are live in the market in Austria, replacing call centers and customer service with Deutsche Telekom. They will also be joining us to let you know how awesome our Omega platform is and how contextual and the cross-domain ability. Thank you, guys. I hope to see you guys tomorrow at 11:30. Adios.
Thank you, will.i.am. Ebony and I are up here. We've seen amazing trailblazers from IBM, from Kone, from the Girl Scouts, from IM Plus. And now is the time for our annual tradition to get in the aloha spirit, to ground ourselves in gratitude. And we're also going to have a dance that celebrates the birthplace of the hula in Molokai, and then we'll celebrate the prophecy of the last 200 years. So let's go ahead and get in the aloha spirit. And with that, please welcome Danny and Ana Akaka.
Mai Hawaii mai e nā aho o kapulena ke hau, kūlou ke kua, aua mo ia hāloa nui. Ai no kapulina ihi oi an motu, ai no kapulina ihi mai ki nohi mai. Ea ka a, ke ea, ke ihi a Hawaii. Hawaii iki, Hawaii nui, Hawaii a mamau. Liu lei kau kau ko la le mau ka makai o ka papale. E ko mo aku mau maloko. Ina tapu nui mahamela e. E nue, e ko e wale noa. Ia lai I kiki o e kua koko. E nā kino malu I kalani malu e ho e holu mai no ke ako I kona maukau. O makono, o makono, o makono ai. E nau makua mai klahi ke akalakau. Mai ka hoku ia ka Hawaii, mai ka hiki nā kaulana. E nau māku I ke au, nau mauku ke au. E nā tupuna paulo e ka pō, pale ka pō, pana puki ke au. Ho mai he ike, ho mai roa nui a ka pulupula no nei ke au nei. E nā kini o ki kua, ka lehu ki kua, ka mano ki kua, ka lalani o ki kua, ka pūku ia kua. E kei kua no ki kua. E ke kua muki, e ke kua hawana, e ke kua kia I ka pō, e ke kua lalawo kia moe. E ho, e ala, e oni, e eu.
Aloha I ka wehe o Mauna Loa. This hula describes the birthplace of the hula, of its sacred sites, and of its native forests. And in closing, we share an 18th century chant that tells of the changes that will come to Hawaii and its people. Kahea! Aloha, aloha I ka wehe o Mauna Loa. Ala ke hua ka puoka ana o ka ana e ka lei I o punana. Hama o puu I ka noe noe kua. A ia ka makahi ka wahi ka puena e na kukui. Ia ke ala ke a kua no ono. Ka ua lapa lapa mai I na paliku. O vai huna I o po hakuku. O ke ka lepo mahi ai ke ua. Malalo paliula o vai hanu. I o haleo no no alai ke ua. Ka puke ali I ka vai kaka. Ka puke ali I ke oni ula ka ami. Ka puke ali I ka Hawaii o molelu. Ka puke ali e kua kui ka poa. Aloha I ka wehe o Mauna Loa. A ala le hua ka puoka ana o ka ana I ka lei I o punana. Hama o puu I ka noe noe kua. Haia ka makahi ka waihi ka puena e na kukui. Ia ke ala ke a kua no no. Ka ua lapa lapa mai I na paliku. O vai unai o po haku. O ke ka lepo mahi ai ke ua. Malalo paliula o vai hanu. I o haleo lono no olai ke hua. Ka puke ali I ka vai kaka. Ka puke ali I ke oni ula ka ami. Ka puke ali I ka Hawaii o molelu. Ka puke ali e kua kui ka poa. Molo ka iki e luna. Molo ka ipule o. Molo ka inuia ina e. Aloha e. Aloha e. Aloha e.
Hula, kukuno kala. Aloha, everyone. We are truly grateful and honored to be here with all of you to celebrate Dreamforce, to bring that spirit of aloha, to share with you the beauty that surrounds us. We share with you not only the songs and dances of Hawaii's past, of the place Molokai, the origins of the hula, the ancient 200-year prophecy that was just uttered. And now we share with you music that takes us to the time that both Anna and I grew up in Hawaii, when it was still a territory, when back in the 60s, and maybe even the 50s, they played songs such as this, songs that capture the beauty and the magic of Hawaii. And a song of Ode Hawaii. There's a perfume of a million flowers, uilani, clinging to the heart of old Hawaii. There's the rainbow following the showers, uilani, bringing me a part of old Hawaii. There's the silvery moon, a symphony of stars. There's the hula tune and a hum of soft guitars. There's the trade winds sighing in the heavens, uilani, singing me a song of old Hawaii. There's the silvery moon, a symphony of stars. there's the hula tune and a hum of soft guitars. There's the trade winds sighing in the heavens. Uilani singing me a song of old Hawaii. Singing me a song of old Hawaii. Thank you. You know, as part of the tradition of Hawaii, when a lei is given and bestowed upon one, it's given in the spirit of love and aloha. The maile lei that we give Mark is a symbol of a spiritual connection, or as we call it in Hawaii, a piko, an umbilical cord. As Anna places the lei and entwines the lei for Mark, it's a symbol of aloha that will not easily fall away. And so our connections are here for now and forever. Thank you.
Welcome to Dreamforce.
Every industrial revolution is defined by trailblazers. They harnessed steam and water to power machines, unleashed electricity to power mass production, and pioneered electronics and IT to transform everything. And now the next wave is building. The physical and digital worlds are blurring. We're in the fourth industrial revolution. A wave of innovation and technology, radically transforming our economies, societies, and lives. It's creating new jobs, industries, and opportunities. But it's still a revolution, and revolutions never change the world gently. Many people feel uneasy. They're afraid that the future may be good for only a lucky few. They worry about automation, becoming irrelevant, being left behind. We see another way. At Salesforce, we live by a core set of values: trust, growth, innovation, and the equality of every human being. We believe we can do well and do good. That the business of business is to make the world a better place. That we're all in this together, and we can rise as one. That instead of letting the future happen to us, we can create a future for us. The fourth industrial revolution is going to be shaped by trailblazers.
Salesforce has changed my career, has changed my life. It makes me proud.
For 18 years, we've been on this journey together.
You become stronger as a force to create even greater things.
And every year, we all come home to Dreamforce to help more trailblazers drive this revolution and thrive.
There are just so many opportunities for so many talented people to be a part of this.
Using Trailhead to master the skills they need to learn jobs of the future.
We are blazing a new trail, and Salesforce helps us do that.
And our customers, using the Customer Success Platform to help everyone succeed and create millions of new jobs.
It's just going to help us do what we do best every day. Follow your passion.
It opens you up to so many opportunities.
We can create a world where these new technologies lead to more opportunity and greater equality for everyone. Welcome to Dreamforce. Let's blaze a trail together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman and CEO, Salesforce, Mark Benioff.
Woohoo! Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to Dreamforce. How's everybody doing today? Are you doing all right? Wasn't that an incredible opening? Thank you to Danny and Anna Kaka and the incredible John Imikawa Halal from Molokai. Thank you to all of you guys. I love Dreamforce. I love today, and I'm going to tell you why in a second. As you know, I'm up on this stage. I'm here to entertain you. I'm here to inspire you. I'm here to motivate you. I'm here to excite you. And I'm here to love you. And the number one thing I'm here to do today is to thank you. To thank all of you, our customers, and all of our employees and all of our partners for all that you do for us every single day. We just don't say thank you enough. And from the deepest depths of our hearts, we want to thank you for everything that you do for us. We know this whole company is created by you, and we are deeply grateful for all that you do for us. Thank you very, very much. I love today. I love being with all of you. It's like a family reunion, isn't it? Isn't it great to be back together? And Dreamforce is just more and more magical each and every year. You know, we're truly all trailblazers. We have been on a tour all over the world on this keynote. You may be watching us on social media, and you know that we're out there talking about what we're going to present, and we're talking about some of our new ideas, and we're getting your feedback and trying to understand what you, our customers, want from us. And we're listening deeply to you and trying to understand where we're all going together. And through all of that incredible feedback, well, here is this beautiful keynote. So thank you to everyone who has participated in this amazing tour, and for all of you who have participated in giving us everything we need to make this so successful today. So thank you very much. Now, yeah, that deserves a hand. I mean, we have had some just incredible people, incredible. Touched by so many people all over the world, so thank you. You know, we are going through this incredible fourth industrial revolution. There's just no doubt about it. And you all know that. You can all see that, what's happening every single day. It's all around us, this fourth industrial revolution. And as I've been on this tour, I've seen that. I've seen that with our customers. I hear it in your stories. I hear what's going on in your hearts. The good parts of it, the bad parts, the excitement and the highs, the stresses, the worries. But coming out of all of this is really been driven by these amazing next generation technologies that we see that are all around us. Not just the cloud computing that we've been talking about at this conference for 15 years, but incredible new next generation technologies like 3D printing and biotechnologies like CRISPR, amazing next generation robotics, autonomous vehicles. All these things make up the fourth industrial revolution. And this fourth industrial revolution is really grabbing us. I can feel that more than ever. As I go around and talk to all of you, I get that. I understand that. And what I'm most inspired about, and probably the slide that I love the most in this presentation is right here. It's all the work that you're doing. All these incredible new products and services that are coming out of your amazing companies. I love that we started out Dreamforce in the pre-show with Kone and the elevator. You know, the connected elevator, that the elevator is talking to us. Isn't that amazing? Elevators are talking? Didn't know elevators could talk, but they are. And that means that they're able to predict, is the elevator going to fail? And that's important because, let me tell you something, nobody wants to be in a stuck elevator. So, Kone is more connected to their elevators than ever before, and they're connected to their customers. But before, Kone was a B2B company. And now, they're connected directly to their consumers as well. So they become a B2B2C company. It's transformed Kone. That's why Henrik, the CEO, is here. Isn't that incredible? Yeah, I also look, there's a tire up on the screen. We're like, why is there a tire up on this slide? One of the most amazing stories that I had was just a couple of weeks ago in Miami. and I was with the CEO of one of the largest tire companies in the world. He's saying, Howie, do you know about the next generation of tires? I'm like, no, I don't know about the next generation tires. Oh, let me tell you about the next generation of tires. It's the fourth industrial revolution. Composite materials, incredible. But it's not just that. It's also all the sensors that are in the tires. And it's that the tires are on the network. It's amazing what's happening with tires. I'm like, tires? Yes, tires. Smart tires. And I'm like, we're going to be able to do incredible things. Today, if the tire blows, nobody knows. But in the future, if the tire blows, everybody knows. Well, that transforms his whole company. Before, he was a B2B company. Now he's directly connected to the consumer as a B2B2C company. And that is amazing to me. You know, he has to interface with the autonomous vehicle to let that vehicle know, hey, the tire's about to blow. Move to the side of the road. And he's transforming his whole company around that. You know, one of the cool customers that we have is Louis Vuitton. They even made this cool suit that I'm wearing. They even put some cool clouds in my suit. Who doesn't like clouds in their suit? You know? They even made this cool watch. Really great watch. And it has a cool app built on our Heroku platform. So they're connected to me right now, Louis Vuitton. And then I walked inside their store, and their sales rep came up to me and holding the phone was like, oh, Mr. Benioff, great to see you. Hey, how's that suit working out? Is it fitting all right? How's the watch? They knew everything about me. They're connected in a way that I never thought they would be and that they never thought they would be. That a luxury brand company would want to be so deeply connected to their customers. And on and on and on, as we go around the world, we see these amazing stories of transformation with these customers. Well, Coca-Cola is another great story. Here's Coca-Cola. They have these incredible coolers. Everybody see one of those coolers before? They're in retailers all over the world. I think they have 10 or 15 million coolers. But the coolers today are not very smart. They're kind of dumb. They're plugged into the wall. They're cooling the Coca-Cola. But we have a new next generation cooler. And it's got a little camera inside it. And now, with object detection and Einstein vision, it knows when I take the Coca-Cola out. It knows if I put something in that's not a Coca-Cola. It knows its inventory in real time. We're able to roll those trucks right to those retailers to replenish their capabilities. That's amazing. Coca-Cola is connected to their customer, the retailer, in an incredible new way. They're going through huge transformation using this amazing technology. And everywhere I go, it doesn't matter if it's a product company or even a service company, I see this transformation. You know, I recently stayed in an amazing Marriott hotel, and I was part of their loyalty program, but you know what? Loyalty's dead. Now what they have is a whole community of all of their customers, and we're all on these incredible journeys together. Retention journeys and onboarding journeys, and they've kind of abstracted me. They know where I am in their community. And they're even able to give me my key right on my phone now. I love that. They really know when I'm in the hotel and make sure everything goes well in my onboarding into a new city. Make sure I get that key amenity in my room. It's an incredible next generation service from one of the most amazing service companies in the world. And I hear these stories on and on and on, and I have to remember over and over and over again, it's why we come to Dreamforce. It's why we come to Dreamforce, that behind all these things, behind these elevators and behind these hotels and behind these watches and these suits and everything, behind everything is a customer. And that's what all of us do. We're working to connect with our customers in an incredible new way. I was even in the new Customer Success Forum. How many of you have seen the new connected motorcycle from Ducati? Isn't that amazing? Have you seen that? Built on Salesforce. Ducati is connected to me in a whole new way. It's a next generation customer experience built on our platform. This is the fourth industrial revolution. We're connected to our customers in new ways with all these amazing next generation technologies. It's incredible. It's incredible what's happening. But I'll tell you something else about the fourth industrial revolution that has also worried me a little bit. And I felt this very much in my heart as I talked to so many customers, hundreds of customers, especially over the last month. There's definitely some worry. There's definitely a feeling, Is this technologies, are they uniting us or are they dividing us? Are we more connected or are we somehow less connected? Or, you know, is there more equality in the world or is there less equality in the world? I've been feeling that and talking to customers about that. That's definitely the worry that's out there, that there is this division happening, this kind of stress created by this fourth industrial revolution. Yes, we have this promise of this new connected world, but what is it doing to us? And what are other actors doing around the world using these technologies? Are they changing our society? Are they changing our elections? What are they doing with this technology? And that's why I'm inspired about Dreamforce. That's why I'm inspired about Dreamforce. I'm inspired about Dreamforce because of all of you, our trailblazers. I was walking around the campus today, and I'm sure you had the same experience that I had. As I walked to the Customer Success Showcase and over to Trailhead in Moscone West. Have you ever all been over there? It's amazing what's going on over there. And I look into all of your eyes, and it's my inspiration. My inspiration comes from all of you, our trailblazers. You are the innovators. You are the disruptors. You are the shapers. You're shaping this future. I'm trusting this future with you. I know that you are going to make it great. You have all these new tools at your fingertips, these incredible new technologies, but you are doing some amazing things in the world. You are changing your companies. You are steering this technology in the right direction. I'm so confident in who you are. I'm so confident in what's in your hearts and where we are all going, and we have designed this whole amazing conference around you. Well, first of all, we have 2,700 sessions over the next 4 days. 2,700 sessions over the next 4 days. I expect you to go to every single one of them. A lot of hard work. So please, all 2,700. And we are going to have some incredible discussions around the future. We, of course, have this amazing keynote. We just had an incredible discussion with Ashton Kutcher. Did a great job over the Yerba Buena Center. Tomorrow we have Michelle Obama is here. She herself is an incredible trailblazer, an incredible change maker. Amazing discussions on the future of our oceans and artificial intelligence. We've got our dream pitch. We have our UCSF benefit. We've got Lenny Kravitz and Alicia Keys here tomorrow night. We're going to talk about the age of equality. We've got an incredible customer coming in from Italy. Brunello Cucinelli is going to be coming here. Pretty awesome. Talking about the future and his vision for the future. And Ginny Rometty, the CEO of IBM, one of the great companies in the world, one of the great CEOs in the world, is going to be here to talk about Watson and to talk about artificial intelligence, to talk about their incredible cloud platform. And then we're also going to, well, we've got Natalie Portman here. That's pretty amazing. Who doesn't love Natalie Portman? Lorene Powell Jobs, will.i.am is going to be back, the incredible artist JR, Carlos Watson, the Bush sisters. We have an incredible panel on Thursday on resilience with Adam Grant and Larry Brilliant. And all the monastics are back from Plum Village. Thank you to the monastics. Where are the monastics? Are they here? Where are the monastics? I don't know where they are. I hope they're in the room. Are they over here? Well, stand up and be recognized, monastics. Thank you for coming all the way to teach us about mindfulness. Thank you to all of our monastics. Thank you very much. This company is built on core values. We have not deviated from these core values from we started this company 2 decades ago. Trust. Nothing is more important than the trust we have with you, our customers. Growth, the importance to actually deliver on our vision and create a company that can support all of your dreams. Innovation, all these incredible new ideas that have been delivered consistently over such a long period of time now, 2 decades of innovation. Recently recognized, by the way, by Forbes as the most innovative company in the world, and #1 on Fortune's Fortune 50 list of most innovative companies. And our tireless pursuit of equality, that every single human being deserves to have that equal chance. And now let me tell you, we are working hard to put all of those values into action. It all started with our 1-1-1 model 2 decades ago. 1% of our equity, 1% of our profit, 1% of our people's time. It wasn't that hard at the time. We had no products, we had no equity, and we still, 20 years I've been telling that same joke, it still works. But now look at this, almost 3 million hours of volunteerism, 170 million in grants, and 30,000 nonprofits and NGOs running on our platform for free. Isn't that cool? That's so cool. And this is a great moment in the keynote. Does everyone know what I'm going to do? And if you're with a nonprofit or NGO, would you just stand up and be recognized? The largest conference for nonprofits in the world, 5,500 nonprofits and NGOs. Stand up and be recognized, all our nonprofits and NGOs. And the incredible thing about that is our commercial customers, you consistently go to those nonprofits and NGOs to help them, to support them, to offer your services in kind. Thank you for doing that. And that 1-1 model is paid out so often, but what I would never have guessed in a million years is this, that over 3,000 companies have now adopted the 1-1-1 model. Is that amazing? It's spreading. All these good things are spreading. It's doing well and doing good, and look at this. Salesforce is going to do more than $12.5 billion next year in revenue. Isn't that amazing? You've created this unbelievable company. You've created this incredible company, so thank you. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for what you have created. I think as I mentioned, there's going to be challenges. There's things that we're going to have to keep our eye on, not just the technology, but very much our values and our ethics as we go forward in this fourth industrial revolution. And there's actions, there's things that we can do, each and every one of us can do to make the world better. And I'll tell you, when you look at a business like Salesforce, what I think about all the time is one thing that has really, inspired me every single day. It inspires me every single day. And that is that business is the greatest platform for change. I look at our business, I look at our community, I look at our trailblazers, and do you know what I say? I say, now what can we do to make the world better? I think about the fourth industrial revolution, and I think about public education. Think about our K through 12 schools. And I said, you know what? We all know something that's true. Every child deserves a world-class education. Every child deserves a world-class education. And that's why we're putting $100 million into our local school districts here in San Francisco and Oakland. It's why last year I said, for every single person here at Dreamforce, please adopt a public school. Walk down to that public school so close to your house and knock on the door of that principal and say, how can I help you? For every CEO, adopt a public school. For every company, adopt a school district. We have got to focus more on public education than ever, especially in this fourth industrial revolution. And as this goes forward, and you see this here at this conference, especially with the number of women who are here, which is incredible, and the incredible event last night with all these amazing Salesforce Women Network, incredible. We have to commit ourselves to equal pay for equal work. A woman deserves the same pay as a man for equal work. And at Salesforce, we looked at our own pay scales and adjusted them by $6 million because we realized that's something that we can do better as well. And I'll tell you what, that's something that all of you can do also. We all have HR systems. We can all look at that. That's an action that we can take. And here's another one, LGBTQ equality. We see this every single day. We know it's about the equality for every human being. The equality of every human being. And that's why When we see discrimination happening anywhere in the world, or like when we saw discrimination in Indiana, or Georgia, or North Carolina, or Texas, you, our trailblazers, came forward and you changed it. That's incredible. And we're committed to diversity and equality. You know, we're committed to inclusion for everyone in this fourth industrial revolution. We have to bring everyone in. We have to cast a big tent. We have to look at our boards of directors, our management teams, all of our employees. It's not easy, it's hard work, but we can all bring everyone in. And the last thing is, and I'll tell you this because we just saw this here in the Bay Area, we just saw this because we just had these horrible wildfires that burned down 6,000 homes. Hundreds of businesses, including schools and hospitals, hundreds of thousands of people displaced. And when the environment goes wrong, let me tell you who gets hurt the worst. It's the people who have the least. And that's why it's all of our job to protect our planet for future generations. Everyone has to do that. And that's why we're committed and have now delivered. We are a net zero cloud, one of the first large net zero clouds in the world. Our whole company is now net zero. We'll learn all about this at Dreamforce with all these amazing equality sessions. And this is all happening through you, our trailblazers. I see you carrying these values forward, taking these actions, making these things happen. You've done it in your work with your companies, you've done it with our products, you've done it with each other, supporting each other in your communities all over the world. And look at what you've done with us. Salesforce, #1 CRM in the world. Thank you. We are so proud. Thank you for that. Salesforce, #1 in sales. Salesforce, #1 in service. And Salesforce, #1 in marketing. But who would have ever thought this, the fastest software company ever to grow to $12.5 billion in revenue? People ask me all the time, why is that? It's because of you. It's this community. Saw it when I was walking around today. I see it whenever I'm on the road, whenever I'm meeting with you all around the world. It's happening. And I see it here in the 24 hours in the life of Salesforce. Whether you're a B2C company or a B2B company, I see it in your actions on the platform and everything that you're doing every day. It's amazing what you're doing with our platform. All the activities, the emails and orders and social posts, and now Einstein predictions and cases and opportunities and leads, and all of it happening on the platform, the #1 company in B2B and B2C CRM. And you've created that. And you've also created this, our Salesforce economy. And by 2022, you will be generating almost $1 trillion back to the global economy. Isn't that amazing? 3.3 million jobs getting created. Already, 2 out of the top 10 jobs in the world in technology are Salesforce jobs because of you. And $1 billion returned in social impact already because of you. This is the Salesforce economy. This is what you're creating. We're doing this together. It's amazing. It's beyond our wildest dreams. When Parker and I started this company, we could have never expected it. And now, here it is, all unfolded. And a lot of it is emanating from this incredible customer success platform that Parker and his team have built. This amazing set of applications, these amazing platform services, marketing applications and commerce applications and customer service applications and building communities and sales and collaboration and industries. And we've added some incredible capabilities that enhance all these applications. Trailhead, this incredible education environment that you've embraced so deeply. Einstein that we introduced last year with artificial intelligence. Lightning, this incredible productivity environment for building these next generation of apps. And Heroku for building amazing customer service interfaces, analytics and everything, and App Exchange with thousands of apps. So thank you for that. Thank you for inspiring us to build this. Now, I could go on and on about technology, but I'm not going to. Because I don't want to talk about technology. I want to talk about you. because that's the most important thing to me. And I want to talk about you, our trailblazers. Now, everyone knows Stephanie Herrera right here. Incredible. One of the amazing trailblazers who inspires me every single day, and her huge vision for Salesforce Saturdays. How many of you have attended a Salesforce Saturday? Yeah, all over the world. Let's take a moment and recognize you. Let's look at Stephanie.
As a kid, I loved school. School was my safe place. I was a straight-A student, National Honor Society. But I was dealt a hand that wasn't traditional, and that kind of turned my life upside down. So I did not get to go to college. After high school, my first job was working in the cotton fields with my grandfather. Seeing that that was his only way to take care of his family, I felt a responsibility to do better. My husband got a job at Dell. He's like, just go interview. And I was like, I don't know computers. I don't have that experience. Somehow, I got the job, had great managers. I learned so much there. Once I got into the Salesforce platform, it changed everything. I've had so many people help me along the way. My manager at the time, he really believed in me. He's like, yeah, I was looking for someone to own the Salesforce instance, and I found you. He really gave me the confidence to fly. Starting out in the cotton fields of West Texas, now I'm working as a director of technology on the Salesforce platform. That's the direct result of others helping me. So if I can do that for somebody else, I'm going to help them.
Stephanie is the heart and soul of the Austin community.
I started Salesforce Saturday to help others be successful.
A trailblazer to me is someone who leads the way for the next generation.
It's a whole new world. It's evolving and growing. People think they can't keep up with technology, but they can. We show them how to start using Trailhead, and they're off to the races. We are encouraging each other, motivating each other, building each other up to be stronger through knowledge.
It's a story of support. It's a story of mentoring. A bunch of great, sweet friends.
There's just this energy.
They give me this power, like, oh, you can do it too. I was like, okay, this is it. I can do it.
When you find something you really love, the first instinct is to share it. Now, this is all happening on different sides of the world. Everybody can come together, learn new skills, earn badges, and connect with the community. You really can change the world one person at a time. You help that one person and they help somebody else. It does keep going on and on. And for me, that's been the most satisfying thing.
Please welcome Stephanie Herrera. Stephanie, welcome to Dreamforce. Great to be with you here. Stephanie, thank you for inspiring us and for helping all these incredible trailblazers all over the world with Salesforce Saturday and all the things you do. Stephanie, what inspires you to be a trailblazer?
Well, one, you.
Thank you.
This amazing community, the platform, it changed my life. And I'm inspired by people who can overcome great odds and still be standing and smiling, and who want to share what they overcame and share their success. I'm also inspired by people like yourself in this community who share their privilege with other people, who use it to open doors. And that's why I love this platform so much. It allows me to do both of those things.
Stephanie, we couldn't be more pleased to have you at Dreamforce, and thank you for inspiring us in everything that you do every day.
Thank you so much. And if I may, real quick, I would like to personally invite you to Austin, Texas next summer to our Texas Dreaming event, June 14th to the 15th.
All right, I'd love to be there.
And you can meet this great community. You can meet the Pep Up Tech students, Marivis vets that we work with Salesforce Saturday, and we'd love to have you.
I'd love to come and see you. Thank you for coming to Dreamforce, Stephanie. Stephanie Herrera, everybody. How about a huge hand for Stephanie? Well, Stephanie and all of our trailblazers are empowering this incredible platform. And we will never forget that. That is at our core being at Salesforce. Now, this platform is getting richer and deeper and more capable every day, and we have put a full range of product and industry keynotes together for you. And you can even go to this incredible Dreamforce app and get Einstein recommendations. And it will tell you what parts of these keynotes and how to dig through these 2,700 sessions and have an amazing Dreamforce experience. It's all right there. So thank you very much. Now I want to take a moment and talk about some things that are new that you're going to find here at Dreamforce, some things we've been working on all year, things that we've been taking your feedback, listening to you, and our development teams have been continuing to develop amazing next generation capabilities. First, we're true to our core, remembering all the things that you're working on and delivering that innovation to you. And two, also creating some next generation capabilities. Well, if you've been over to Moscone West and seen that first floor on Trailhead, you know we've been really working hard on Trailhead. And you've embraced Trailhead, yes. It's incredible what you have done. It's an amazing community and so many points and 4 million badges. It doesn't matter where I go in the world. It doesn't matter what customer it is. They go, tell me about Trailhead. And I'm like, oh, it's great. Huge community, everybody's coming together, supporting everybody, learning, getting enabled and empowered on all these fourth generation technologies, all these incredible things that are happening. And then the same thing happens over and over again. The customers will say, the trailblazers will say, you know, this thing is great, but let me tell you about my problem in my company. I need to be able to enable my customers. I need to enable my employees. I need to enable my partners. Wish I could have my own Trailhead with my logo on it and my identity, and I want my own trail mixes, and I want everything for me. Can't you give me my own Trailhead? Can't you let me start customizing this? I want to turn this over to everybody in my company. Well, here it is. We're ready for you. We're introducing today My Trailhead, exactly for you. It's Trailhead with your brand and your content. It's your trail mixes. It's everything for you. It's everything that you need to make Trailhead exactly for you. This is your Trailhead. And you're going to be able to create your entire environment. It is the learning cloud. It is the enablement cloud. It is the community cloud all in one. And with My Trailhead, you are going to be able to create Trailhead for your company. Now, we've seen you using Trailhead and doing incredible work on Trailhead. And when we see all the work that's happening, it reminds us something so important. And especially happened last year. Last year, we introduced Einstein. And maybe that's one of the most popular topics on Trailhead now. Everybody knows we've got to move forward in artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, all types of data science. And that activity is amazing because on Trailhead, you don't have to be a coder or a programmer. You can be you. And you can operate with clicks, not code. And you can configure and create these amazing apps. And when we see you digging in and going into so deeply into Einstein, it's inspired us to build the next generation of Einstein because we know this. We know that artificial intelligence is the future of all of our applications and all of software. And we also know that we have to empower and enable all of you to do even more, to build your own Einstein apps, to be able to have a prediction builder for all of these intelligent fields and all these amazing formulas. And you're going to see at the show this next generation of Einstein, My Einstein. And now with My Einstein, you're going to have that ability to have even smarter capabilities, including bots. And in addition to My Einstein, we also see you building more apps than ever. Incredible desktop apps and incredible mobile apps. And we know that you're going to do more application development and that you need more productivity. And we have put now more than 5 years of work into this incredible next generation of platform. And when we rolled out Lightning, we had no idea that we would eventually have this amazing vision of themes and flows and the ability to have your logo and make it look exactly like your company. And today, you're going to see My Lightning as well. And you're also going to see one other amazing piece of new technology. You're going to be able to take all of that capability and see it move immediately to a mobile phone. Your application declaratively in the mobile environment. We talked about it last year for the first time, and now we're actually delivering to you My Salesforce. And we've seen you deliver already incredible apps. I just saw Home Depot build this amazing app that's in the App Store and in the Google Play Store. And we know all of you want to get your hands on this so that you can build and deliver your own apps, mobile apps, without code. And one last thing that Trailblazers all want to do, they want to take all those next generation products, their elevators and their motorcycles and their coolers and everything they're doing and plug it into the customer success platform. And that's why we're going to get MyIoT. All of these things are inside the platform. We've learned a very valuable lesson, especially in IoT. A few years ago, when we introduced IoT, we rolled it out as its own server, its own platform. And our Trailblazers came to us and they said, you forgot one very important thing, that we want this as one unified CRM platform. We want everything integrated into the platform, and we want it available declaratively without code. So we've rebuilt the IoT platform, and you're going to find it right inside the core Salesforce platform, available to you exactly in that environment. That's amazing, and that's Salesforce MyIoT. All of this together, this is the smarter, more personalized Salesforce that we're working on. With your feedback, whether it's in Trailhead or Einstein or Lightning or Salesforce, mobile, or in IoT. All of this is in this incredible next generation platform. Now today at the keynote, we want to show you what this platform looks like. I think you're going to be blown away with some of these capabilities. So to do that, we have 3 stories. 3 stories of 3 customers here in the audience with us. And we're going to talk about these 3 stories. We're going to talk about T-Mobile. We're going to talk about Adidas, or if you're from Europe, Adidas. We're going to talk about 21st Century Fox. These 3 stories, these incredible sets of Trailblazers are all here, and we're going to look at something really, really amazing. So let's first look at the incredible next generation of mobile with T-Mobile.
I've never felt anything like what we have here at T-Mobile.
We're not afraid to try new things. We're not afraid to eliminate customer pain points.
We don't feel like a small player anymore.
We're the company that's built the brand around customers. Our B2B business has really followed a lot of the same paths as our B2C business. But man, it's showing that it really works there as well.
We're industry leaders. We're shaking things up. Salesforce does the same thing.
You don't want a customer to know that you're a series of different departments. They want to know that they're talking to T-Mobile. We're using Sales Cloud as a way to gather data and use it as a starting place for a marketing journey. We also have Salesforce deployed in our retail stores. When a business walks in and they make eye contact with one of our reps, a relationship is formed.
80% of our retail reps are now utilizing the Salesforce app on a daily basis.
We immediately saw a really significant increase in leads that were captured in retail and then successfully transferred to our direct sales team.
Given that we're a mobile company, being mobile is very important.
Salesforce Inbox allows us to bring everything together.
It's basically like I have like a Salesforce assistant. It took a lot off my plate that I would have to manually track. It provides me all the background knowledge that I need to help better assist the customer.
Lightning is helping us drive that adoption and driving that perception that this is a selling tool.
Salesforce really helps me in not only attaining my quota, but actually exceeding my quota. I'll kind of just have a competition with myself. I'll be like, we'll see, Salesforce, we'll see.
Utilizing the Salesforce platform, our quote-to-cash process, we went from 120 clicks down to 7. That ROI is huge.
Our teams are in Trailhead all the time. Salesforce always has the latest and greatest releases coming out.
Last year they came out with Einstein.
I think AI can completely change the game, where instead of focusing on no's, we can focus simply on the people where we've already gotten signals that they're going to say yes.
Here's how we can not only help your business grow, but be more efficient.
Yeah, I mean, I think we found a formula that really works.
Other carriers, they're still chasing us, and they're not going to catch us because we're trailblazers here. And that culture of trailblazing is going to continue out forever.
All right, isn't that a great video? Amazing company. And to look inside the next generation of our platform, please welcome my co-founder and CTO of Salesforce, Parker Harris. Parker.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Welcome,
it's
Parker.
It's awesome to be back on stage with you.
Welcome back to Dreamforce, Parker.
We're almost wearing the same costume.
Well, yeah, something happened about that. I used to wear a costume every year. Do you remember that?
I like yours better.
Really look forward to those costumes, Parker.
Well, you know.
But now you turned 50 and you said no more costumes.
I did. I keep trying to catch up to you.
Oh, well, Parker, we're going to encourage you to get those costumes back on, okay? How about some encouragement for Parker?
Mark will not give up. But I have all these characters now, all these characters all around.
We could put you in one of those suits. That would be fine. Could you be Einstein,
I'll do it
Cody?
If you'll do it.
All right, sure.
Right.
Which one do you want me to be? I could probably fit in that bear suit pretty
Cody.
well.
You make a good Cody.
I think I could do it.
Yeah, I'll make a little Astro or Einstein.
Well, Parker, I'm more excited about the platform than ever before, and I want to congratulate you on this amazing work. And would you give us a demonstration and show us your handiwork this year?
I would love to.
Please welcome Parker Harris.
Thank you, Mark. So it was over 2 decades ago that we started writing some code, and we had a vision. We wanted to make something super simple for trailblazers like Stephanie, trailblazers like Mari at T-Mobile, where our development team said, we want to make something where simple things are simple for the Stephanies of the world, for the trailblazers of the world, but we're also going to make the hard things possible. So our platform, of course, goes from no code to low code to code, but no matter where you are on that spectrum, it's always going to be easy. It's always going to be super easy. We guarantee it. Whether you're in B2C or B2B, it's going to be super easy. And we'll give you 3 upgrades a year. We're going to keep giving you new functionality, new technology, 3 times a year, magically. It's going to be upgraded automatically. You don't have to worry about it. And of course, it's completely open. It's connected to all your back-end systems, connected to all the other cloud systems that you use. It's pretty incredible. That's why Salesforce Platform is now the #1 platform as a service. T-Mobile is using this platform. Andrew at T-Mobile is a trailblazer. He's taking apps from the App Exchange. He's downloading them. He didn't have to write them. Plugging them into the T-Mobile ecosystem. He's using Heroku. He's using platform events in our new Connect offering, which if you haven't seen, it brings the world of event-driven programming to the Salesforce platform. It's unbelievable. But Mark has gone through all these new announcements, and we've seen a lot of slides, but why don't we actually move to the demo? We have our own trailblazers here. Let's hear it for the demo team. Demo team, I sent a few people over there to help you out. There's Cody, there's Astro. If you need some help, they're there to help you. But the demo team is there to bring all this to life. And let's start the demo with Trailhead. Now, does this look like Trailhead? Not really. It looks like T-Mobile. It's a magenta T-Mobile. Look at that. With Bob, he's a trailblazer at T-Mobile. That's because they used My Trailhead. They're teaching T-Mobile employees how to be T-Mobile employees, onboarding, how to sell the T-Mobile way, how to service the T-Mobile way. Let's look at how to win big and close sales at T-Mobile. Now, I didn't write this content. No one at Salesforce wrote this content. They took the My Trailhead platform, they created a trail, they created trail mixes, which you can do too, and they put the content in the system, and employees can go and take that content. They can go read the content, learning objectives, the playbook, the T-Mobile playbook, not the Salesforce playbook. They put quizzes in there. Here's a quiz right here. Get Netflix for free. That sounds good to me. That was the right answer. And bam, you get a badge. You get a T-Mobile badge. This is the Trailhead platform. So when you get that badge, you can go to your profile. And what are you going to see on your profile? You're going to see all those badges, but you're also going to see, look at that special little icon next to Bob. Bob is a ranger. How many of you in this audience are rangers, or Trailhead Rangers? Probably not a lot of you. Yeah, there's a few back there. A ranger is a trailblazer that has more than 100 badges. Now, how many of you want to have a trailblazer that's a ranger in your company, helping you be successful, helping transform you? Well, you could go hire some of those people, but their companies aren't going to like that. Or send your employees to Trailhead. Have them take those trails. Get them to be trailblazers, get them to be rangers. Now, Bob here was so excited about My Einstein, which you heard Mark talk about, that he took the Einstein trail. He's got the badge already. So let's take a look at what he did with Einstein, with My Einstein. The first thing he did is he went into Lightning, and he took the app builder, the amazing app builder, and he said, hey, there's this new component that I can put on my homepage. That component is predictive forecasting, Einstein predictive forecasting. Now, who wouldn't want Einstein to help you predict your quarter, help you predict your sales? We have a great head of sales. I love our head of sales. But I would love to give him a little bit of help. So Einstein's there thinking about the future, thinking about where in the future the quarter is going to be. And he will help you. He'll tell you where you have weakness, and he's going to help you sell better and help you manage your quarter. Pretty awesome. Who wants that? Yeah, we're going to give you predictive forecasting. But that's not all. You heard Mark talk about this new Einstein feature, My Einstein. What if you could be a data scientist, and all you had to do, if you have ever created a custom field in Salesforce, I'm sure many of you have done that. You've modified your data model. What if you could build a smart custom field? Wouldn't that be cool? So that's what we're doing right here. We're going in Einstein Prediction Builder, and we're going to predict attrition. Now, who doesn't want to predict attrition? But I couldn't build that into the product because attrition is very specific to all of your companies. But with Einstein Prediction Builder, we can go do just that. We're going to predict on the account object. Einstein's already selected the different data elements that are going to inform whether or not an account's going to attrit or not. We're going to store it in the attrition risk field. We're going to see what it looks like. Beautiful new component. You didn't have to build that. And we're going to finish. Now, what's happening? The Einstein platform is doing all the machine learning for you, taking all your data. It's creating those scores. It's creating those predictions. And right there on the account, you now have Einstein. You now have attrition risk. You're a data scientist. You're a trailblazer bringing intelligence to your company. Just like Stephanie, you're going to do that, right? You're going to bring it to Pep Up Tech. It's going to be pretty awesome. That's right. Okay, so that's the beauty of My Einstein. But what about Lightning? Mark talked about Lightning, and he said, well, we want to make it more personalized. We want to make it yours. So how many of you MVPs over there have asked me to allow you to customize the layout dynamically based upon what's happening in the platform? Dynamic layouts, yeah, see? Many of you may not understand that, but they have been asking me for this feature for how long? I don't know, far too long. Well, I'm finally giving it to you. I'm going to walk over here and talk to you. Finally giving it to you. Here in the app builder, the Lightning app builder, we have now the power of dynamic Lightning components. So I'm T-Mobile. I have all these components out of the box. I've got my CRM components. I got my custom components. I got my components off the App Exchange. But T-Mobile, in this use case, wants to do something very special. They want to give their reps the ability to give promotional offers to their customers. But they don't want promotional offers to every customer, just their best customers, and only if they're selling to them. So this T-Mobile offers component, the custom component, is being put on the page, but only if certain conditions are true. Only if the customer is a VIP account, and only if the opportunity stage is in negotiation review. Okay? Now watch this. We're going to save it. And here we have a beautiful opportunity. You can see that it's a VIP account. Now, if we click Mark Stages Complete, you will see the VIP discounts and promotions component right there. That's pretty awesome. Dynamically appearing on the page. Now, if it wasn't complete, that component would just disappear. Pretty cool. See, there you go. Now it disappeared. All right, so dynamic layouts now for you in Lightning with My Lightning. But that's not all about My Lightning. I gave you the ability a long time ago to put your logo in the top left of the screen. You're like, oh, wow, that's amazing. And that was actually very simple to do. And then I was like, okay, I'm done. You don't need any more. But you said, no, I want more. I want complete customization of the UI. I don't want it to look like Salesforce. I want it to look like my company. I want it to look like T-Mobile. So we've added themes and branding into the product, which is a declarative click. I'm going to go into themes and branding and setup. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to upload a logo. Yes, we still let you do the logo. But I'm also going to allow you to put the colors, the T-Mobile magenta, to put some default background images for your groups. Very simply, one page, bunch of clicks, upload a few images, click Save, and all of a sudden the UI is no longer lightning blue. It's now T-Mobile magenta. And that's every single page in the product. You didn't have to be an HTML programmer. You didn't have to know CSS. All magically out of the box for trailblazers like you, theming and branding. But of course, that's not all. What happens if you take that theming and branding and you say, well, this is great. I'm in the T-Mobile store. I'm at the kiosk. It looks like T-Mobile. That's great. What about when I take it on the road? Well, of course, you can take it on the road. Here, with My Salesforce, did T-Mobile hire a bunch of mobile developers that knew iOS, that knew how to navigate the App Store? No. They just said, Salesforce, I'm a trailblazer, do it for me. So we did just that. Our developers created a way for you to simply declaratively tell us what you want it to look like, put the logo on. We magically upload it to the App Store. You don't have to even know how that works. It can be a bit of a problem sometimes, but not to worry. It's uploaded, and T-Mobile employees, you don't tell a T-Mobile employee, download the Salesforce app. You download the T-Mobile app because you're a T-Mobile employee. Download the T-Mobile app, and here it is. With no development required, a trailblazer on mobile, and if you open up that app, you'll see that, of course, you get the power of chatter. That's pretty awesome. They can show all the promotions, the T-Mobile promotions. You can connect with other employees. You can connect with other stores. You can report problems. If a customer has a problem, you can report that right away. That's the power of Salesforce. All of the default apps, all the CRM apps are in there. Accounts and contacts. But of course it's a platform. Of course it's a platform. So T-Mobile said, well, we have the need to track sales performance and motivate our stores and motivate our reps. So they created a custom app. And they took it mobile. They were trailblazers. So let's open up that sales performance app. There it is. It's a T-Mobile sales performance app. They're using this beautiful new component from Salesforce Analytics. You guys got to check that out. Plot your data geographically so you can see how sales are doing by county. That's pretty cool. But they also wanted to add gamification. So they have a top-performing stores sales ladder to create a little competition between stores. San Jose is #1. Anyone from Los Angeles here? I think not. Los Angeles is going to come back. You know, Will.i.am is going to make sure that happens. Let's go LA. All right, anyway, competition is going to create better employees, better sales, better T-Mobile, better customer success. That is the Salesforce platform. And with that, back to you, Mark.
Parker, great job. Parker Harris, everybody, co-founder at Salesforce. Great job, Parker. That platform has never been more exciting. Well, I want to tell you, Parker has done a phenomenal job in the technology, and I couldn't be more proud of all of our engineering organizations for what they've done, and also never more proud for all the trailblazers on how they're using it. Now, Salesforce Technology has had another incredible asset, which is our strategic partnerships. We've had some amazing strategic partnerships along the way. So many great companies who we've been able to align with. Great companies that a lot of you know. Companies like Amazon, where we have done an incredible job this year deploying in Canada and on their Australia data centers. Thank you to all of Amazon. And IBM, amazing company, IBM, and you saw this incredible vision with Kone and the incredible work of their CEO, Henrik, and what you see with the talking elevators. But so many companies are now using the incredible capabilities of Watson. And Dell, so many of Salesforce's data centers are just built on those core Dell components. And we have so many great strategic relationships. Well, today, it's been my dream to introduce to you a new key strategic relationship for Salesforce, and that is Google. Today, we're bringing all the power of Salesforce and now all the power of Google together for the very first time. And you're going to see an incredible new version of Salesforce deeply integrated with G Suite, the productivity suite from Google. You're going to see Salesforce running natively on the Google Cloud platform as Google has become one of the preferred cloud vendors of Salesforce. And you're going to see customer insights in a way that you've never seen them before because we're deeply integrating Google Analytics into Salesforce. All three of those things are bringing the power of Google and Salesforce together. And now, take a look at this. Diane Green is here. Welcome, Diane. And Sridhar, welcome. Sridhar Ramaswamy is here. Diane, of course, one of my heroes for almost 3 decades, the founder of VMware, now running Google's cloud business, but also on the board of Google, so welcome, Diane. And Sridhar, who runs Google's largest business, focused on the information and advertising and analytics, so welcome to both of you to Dreamforce. We couldn't be more thrilled to have you as part of our family. Welcome, and welcome to the Ohana.
Thank you. Super excited to be here.
So, what inspires you guys to be trailblazers?
You know, Mark, the technology industry is such an amazing industry, and we're able to bring, as you were showing earlier, so much to the world through all our technologies. And now with cloud, I mean, it's such an incredible revolution. I think it's really facilitating companies to seamlessly partner together. And that's what we're doing here, and that's for our customers, because the more we work together well, the easier and more seamless everything, and more powerful, I would say, it becomes for our customers. So it's, you know, really about the customers.
Well, Diane, we couldn't be more thrilled to work with you again. And way before I started Salesforce, I remember you telling me your vision of cloud computing. So thank you for everything you've done for our entire industry. You're really one of our heroes. Thank you so much.
Oh.
And Sridhar, here you are. You have this incredible vision of information, of advertising, of analytics. What inspires you to be a trailblazer?
It's the power of software. What's been so amazing and inspiring to watch just now is the creativity, the value that's being done with software from Salesforce. And this is what inspires us at Google. We want to make information available to everybody at their fingertips, and they do amazing things. I feel really fortunate to be part of an environment like this.
Sridhar, we couldn't be more thrilled to have you. Thank you for being here. Diane, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Google to the Ohana. Thank you very much. Well, we're here to tell you 3 stories of 3 customers. You heard this amazing story of T-Mobile. Wasn't that awesome? It was awesome. Great job. Now, this is an incredible company. Did you notice my shoes by any chance? You notice the shoes? Yeah. Notice your shoes? Yeah. 3 stripes. Who had those Stan Smith shoes when they were kids? Those green shoes, everyone remember those? I got the new version, pretty awesome. Let's take a look at an amazing company. Let's look now at Adidas.
The most important store we have in the world is .com, period. And I think a lot of companies struggle in the transformation from brick and mortar to a much more hybrid model.
It's not a question of if or when, it's happening now, and we need to lead and be able to respond to those consumer expectations immediately.
The age of subpar performance in digital is gone, because the people who are now engaging in those experiences, they know the speed of a site. They know what good looks like.
So if you're not meeting their expectation at first point, you've lost them straight away.
So we need a partner that knows what to do, that's creative, that will engage with us and really understand our business. And that's where the entire technology platform from Salesforce gives us a competitive advantage.
This generation, they expect something now. They want instant gratification. They want to explore, they want to discover.
They get inspired by what a Kanye does, what a Paul Pogba does, which has no borders. Our primary interface is now through digital media. There's no TV advertising.
The fact that there is so much noise out there, and there is so much data, and there's so many stories, putting them at the heart of our brand and what we create allows us to be much more relevant.
We want to create the best sports company in the world. We want to be the creator brand.
That access to global profiles, global brands at any time in any way is what consumers are looking for. So we need to bring that vibrant brand experience to life through every digital touch point.
And that's where Salesforce helped us to enable that proactive interaction with the consumer.
We moved from a world where you would spend 6 months, 9 months and building a big capability and you'd launch it and you'd celebrate. And you now get into a cadence where we actually have Black Friday, Cyber Monday, constantly throughout the year.
We almost grew 20% in the first 6 months of this year. We grew our .com 60%. We grew in America 80%.
We're capturing people online. We're driving traffic. The brand heat is on fire. And that marriage of Adidas and Salesforce allows us to be reactive, proactive, and design and evolve for the future.
The capability to roll out products and influence trends is immense, and the connection basically makes that happen overnight. So right now, we can actually get the true power of being a global company by using Salesforce technology. It's, super exciting.
Woo! Wasn't that an amazing video? All right, let's take a look at Adidas. Please welcome Stephanie Buscemi, our EVP of Marketing. Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mark.
Great to have you. Love your outfit.
I'm living the...
Pretty awesome.
You know what this is? It's called the Three-Stripe Life.
Very nice. I'd love to have some of those 3 stripes myself. I got them on my shoes, though.
Your shoes are fabulous, and it's because it's Adidas.
Welcome, Stephanie. Please welcome Stephanie to Dreamforce.
Thank you. All right, you saw it right there on the film. Adidas, no doubt, is a trailblazer. That video was incredible because they are electrifying their brand in the 4th Industrial Revolution. And I'm proud, and I know all of us are here proud because they're doing it together with Salesforce. Mark talked about it earlier. What does the 4th Industrial Revolution bring to all of us? Does it bring us closer or farther apart? Adidas knows and Salesforce knows it's an opportunity to bring people together. And together, we're delivering personalized one-to-one engagement at scale. And I want to show you how we're making that happen. It starts with the world's #1 marketing platform, the Marketing Cloud. The Marketing Cloud allows Adidas marketers and marketers around the world to deliver one-to-one personalized journeys. They can do that declaratively with clicks and not code. And what that means for them is that with Journey Builder built into the platform, they can connect to you across every channel, wherever your preferred channel is. Email, mobile, social, all of that. They can make those meaningful connections with you. And now, with Einstein Vision for Social built in, that means that those Adidas marketers can detect Adidas product in social feed photos. That's powerful because that means they can create a more meaningful campaign out to the consumer there. Now they know that they're only as good as how well they understand the consumer and the customers. What all of you in this room want, Adidas needs to know to be successful. And they know it's about personalization and the profile, and so does Salesforce. And that's why we made a really big bet last year. We made a big investment, and it's called a DMP. Yeah, right? Does anyone know what a DMP is? Well, it's important for everyone to know because it's a game changer right now in the world of marketing. It's called a data management platform. And what this data management platform allows all marketers to do now is capture online web behaviors. Marry those online web behaviors with your CRM data. It unifies across all devices, whether you're on your phone or your iPad, so that Adidas and all of us with that DMP can deliver personalized ads to you at scale. We live in a busy world. We don't want those irrelevant ads. We want things that we can make a connection with. Now, it goes all the way into the shopping experience. It's not just enough to give you a personalized ad. It's about creating an entire amazing experience for you. And that's why they're using the #1 commerce platform, Commerce Cloud. That is, Adidas.com is 100% powered by our commerce platform. And what's really differentiated about our commerce platform is the power that you can build that site once and you can deploy it globally. Let's face it, Adidas is operating in a diverse world. And that ability to build it once and deploy it globally means that for every language and every currency, they can replicate that site. What does that mean? That means they're relevant in the markets they serve. They're relevant to those individuals. And when those individuals come onto the site and have it in the language they prefer and the currency they prefer, they also get served up only the things that they're gonna like. With Einstein Predictive Sort built in, Einstein is surfacing, based on those online web behaviors, only what those individuals like and are gonna be of most interest to them. It's delivered incredible results. Do you know the #1 store for Adidas today is their .com? It grew 66% year over year. It's transformational to their business. Now, they're not just in it for the transaction. They're in it for the lifetime relationship with all of you. They have a brand that endures. And they want to be with you for that lifetime, and they know that means past that transaction, it means delivering amazing service, giving you an amazing experience with them. And that's why they use the world's #1 service platform. The Service Cloud enables them to give choice to their consumers. We all want choice today. We want the flexibility. And the service platform delivers that, from customer service to field service, empowering those local technicians out there in industries, to self-service. And now, with the power of the service platform and Einstein built in, when you talk to those agents, they're smarter and more productive than ever before. I'm gonna give you a hint. Einstein bots are transforming the world of service. They are the ultimate helper, and I'm not gonna say much more. I wanna show you, as we always do, we wanna show you in a live demo. So please join me in welcoming on stage Janessa and friends. Come on, can we give a round of applause for Janessa and friends? Thank you. Janessa and team are the ultimate Adidas consumers. And what they're gonna do here is Janessa is going to drive this demo right here, live from her phone. So what she's done is she's gone out on Adidas.com. And it is that beautiful mobile-first site here. So she's getting this amazing shopping experience with this beautiful navigation. But I said earlier, we live in this busy world. And in this busy world, what happens? We get distractions. And it looks like Janessa is no exception. Janessa, what's going on over there?
Looks like Kato texted me. I just sent you the link for tomorrow night's benefit concert. We should all go together.
Totally. Lenny Kravitz, Alicia Keys. Of course I'll be there. I love live music.
Awesome. Yeah.
Okay, so right there, this group is going to be having a good time at Dreamfest tomorrow night, which I hope all of you will as well. But let's look closely here. What just happened there? She's left the Adidas site, and she's now reading this article on a music concert. Important question. Has Adidas lost her as a customer, as a consumer? No, they haven't. Because this is the power of the data management platform. Behind the scenes, the data management platform is doing the heavy lifting. They're learning from Janessa and her online behaviors. And so they know she was on Adidas.com. And now that she's interested here and she's looking at live music and concerts. And so with Einstein built in, Einstein is predicting and serving this personalized ad up to her that thinks maybe she would be interested in the new Adidas Pharrell shoes. But she doesn't just get this ad served up to her on her phone. The power of the data management platform is that it's unifying for the consumer across all their devices. So later, Right here on her laptop, she gets that same personalized ad for her for those cool Pharrell shoes. And when she's looking on her iPad, right there, she gets that as well. Now, some people say to me, is that good or is that bad? It's great. We live in a really, really busy world. And guess what? When we get bad ads that don't resonate with us, what do? We skip, we hide, we block them. We are doing this the Salesforce way, with trust for you. Trust for you and your privacy, and we're delivering it here together. Now let's come back to that ad and let's have the ultimate truth. Janessa, what do you think of that ad?
I love Pharrell, and I had no idea that he was designing shoes for Adidas. This is cool.
Awesome. You want to get shopping and click in here?
Let's do it.
All right. So Janessa is now going out to adidas.com. But hey, wait a minute. This doesn't look like the adidas.com that we looked at a couple minutes ago here. No, because they're organizing the site based on Janessa and her preferences. So right here, she's taken immediately to these beautiful site here of these Adidas Pharrell shoes. It resonates with her. And now we can go in here and shop. You ready to shop?
Let's shop.
All right. So the power here with the commerce platform is that right here, Einstein Predictive Sort has surfaced right to the top just those cool Pharrell shoes that speak to our friend Janessa. And she can peruse all of this and make her choice. Okay, here's the moment, Janessa. What color? What are you getting?
A lot of choices, Stephanie, but I'm gonna go with these.
They're fantastic, and they're gonna rock your look tomorrow night at Dreamforce. Now watch this. With just a thumbprint, Janessa has made a purchase. Apple Pay is integrated into the Salesforce Commerce Platform, so she is one and done. She's made that purchase that easy. That's the Adidas experience. Now, that purchase was very fast and very easy. The question is, when you want to make a change to your order, is it that easy too? It is. Because they are using the Salesforce Service Platform. They're using Service Cloud. So right here on Janessa's phone, when she wants to make a change, she has choice. She can use the phone, email, but let's face it, how do most of us interact today with family and friends? We text. And so right here, she's gonna click on that chat button for me, and she's gonna get brought right in here to a live two-way text conversation with Adidas Service. Pay close attention here, because at the top, you'll see it says AdiBot. It's kind of an interesting name for a service agent. That's because it is a bot. Adidas is using Salesforce Einstein bots to power their service interactions. It is able to do everything. It is able to handle all those repetitive tasks, those actions, whether you want to make a return or you want to exchange something. This is the power of Einstein bots built right in here for individuals. Janessa, what do you think of this bot? What do you want to ask it to do?
Hold on, Stephanie. Are you telling me I'm talking to a bot? Then let's see what this bot can do. It looks like I can change my shipping address to have my new kicks delivered right here to the Adidas store in the campground, and then I can wear them tomorrow night. And it's just one click.
Whoa, 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 whoa. If it's that easy, then can you change the colors? Because I'm rocking my gold frills tomorrow, and if you can change yours, then we can match.
Hold on. See if there's still time to do that. Well, it looks like I can change them to the gold. Nice.
Fantastic. So these folks are gonna be rocking it at Dreamforce with the complete look here of the gold Pharrells. But Einstein just keeps getting smarter. And what all of you need to think about here is the context of bots in your business. They're powering all of the Adidas service interactions here today. It's the ultimate helper for all of those tasks. Think of the repetitive tasks that you could automate in your business, and think of how that makes your agents that much more productive. It frees up their time to put their creativity on larger problems. This is the power of it, and it's available to you because we're playing the Salesforce playbook. What's the Salesforce playbook? To deliver it declaratively with clicks, not code. So you can get those Einstein bots in your business. That's the power. And what you're going to see right here is that Einstein gets smarter with every interaction. Einstein Predictive Sort allows you now to get those items. And Janessa, there's additional items in the cart here for your look. What do you think? Do you want those?
We're doing it, and I can't wait to see all of you tomorrow night.
All right. This is the path that we're blazing together. You can do this too. Get started right now. Text this number, text Adidas, and we have for you a custom learning path, a trail mix that's going to teach you step by step how to deliver this in your business together. Thank you, Janessa. Thank you, Mark. Back to all of you.
All right, great job, Stephanie. Please thank Stephanie and Janessa. Great job, well done. Great job, you guys. Well, we're here with the CEO of Adidas, Carsten. Welcome to Dreamforce.
Thank you.
Please welcome Carsten, everybody. Casper. Please welcome Casper, everyone.
You've never looked better.
Well, on behalf of everyone who wears a 3X tall, I want to thank you for having this available on your sites, Casper.
Everything for the consumer.
So, Casper Rorsted is the CEO of Adidas. You're crushing the competition. It's amazing what is happening. Every day I go to your site, it's all new products. I'm always looking for the products in my size, not as many as I would like, so we can talk about that later. But tell me, what is your vision? What inspires you to be a trailblazer, and how do I get some of those shoes, by the way? I need them in 14s.
Yeah. So very basic, as I said in the video, we want to be the best sports company in the world, and we believe that through data, we can create the best products. You know, the product I'm wearing right now is, if we can have do we have a camera? You know, if you have a camera looking at my foot, not my face, thank you, yeah. It's a 3D printed shoe from 3D Carbon here in the Valley. That means that we can print a shoe today to your foot, so without compromising you have somewhat large feet.
Thank you very much.
We can accommodate that.
On behalf of all the trailblazers, thank you.
So we can build the best customized shoe by using 3D digital technology. And that's extremely important for us. We sell 1.2 million pairs of shoes a day.
1.2 million pairs of shoes a day.
A day, and the more we can customize them, and the more we can make them to exactly what we want, the more money we can make, and the happier we get as a consumer.
Well, I know that because right here I got these to say Dreamforce on them, and I did it right on your site.
It's a wonderful shoe.
And these are I think these are your superstars.
It is. It's a superstar shoe, and of course, the other part of why we believe we can be the best sports company in the world is. Not only
is that a Freudian slip? Are you becoming the best software company in the world?
So we actually have a lot of open job positions in the software area.
Who wants to work for Adidas? Raise your hand. Do I get a discount on the site?
You do if you're an employee.
All right, all right. We can talk. We can talk.
I'm not certain we can pay you in shoes, but I'm certain we can pay you real money. Okay. But the other part, though, is by using your technology, we can understand who the consumer are. When we sell 1.2 million a day, pairs of shoes a day, last year was 1 million a day, we are completely, driving or killing all process we have in the organization. The more we know about the consumer, the better we can serve the consumer. And that is why Salesforce has been so fundamental for us. Today, we're launching our Adidas app. First country in the world is the US. If you want to go and buy some shoes, you can buy it here. We can deliver it to your hotel.
I want some Yeezys.
If it works,
can you do that? Can you do the Yeezys? I thought we're friends.
There is a price tag with every friendship.
All right, okay. I get it. Okay.
But if so we are opening our .com store here, or Adidas app today. We'll deliver at the hotel, and this is what we see is going to be the future. We think by cannibalizing our industry, we can completely change this industry, and that's why having software capability in our organization is fundamental beyond the capability to design the coolest products.
Amazing, Casper. Incredible vision. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Great to be
You
here.
own sport. You've got it.
Not all.
Pretty good. Please thank Casper.
So keep
everybody.
buying.
Amazing. Well, we're here to tell you three amazing stories. You heard about T-Mobile. You heard about Adidas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is truly an incredible moment. I'm now going to tell you about an amazing company, 21st Century Fox. Let's look at this company.
Cue the music.
The storytelling business is in this incredible moment of change. It's one of these big revolutions characterized by these waves of technological change, from silent movies to sound, from radio to television, black and white to color. We're always seeking to do something new and always seeking to disrupt an industry. And we're in that moment again now. And that's really where Salesforce comes in terms of how we think about re-instrumenting our business, connecting with our customers, and empowering everyone around the business so that you're getting up every day to create a culture that's an expression of that underlying technological change.
It's an advantage we have never had. We've been flying blind, particularly when we're seeing other competitors having that direct relationship to audience members.
Everything that's ever been made is at our fingertips.
So to punch through in that world, you've got to be able to seize that opportunity to be a trailblazer and have that one-to-one relationship with them.
Most people believe that studios connect directly to each audience member. In reality, we make our deals with the exhibitors. And in this competitive landscape, it's just absolutely not good enough anymore.
Historically, when we've marketed, we've spent a lot of money on blasting a message out, and we used to look at data as a very manual process. The great thing about AI and Einstein in particular is that it's really kind of built that intelligence layer in an automated way, and we can dial it up if it works, so we can dial it down if it doesn't.
So pushing into that, Salesforce is helping us create a business that's addicted to data. And we can tunnel through some of those business layers to help those intermediaries do better, but also go over the top to customers directly.
So in every way, shape, and form, our partnership with Salesforce is enabling us to engage in a conversation, and then if there's anything a little bit combustible, we can light the fire.
I think the studio of the future is a higher velocity, higher impact, more flexible, more instrumented business with just a much, much richer connection.
So when Salesforce says, hey, we can help you get to the head of the line, we're all in.
All right, was that awesome? What a great film. What a great film. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a very strong Dreamforce welcome to Leah McGowan-Hare. Leah!
Thank you, Mark. Hello, Dreamforce. Listen, when I heard I'd have the honor of sharing the story of 21st Century Fox, I figured I'm one step away from the Oscars, so why not? And apparently Matt and Dylan thought the same thing. 21st Century Fox is an absolute amazing trailblazer. You heard them in the film. With the help of Salesforce, they're in front of the line in the fourth industrial revolution. Now listen, we've all seen and experienced their movies and we've been touched by their films. But what many don't know, they're a powerful B2B company. They're selling and distributing their film to exhibitors, and they're using the Salesforce platform to do this. It all starts with the world's #1 sales platform, Sales Cloud, transforming sales from lead to cash to loyalty. And with products like Pardot and CPQ, and now new Einstein forecasting, Sales Cloud is the most complete and agile sales platform in the world. But listen, yes, Sales Cloud is. Now, it's not just transforming how they're working with their exhibitors and their customers, they're also transforming how they're connecting internally. They're using the world's #1 collaboration platform, Quip. Quip is the team collaboration platform. You know, Sunday's up here on one of our amazing trailblazers. She's one of 20,000 trailblazers at 21st Century Fox who's using Quip to collaborate. Now, you're gonna see Quip momentarily, but it is amazing. It's a living document. It's up to date, everybody's on the same page, and with live apps, oh, the possibilities are limitless. You're gonna see it, pretty amazing. And finally, with Community Cloud, the world's #1 community platform. See, companies like 21st Century Fox have massive, highly engaged audiences. And with Community Cloud, they can come together and share their energy and enthusiasm with each other and have a stronger connection with the brand. So listen, I want to jump in and share this experience with you. You guys want to do that? All right, let's do it. Well, this is Sales Cloud, but it doesn't look like Salesforce because it's custom themed using My Lightning. You heard Parker talk about this earlier. It has the look and feel of 21st Century Fox. It's coloring, their icon, and it's customized to their unique B2B processes. They call this their Global Theatrical System, GTS. GTS manages how they connect with exhibitors, how they manage their finances. They manage all of their finances and their media budgets in there. It's amazing. Now, prior to GTS, they did this with Excel sheets and their own personal documents and emails, and it wasn't a very connected process. But now it's all done inside of GTS, and it's done at scale. To give you a sense of scale, the Salesforce platform manages the release of films with thousands of exhibitors in 120 markets on over 150,000 screens in 56 unique languages. Globally, these movies are seen by over 600 million moviegoers. That's a lot of popcorn. Listen, since we're talking about films, who wants to play the role with me of releasing Deadpool 2? All right, let's do it. So let's bring up Deadpool 2. So here we have the release information. And remember I said 56 unique languages? It's all localized right here on the platform. Now, if we look down, we have this amazing global dashboard powered by Salesforce Analytics, with all of the top grossing cities as it's projecting the revenue for Deadpool 2. Now, this is not just Salesforce data. This is also third-party data being brought into one seamless, amazing, gorgeous user experience. Now, if we scroll down, because remember, we're playing the role of releasing the film, we're looking at the budget. Now, you know, you gotta spend money to make money. So we're gonna look over some of these budgets. And this, too, is integrated with 21st Century Fox's financial systems. But we can make it smarter. By clicking a button, Einstein reveals that audience engagement has worked well. So we're going to go ahead and increase the budget for a non-media budget, and we'll do, I don't know, a confetti drop, because what doesn't say audience engagement like a confetti drop, right? So we'll go ahead and save that. So now that we've completed all of our theater planning, are we done? No. We need to get this film to our exhibitors. We need to get the film to our different channels so we can leverage the power of Sales Cloud to track and manage the best channels for Deadpool 2. These are B2B sales opportunities. Now, it looks like Bell Media is pretty hot with an Einstein opportunity score of 98. This is Einstein. This is AI. This is the power of Einstein helping you to identify where I should focus my energy. Now, this reduces the amount of time sales reps are looking through opportunities and allows them to close deals faster. Amazing. But it does not stop there. So when I think of movies, I think of movie trailers. And did you know that movie trailers are the most effective marketing material in the biz? That's short for showbiz. 3 times more than any other asset. And it's a very collaborative effort. And when I hear the word collaboration, only one thing comes to mind: Quip. Quip is the team collaboration platform. Quip is going ahead and removing how companies are thinking about collaboration, moving them away from emails and attachments. You can see in here, this is an amazing document. And now with live apps, amazing. You can literally pull in any app that you use on a day-to-day to run your business into the Quip canvas. And Quip offers out-of-the-box live apps such as the calendar. Here we have an amazing calendar that shows our key dates and deliverables. And if we scroll down, we also have a checklist to tick off items as we're done. And it looks like Deadpool got his workout in, so we can all rest now. Good to know. He got his arm day. And this is amazing. Now, another really cool thing about Quip and live apps, you can create your own custom live app. So in here, what you're seeing is the trailer inside of Quip. And you see the little yellow buttons? Those are the comments. So people can comment on different segments of the trailer. That's collaboration at a whole new level. That's pretty awesome. So here, it looks like everybody's okay with the trailer, and even Deadpool, which is good because he could be a little picky. So now we're ready to tweet it. Now, if I want to tweet this trailer, do you think I need to leave Quip? No. Thank you, Mark. Mark, no. I can bring in Salesforce Social Studio directly into the Quip canvas. And from there, tweet it. That is pretty awesome. Now listen, you heard in the film Stacy say that they are trying to, 21st Century Fox wants to start connecting with their audiences directly. Well, not only are they connecting with their audiences directly using the power of Marketing Cloud, they're also monitoring the journeys. And I am so thrilled to share with you that you can now monitor your journeys inside of Marketing Cloud using Google Analytics 360. Yes. Give it up for that. It is okay to clap if I say something you like. That's okay. That's how this goes. In here, we have the conversion rate, ROI, and rich site data like dwell time. Now, for my marketers, you know how critical it is to monitoring your journeys and being able to see this information, but it doesn't stop there. Einstein takes in those insights, refines and resegments the data, and splits it into 4 profiles, and then does a smart split. And then we can personalize each of those journeys so we can move those potential fans to super fans. Now, what you've just experienced is how Salesforce is helping 21st Century Fox be their best company, be their best self, be an amazing trailblazer. Yes. 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 I feel like twirling. Yes. Oh, I'm not done. I'm dressed up like this. I'm gonna work the stage for a minute. Hold on. My gift to you, if any of these products have inspired you, you too can learn about this. You can start skilling up. Text 21CF to this number, and I personally created a trail mix, and I completed it, of all the products that I talked about. Go out and start blazing your trails. Thank you.
Woo! Please congratulate Leah. Great job and well done. Thank you very much. Well, you have seen 3 amazing stories, 3 amazing demos, and incredible visionaries and incredible trailblazers. These are our trailblazers truly in action. It's amazing, this keynote. So thank you to everyone who has put this keynote together for all of you. And if you would like us to bring this keynote to you, to your company, customized for you, would you like me to come to your company and present to your management team? My offer is my Dreamforce. And I will come to your company and we will present, we'll bring our management team and our demonstrators, and all you have to do is just let us know. Go to salesforce.com, my Dreamforce, and you can request Dreamforce right to your company. Before we close, I want to tell you what is on my heart. There is a tension in the world between this incredible innovation and equality. You can see these technologies are amazing, way beyond our wildest imaginations. But you can also see that these technologies can be used in many different ways. They can be used to unite us. They could be used to divide us. They could be used to connect us. They could be used to disconnect us. And they can be used to create more equality in the world, but there also could be more inequality. And that's why Dreamforce and all of you are more important than ever before. You're the shapers. This technology, and technology's never been good or bad. It's what we do with technology that matters. And that's why I'm so inspired. I can see it in the eyes of all of you. Right now, and when I travel the world, the inspirations in your own hearts and where you are going and where you're going to take us. That's what excites me. That's what gives me my own passion. So thank you for coming back to Dreamforce. Thank you for everything that you do for us. And welcome to Dreamforce 2017.
You know, Salesforce has changed my life. I wrote a blog post about this a few years ago that I was never expecting to go, I guess, viral, but it did. And the blog post is titled, "The Best Thing I Built on Salesforce, My Career." And it's true.
I was an at-home mom.
I thought I was going to be the world's best pediatric surgeon.
I went to school for business.
I was not in this industry a couple of years ago.
I went to school to be a lawyer. I was a cosmetologist and a hairdresser. If you would have asked me 15 years ago if I would have a career in technology, I would have told you were crazy.
You know, and it's not easy to put yourself out there. I think about what is it that makes you excited and happy and passionate.
What is it that I really love? Why do I like doing this stuff?
Maybe your passion is veterans, and your passion might be retail, or if you're in banking, you can really take what you learn in Salesforce and you can apply it to any industry.
That was an eye-opener for me. This is a huge universe. I can actually start to dream about what I want to do.
The power of the Salesforce platform allows you to do so many things. You can do so much with it.
I'm flying with Einstein! Woohoo! The sky is the limit. The limit is your imagination.
We're going to bring our customer a level of service that is extraordinary.
That's what it's all about. It's all about the customer. I can now talk to case study example after case study example of where, with Salesforce, we've been able to pull this off. That's exciting.
That's where it's been life-changing. I never thought I had the ability to do that, and I think Salesforce has not only given me technical skills, it's given me confidence in myself to know that I can achieve these things.
Being a trailblazer is coming out first and clearing the path for others.
It's being the voice of the customer.
You're giving them something that they're looking for.
You're always making sure that the best technology is at their fingertips.
These tools actually push me to figure out what the best is every day.
All of that is not possible without an incredible tool like Trailhead.
The best thing about Salesforce and the smartest thing they've ever done is the community.
It is phenomenal.
The Trailhead community, it just takes you wherever you need to go.
I somehow found the user group and I went in there and I was actually hoping to pay somebody to help me, and all these people helped me for free. I will never ever forget that feeling, and I remember that experience and I try to recreate that for other people.
It's an amazing example of what an ecosystem can really do when it bands together and focuses on how we can all make each other better.
Where you can not only be proud of the work that you're doing, but the people you're doing it with.
That's the magic of Salesforce.
It's changed my life. It really has, and it's changed my company and the customers that I work with.
When your customers are happy, your company's thriving, and when your company's thriving, you're truly at your best. You're at the top of your game.
This is what I was meant to do my whole life.
Being your best is not only having a great career, but it's enabling others to have a great career. And I think that makes me my best.
industrial revolution is defined by trailblazers. They harnessed steam and water to power machines, unleashed electricity to power mass production, and pioneered electronics and IT to transform everything. And now the next wave is building. The physical and digital worlds are blurring. We're in the fourth industrial revolution, a wave of innovation and technology, radically transforming our economies, societies, and lives. It's creating new jobs, industries, and opportunities. But it's still a revolution, and revolutions never change the world gently. Many people feel uneasy. They're afraid that the future may be good for only a lucky few. They worry about automation, becoming irrelevant, being left behind. We see another way. At Salesforce, we live by a core set of values: trust, growth, innovation, and the equality of every human being. We believe we can do well and do good. That the business of business is to make the world a better place. That we're all in this together, and we can rise as one. That instead of letting the future happen to us, we can create a future for us. The fourth industrial revolution is going to be shaped by trailblazers.
Salesforce has changed my career, has changed my life. It makes me proud.
For 18 years, we've been on this journey together.
You become stronger as a force to create even greater things.
And every year, we all come home to Dreamforce to help more trailblazers drive this revolution and thrive.
There are just so many opportunities for so many talented people to be a part of this.
Using Trailhead to master the skills they need to learn jobs of the future.
We are blazing a new trail, and Salesforce helps us do that.
And our customers, using the Customer Success Platform to help everyone succeed and create millions of new jobs.
It's just going to help us do what we do best every day. Follow your passion.
It opens you up to so many opportunities.
We can create a world where these new technologies lead to more opportunity and greater equality for everyone. Welcome to Dreamforce. Let's blaze a trail together.
I've never felt anything like what we have here at T-Mobile.
We're not afraid to try new things. We're not afraid to eliminate customer pain points.
We don't feel like a small player anymore.